Welcome to TiEcon 2020. I am Rashi and I am a charter member. Welcome.
This is Vivek Reddy. I'm a charter member and I'd like to welcome you to TiEcon Southwest.
Hello, this is Shan Chaudhary, CEO with ShivNet Inc. and a charter member with TiE. I welcome you to TiEcon 2020. Enjoy the event.
Hello, this is Abhay Deol, charter member, welcoming you to TiEcon Southwest 2020.
Hi friends, this is Jay Nitwarkar, charter member of TiE SoCal and founder of My Health ID, welcoming you all for TiEcon Southwest 2020. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Balaji Rao, charter member of TiE SoCal. Thanks for joining us this morning at TiEcon Southwest 2020. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Hi, this is Akhilesh Rathore. I am a charter member and I welcome you all to TiEcon Southwest 2020.
Hi, this is Tony Srivastava. I am a charter member of TiE SoCal. Welcome to TiEcon Southwest 2020. Hope you have a wonderful day. Enjoy.
Good day. This is Ashok Desai, founder and chief business officer of Zimmer Inc. I'm a chartered member and I have great pleasure in welcoming you all to this fantastic event today.
Hi, this is Manmohan Chopra. As a charter member of TiE SoCal, I welcome you to TiEcon Southwest 2020.
Hello everybody, my name is Manish Bhardia. I'm a charter member and I welcome you to TiEcon Southwest 2020.
Hi, this is Sturdy McKee. I'm a charter member of TiE SoCal and I'd like to welcome you to TiEcon Southwest 2020.
Hello. This is Ravindra Kandagunta, a charter member of the Los Angeles chapter of TiE. Today is December 12th. Welcome to TiEcon Southwest. Have a wonderful day.
It's an honor to receive this prestigious award from TiE. I'm sorry I can't be with you and my fellow recipients there to accept it, but I want to share a few thoughts about why your work is so important. I've always believed that innovation is the key to solving the world's toughest challenges, whether it's stopping a pandemic, avoiding a climate disaster, or just raising human productivity. But as Paul Allen and I experienced with Microsoft, innovators can't make it on their own. They need partners, supporters to help them make sure their best ideas make it from the lab to the marketplace. For more than 27 years, TiE has been doing just that. You support great entrepreneurs around the world and in some of the most important fields in technology today. Your work is essential to fostering innovation and creating the better world we all want. Thank you again, and I hope you have a successful summit.
Live and direct. Welcome from all around the world to TiEcon 2020 Southwest. Innovate, invest, and inspire. As everyone knows, not only for the Thai community globally, but for everyone around the world, this has been, to say the least, a unique and challenging year. Every single year, the folks at TiEcon, the people behind the scenes, do a big, massive, exciting event in person with some real incredible people that fly in from around the world to give back to the local community of Southern California. But of course, this year, as you all know, because of the pandemic, we all decided to pivot behind the scenes. Some great, real inspiring people decided to do it digitally. So be excited, be prepared for a real powerful event with some real groundbreaking speakers. I want to real briefly thank the people behind the scenes that have made this possible. Anshuman Sinha, president of Thai SoCal, Ashish, Anshuman, Anand, and so many other great people who you will be hearing from very shortly. I want to also thank all of the people in the virtual auditorium that are watching this on YouTube, on Facebook, from all around the world. Today, we're going to have a real deep dive into leadership, into business, into innovation, into inspiration, and into investing. So participate, be a part of the day, network with other people, leave comments, and be a part of the program just as much as the people that you're watching on the screen. And with that, here at Thai SoCal, we want to go ahead and have our executive director, a man that has worked so hard behind the scenes to make this event and so many things possible. Anil Ramaneni has a few words to the global audience that's watching this from all around the world. Anil Ramaneni from the virtual studio, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Morak. He's an excellent host. Hello, everyone. My name is Anil Ramaneni, and I'm the Executive Director of Thai SoCal. I would like to welcome you all to TiEcon Southwest 2020. Thank you all for joining us on an early Saturday. Hope you are having a great morning. It's an exciting day, and we have a great lineup of speakers today and so much of information to grasp. And I'm looking forward to all the learning and the new tips from the speakers. It's a great pleasure to introduce our president, Anshuman Sinha. He is a CEO of Optism Global, co-founder of Startup Steroid, an investor and a mentor, a very helpful person. I would like to thank Anshuman for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mo and Ashish. Dear Thai charter members, attendees, and friends, welcome to TiEcon Southwest 2020. TiE is a global organization of entrepreneurs. We are in 14 countries, having 62 chapters with over 3,000 charter members who are also investors and mentors. I'm the president of Thai SoCal chapter. This is our 20th TiEcon, and I welcome you all. Since March, we have had to move all our events to digital format because of the pandemic. And I'm happy to announce that we got tremendous support from the community. We did 46 Thai Connect, 20 Knowledge Series events, 8 Startup Pitching event, 4 Charter Member Series events, and 4 Women Series event this year. All the content is available on our Thai SoCal social platform on Facebook and YouTube channel. While networking is an essential aspect of Thai, let us also be driven to pursue quality startups. While we measure our success through the number of regular members and charter members, let us also measure ourselves with how many startups we help incubate and how many startups we help raise money. This ecosystem will only get stronger every year. This year, we started Thai SoCal Angels Fund, and we raised $1.3 million. We have funded 3 companies so far, and 2 companies are in the due diligence phase. Shankaram is a veteran investor, and he has been with Thai SoCal since its inception in 1997. He is the Thai SoCal Angels chair. We are having an investor panel and startup pitches today also in today's event. Our entrepreneur community grew. We added 30 new charter members this year. Charter members are a select group of successful entrepreneurs and business owners. This is an invite-only club. A current CM can recommend you to become part of this exclusive group, and there is an application process. As I said earlier, we added 30 new charter members this year. Now the total count of CMs is 77. My goal for 2021 is to have 100 plus charter members. You can check our current list of charter members on our website, socal.tai.org. I also thank our speakers, charter members, partner investors, sponsors, and volunteers who have been key to bringing excellent quality programming, connections, and investment. I am also extremely grateful to you, our members, and our attendees for making this thriving organization. I further thank members of TiE Global and other TiE chapters for their enthusiastic support of our chapter. I thank my executive team and especially Ashish Shabu, the chair of TiEcon Southwest, for putting together this event. I want to thank Sanjay Dalal, marketing chair, and Mo Rock, executive producer of TiEcon. A special thanks to Anil Ramanini, who had done a fabulous job as being the executive director of TiE SoCal. We have a great lineup of speakers and panels today. I am sure you will enjoy our 20th TiEcon. This is also our first ever digital TiEcon. Back to you, Ashish and Mo.
Well, thank you very much, Anshuman Sinha. And before we go to our next guest, I want to take a quick moment to thank everyone in the virtual auditorium that's leaving comments, that's participating. Please remember to share this video if you're watching this on Facebook, on YouTube, all around the world. Help your community become inspired and educated with innovation by sharing this video right now. I want to also take a quick moment and thank Anshuman Sinha, the president, for doing such a great job. Of course, in his first year as president of TiE SoCal, he got hit with the unique situation where a pandemic happened. And in his first year as president of TiE SoCal, he kept the community together. He pivoted. He changed the way things are done, and he created virtual events to keep the community vibrant and active. So on behalf of all of the TiE SoCal charter members, we want to thank the president of TiE SoCal for doing such a great job in his first year as president, alongside Executive Director Anil Ramaneni. Keep up the great work. The community is looking up to you two guys as leaders for inspiration heading into the new year. And now we want to go ahead and allow TiE Global to participate in a word with a global audience watching this around the world. Let's go ahead and hear what our distinct chair of TiE Global has to say. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone at TiE SoCal. Congratulations and best wishes for the TiEcon Southwest. I think it's a great topic that you guys have chosen to innovate, invest, and inspire. I think this is the most apt topic that we all can relate to, not only as individuals or businesses, but as TiE together. I think before the year started, it was a challenging year for TiE to evolve, but I think all chapters across the world, everyone has come across, and this virtual world has become a boon to all of us, because we've been able to attend events across chapters, we've been able to participate in TiEcons and also in TGS. And the greatest example, when we finished our TGS day before yesterday, we had 40 some chapters participating, had sessions, had networking sessions. Also, quite honestly, we had 40,000 plus registered people, and at any point in time, we have thousands of people attending from across the globe, and truly an innovative way to look at it. And I think all of us have been investing a lot of time and energy into TiE, and fruits have paid off. I mean, 20 years is a long time for TiE SoCal to have, have had their TiEcon now this year. I think a great, words of appreciation to all the past leaderships. And I know, Navneet, you're there in the audience and you started it all, and kudos to you to continue to stay engaged and to inspire and encourage all of us across the globe. That's great. Anshuman, you and your team has done a commendable job this year. I mean, I've been looking at everything, you've been sharing everything with us, and it's a great work, not only in terms of networking or mentoring or being part of TiE programs, but your angel program and your investments have been fantabulous. and encouraging as a roadmap to other Thai chapters. I really must appreciate and congratulate you. Friends, while you all learned a lot in the session today, I really feel that Thai has evolved. Thai is moving at a very rapid pace. Quite a few programs, quite a few initiatives across the globe are happening. I really want you all to get engaged, get involved at not only at a local level, but a national or a global level, so that everyone can benefit from each other's experience and contributions. Saying that, I wish everyone the very best. Wish I could have been there in person, but nevertheless, all the best for TiEcon Southwest. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the kind words, and I have to say, it's been quite a while since I've heard the word fantabulous. I think it's time for us all collectively to bring that back into our daily vocab. It's really an underrated word. And with that, we want to actually go to the gentleman that has worked so hard behind the scenes in not only making this day possible, but if you attended the Thai SoCal event last year, the TiEcon event, you saw how hard this gentleman worked in putting together a fantastic event in 2019. Of course, I'm talking about Ashish Sabu. Ashish, the floor is yours.
Good morning, friends, and welcome to TiEcon 2020. I hope you are having a great Saturday. It's a beautiful morning in Southern California, and we have tried to put together a great show for all of you in and around Southern California and also across the world. This is our first ever virtual TiEcon. Due to pandemic, as you all know, we are following social distancing, so we are trying to do these virtual events, but we want to try to still make it as personal and as interactive as possible. So I'd like you to log on to YouTube channel or on our FB channel, go to the live videos and post comments and questions. We will be picking questions from there and hope to answer each and every of your question, make it interactive and fruitful for you. We have a big agenda ahead of us with marquee speakers, thought leaders, investors, and leading business people. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. We'll start off with VP of Microsoft Startups, Jeff Ma, who is going to talk about how Microsoft Startups is helping entrepreneurs in their initial launch journey. Then we have Fireside Chat with Abhay Deol, a Bollywood actor, celebrity, philanthropist, and a thought leader. And we hope to have a lively, interactive session with him. Do post your questions and comments. After that, we'll head on to our MedTech panel, where one of our charter members, Sanjay Srivastav, just received a big round of funding for his last 3 years of hard work in a startup. So kudos to him, and we'll know more about his journey and also learn from other esteemed panelists. At 1 o'clock, we are going to head into the investor panel, one of our most exciting segments where we also have startup pitches from 3 companies. We have a strong line of women leaders and entrepreneurs, and we'll hear their thoughts at 2:15 in their women entrepreneurship panel. These days, everybody is working from home, and cybersecurity has become a big issue, a big problem. We would learn from industry experts in our cybersecurity and work from home panel at 3 o'clock, and we will wrap up with a fireside chat with Navneet Chugh and esteemed guests on how to bounce back in 2021 and beyond. So as you can see, we have a packed agenda, but this agenda is yours, and my friends, please do comment, please interact, make it as enjoyable as possible. The more questions you ask, the more you get out of it. I hope you have a great day. This TiEcon would not be possible without the support of our sponsors, Chugh Commercial Bank, Bank of America, and many other sponsors who have really given us the funding, who have given us the support throughout the years, and especially during this TiEcon. Also, our team has worked tirelessly for last few weeks and months to put together this great lineup and also put together this streaming experience for you. So please do let us know how you are able to enjoy. If there are any shortcomings, I apologize for you, from you in advance. and please let us know how we can improve in future. With that, I would like to turn it over back to Mo, our MC and host of the show. Thanks, Mo. Take it from here.
Thank you very much, Ashish. As always, so many fantastic people behind the scenes that are making this possible. And Ashish is certainly, a man that without him, this would not be possible, alongside Anil Ramaneni, Anshuman Sinha, and the whole team. And here, of course, at TiE SoCal, we have such a powerful, talented, and inspirational community of charter members, one of which is a gentleman who's just a pleasure to listen to, a gentleman who works, of course, at Microsoft, and every chance I've had to listen to him speak, I've walked away learning something. I've walked away having a broader perspective toward business. And of course, I'm talking about our dear charter member, Manish Pardia, who we're going to go ahead and bring in and have him introduce our big keynote speaker that is here from Microsoft to help everyone from around the world watching this with their perspective as we head toward 2021. But quickly, before we do bring in our award-winning charter member who has done such a great job over the course of his career, we want to quickly remind the people in the virtual auditorium to continue sharing this, continue spreading the word of this incredible day on your social media. We see that there are thousands of people right now that are participating, that are active, that are leaving comments in the virtual auditorium, and we want this to really touch every single country that we can touch. And with that, we want to go ahead and roll in with our award-winning charter member. Good day, good morning, Manish Pardia. How are you doing?
I'm good, Mo. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, we can hear you. And Manish, before we go into our keynote speaker, I just want you to share a couple quick words of wisdom with our global audience. I mean, you and I both know it's been quite a challenging year. You and I both know that entrepreneurs, business owners, investors have had to pivot. And you've done such a great job over the course of your career, winning several different awards, winning a presidential award. Of course, in our community of charter members, you're really one of our leaders. And I want to give the floor to you for a couple of minutes to just talk about some gems that entrepreneurs can walk away with. And then I'd like you to go ahead and introduce our first keynote speaker of the day, which I know you, myself, and all the people watching are very excited about. So Manish Pardia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mo. Thanks to TiE SoCal for allowing me to be here and introduce Jeff. But coming back to how the year has been and how the tech community has been able to keep up, I think the biggest thing on the pandemic is, spending time with family and keeping good spirit is the thing to realize. And the situation has asked us to focus on the family values and spending time together with friends and colleagues. So that is my message. Of course, we are in pandemic, so take time to spend towards your closed ones. Related to business, supporting is what we are looking for. So a community like TiE SoCal, and another community like which I'm part of is IAMCP, which is the International Association of Microsoft Channel Partner. And I'm the president at IAMCP SoCal. So communities like this help each other, and actually not only in business, but also mentally keeping your spirit up and keeping you upbeat. So being involved in the community is important. With that, thanks for letting me speak. My name is Manish Pardia. I'm gonna talk a little bit about Jeff Ma. And so Jeff joined Microsoft as VP of a startup, overseeing Microsoft's program to accelerate the success of startups around the world. Jeff is very well known in the Silicon Valley, and it's great that he's with Microsoft now. In 2012, founded the company called 10xer with a vision to revolutionize human capital management by using data and analytics to create better management, recruiting, and evaluation tools. In 2015, 10xer was acquired by Twitter. He has since then launched 4 different companies, and also like Circle Lending, sold to Virgin, in the past, actually. So Citizen Sports sold to Yahoo and is a sought-after corporate speaker. Fun fact about Jeff is the movie 21, which topped the box office in first 2 weeks, and the best house is based on Jeff's story. So that is very exciting. Those who have not watched 21 definitely watch. With that, it's an honor to introduce Jeff Ma on behalf of TiE SoCal. Jeff, thank you for being available. Over to you.
Manish, thanks so much for having me. And thanks to all of you guys for giving up your Saturday to hang out with us. Do we have the presentation ready, or should I try to share it? Have a presentation show. So I am an entrepreneur, came to Microsoft, but wanted to tell you a little bit about my story, and then take you through a little bit about my journey to Microsoft and sort of what I'm doing there right now. I'm going to try to share my screen. Share screen. Let's see here. Application window. Okay. Share.
Awesome,
right,
Jeffrey. And while the people behind the scenes get that rolling,
wait, can we all? I think it's good. I think is my screen sharing now? Yeah.
Yes, we can see the screen. Go ahead, sir. The floor is yours. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Oh, okay, perfect. So let's see. So I want to talk first off. Who is Jeff Ma? You might ask. I like to say Hollywood magic, and what I mean true Hollywood magic is how you turn an average-looking Asian American male into a dashing British white guy. Because as mentioned, I was the inspiration for the main character in the movie 21 and the book Bringing Down the House. The book was about these MIT guys that went to Vegas and we used math to beat the casinos. And in 2001, I approached a friend of mine named Ben Mesrick, and Ben had written, I think, 6 novels at the time, but it's fair to say that his career was at a crossroads. And I said, hey, Ben, I have a great idea for your next book. And he says, well, what is it? And I said, well, me and my buddies from MIT, we use math to beat the casinos. And he said, I don't think anyone wants to read a book about a bunch of MIT nerds. Then about 3 weeks later, we took him with us to Vegas. And he said, oh, my God, this is the coolest thing. We should write a book about this. And so we went on to pitch his publisher, and we said, hey, we have a great idea for Ben's next book. And she said, well, what is it? We said, it's a story of these MIT kids, us, and we go to Vegas and we use math to beat the casinos. And she kind of got this like glossy, dull look on her face. And basically she said, you know what? I don't think anyone wants to read a book about a bunch of MIT nerds. We didn't listen to her. We wrote a book called Bringing Down the House. It was a New York Times bestseller for over a year. And then eventually got turned into a movie called 21, which was #1 in the box office 2 weeks in a row. I made $150 million off a $35 million budget. So in the end, people did want to read a book and see a movie about a bunch of MIT nerds, which is cool. And I think, honestly, this idea that being a nerd is cool now is becoming more prevalent. And the idea that data and analytics is a power versus sort of a detriment is becoming more and more the case. And so a lot of what I've based my recent life on, it has been sort of this idea of data science and analytics and how that can drive innovation. And what's interesting is Ben Mesrick actually went on to write a book called The Accident of the Billionaires, which got turned into a movie called The Social Network, would eventually won an Oscar. But I can say I made Ben Mesrick who he is today, even though he doesn't probably agree with me. So I wanted to talk a little bit about this sort of long and winding road that brought me to Microsoft. So I graduated from MIT in 1994 with a mechanical engineering degree that I've never, ever used in my life. And now that I have kids, I understand why my parents, it was pretty much the bane of their existence that they sent me to MIT, and I got a mechanical engineering degree, and I've done nothing with it. At the time, and the story that they talk about in the book and the movie about me wanting to go to medical school is true, because I did want to go to medical school. I mean, I think as immigrants and Asian immigrants, it was my dad's dream for me to be a doctor, but I did not want to be one, and I decided after college to go into the world of finance. And so at that time in 1994, this is really before a lot of startups were happening, and the idea of being an entrepreneur was definitely a little bit more of a pipe dream versus a real dream, which it is now. And I went to Chicago, where I was an options trader, and I trade options on equities. And really, after a year and a half, decided like finance wasn't for me. I needed to build something. And so I moved back to Boston at that time. And actually, what was interesting is as I was moving back to Boston, I really didn't know what I wanted to do, but I knew that the internet was sort of taking off and that technology was taking off. And it's funny to think about, but I went to school and graduated in 94, really before the internet. And at MIT, we had some of the first versions of an internet. We had, and I'm sure some of you guys have gone to MIT that are on this call, but we had these Athena clusters and whatnot. And we had concepts of instant messaging and email and whatnot. So I moved back to Boston, and one of the things that I did at that time was I met with a guy by the name of Brad Feld. And I think some of you guys probably know or have heard of Brad. He was sort of the founder behind Techstars and has written a lot of great books. He's one of the first sort of angel investors in VCs. And I met with him at that time. No one really knew who he was. And I just said, hey, he said, hey, what do you want to do? And I said, I want to work for startups. I want to work for small companies, because working for a big company, you don't really have any impact. And so he introduced me to a bunch of different companies. And one of the companies that I thought was interesting was a robotics company. And I went to go work at this robotics company, which was about, at the time, like 7 or 8 people basically in a room, basically building these research robots. And I spent a year there kind of working on business development and marketing and things like, and I really knew nothing about this, right? But I was able to sort of because I'd spent some time in finance and had taken some classes when I was out in Chicago around the world of marketing and business development. And I had sort of just a natural inclination towards it, I guess. I spent a year there, but I really didn't accomplish very much, and eventually left the company because I thought that company would be a big failure because they weren't really focused and they didn't treat what they were doing as a business. I was pretty wrong. That company went on to be the company that builds the Roomba. It's a company called iRobot, and I'm sure many of you guys have heard it. But I was there when they were like 6 or 7 people, but left because I thought they'd be an incredible failure. So many times when people pitch me on businesses, I make sure to tell them that I've been at plenty of places early and left because I thought they weren't going to succeed, and I was dead wrong on a lot of these. So after I left there, I decided that I really needed to embrace the internet. And what was funny, it was when I was at MIT, I really spent no time on computers. I didn't even take a programming class. And I went to go work for a friend of mine's company, and there were about 6 of them that were starting this company called Interdimensions. And it was a web consulting firm, essentially a firm that, you basically were building big systems for big companies and whatnot. And so I went to go work there, and I was again trying to do business development and marketing. And I realized that this was stupid. I actually really needed to learn something technical. And so I went and spent, 40 hours a week, 8-week class at Harvard one summer learning how to program in C++. And, I actually used to joke. I was like, unless I learn this, I'm no better than some history major from Harvard. I need to go and actually learn some technical skills. So I did. And I went and I learned how to program, went to work being a developer, kind of worked my way up, and eventually had the opportunity to start a company in the golf instruction space called GolfSpan. We had 15 of the top golf instructors in the world signed up to these exclusive contracts to produce video content for us. And this is in the late 90s, and bandwidth was super expensive. Video was impossible to monetize, which sounds crazy now. We were onto something, but content businesses and timing, it was just terrible timing. We eventually sold that company to Demand Media, but it was definitely ahead of its time, unfortunately. And then I had the opportunity then to start a company with a guy by the name of Ashish Advani. And some of you guys may know Ashish. I think he's running Junior Achievement these days. But he and I started a company in the world of peer-to-peer lending. It was called Circle Lending. And it was originally a way that we wanted to try to create a way for people to borrow or lend money to anyone they knew. And there was a lot of sort of microfinance or social finance kind of ideas But this is, again, in the early 2000s. It's before Facebook. It's before any of these concepts of like Prosper or Lending Club or any of these things. And we eventually sold that company to Richard Branson at Virgin. He used it to launch his Virgin Money brand. But what was fascinating, again, is in that case, I think I was too early, because nowadays, if you had started that, there'd be so many great tools and so much recognition of what you're doing. I have a tremendous passion for sports. And when the book Moneyball came out and the book Bring Down the House came out, I realized that there was this opportunity to sort of combine the two of them and try to work in sports. And so I started a company called ProTrade. The original meeting that I had was out in Newport Beach in Orange County. And the concept of it was to try to create a media company or a game that allowed people to try to trade athletes like they do stocks. And so it was sort of this very ambitious thing. We had a ton of people that joined us for the ride. We eventually pivoted that company into something called Citizen Sports, which became much more of a media business around distributed platforms like the iPhone and Facebook. And we eventually sold that company to Yahoo. And then finally, as was mentioned, I started a company called 10Xer, which was an analytics company in developer productivity, and really trying to change the way that people manage people. And eventually sold that company to Twitter and ran data science and analytics at Twitter for 3.5 years. And then, spent a bunch of time trying to figure out what to do next. And I went to work for a company that was doing sort of vertical SaaS in the hospitality business. So revenue management in the hospitality business and revenue management for hotels, and was only there for about 7 months before it didn't work out because it wasn't the right fit for me in terms of what I wanted to work on and the people I wanted to work with. And so I spent some time doing some consulting and then had this opportunity to come to Microsoft to lead the startups programs there. And when I first got this opportunity, I was I think I was reluctant to take on this because Microsoft wasn't a company I thought ever about working for. And obviously under Satya's leadership, like things have changed tremendously there. And in the Valley, we have a lot of respect for what Microsoft has become, but I still wasn't really ready to work there. And then I thought about my experiences at 10Xer. And one of the reasons that we had to sell 10Xer was we had gotten to a point where we realized that we needed to sell into the enterprise and we needed to sell into big corporations. And we had no idea how to do that. And if you think about what Microsoft and the world they live in, Microsoft owns the enterprise. And we own like all the cloud adoption in the enterprise. What we need to get better at is fostering innovation in the cloud, is getting startups to build on our platforms, on our products. And so what led me to Microsoft eventually was this idea, this opportunity to bridge that gap between innovation and, between innovation and the enterprise. So when I think a little bit about the role that I'm at right now at Microsoft, when I got here and when I took this job, I think I was a little bit skeptical of everything about it. But as I've gone here and I've been here about 8 months, I've realized that this was in many ways like this perfect job that I'd been prepared for so long. So I don't know how many of you guys have read the book Range by David Epstein, but it's an incredible book that if you haven't read, you should read. And it's all about generalized versus specialized learning. And the first chapter is about this concept of like Roger Federer versus Tiger Woods, where Roger Federer's mom was a tennis coach, but yet did not allow him to just play tennis. He had to play other things. He had to do things like ballet and soccer all along. Whereas Tiger Woods, from the first day that he could pick up a golf club, was only golfing. And and he became great through specialization. And so Malcolm Gladwell's written this book on, 10,000 hours and that kind of concept. And David wrote basically the opposite book, which said, you need to be a generalist. And I realized that so much of my life and what I had done had been generalist learning, right? I'd done this, business development, marketing stuff. I'd done some stuff in sports. I'd done some stuff in finance. I'd been a CTO. I'd been like an analytics guy. And I also actually for 7 years was a water polo coach at MIT. I coached a division, a national championship water polo team. And I've done a lot of speaking, obviously, in the speaking world. And all of these different things that I've done in my life have created this generalized learning, which has made this role that I have at Microsoft almost the role that I'd been sort of like preparing for my whole life. So I love the idea of like when you think about what you do in your life, really focusing on the concept of generalized learning versus specialized learning. And especially early in your career, as you think about this, it's really like, what am I learning? As long as I'm learning, it doesn't matter what I'm doing as long as I keep learning. Because ultimately, like when I think about the path that I got to Microsoft, and I said a long winding, it was, and it was never intentional. It was never like, hey, one day I want to be an executive at Microsoft. But now that I'm here, I realize that in many ways, this is what I've been preparing for my whole life. So 3 lessons for entrepreneurs. And I don't know if any of you guys listen to a podcast called Invest Like the Best. But if you don't, you should, because he just started, Patrick O'Shaughnessy, who's the guy that did it originally, did a lot for investors and now is doing a lot for entrepreneurs, where he's talking a lot about talking to a lot of entrepreneurs, and the people he talks to have tons of wisdom in this world. And so one of the first things that I heard on that podcast that resonated with me a lot, or at least recently, was this idea, if you're an entrepreneur, that you want to do something you want to talk about, because you're going to have to tell people about what you do every day, many times a day, and you've got to be excited to do it. And I think about, some of the businesses that I've been in when I've known that it wasn't the right fit. A lot of it was not being excited to talk about it. You could tell, like, if I wasn't excited to talk about something, that means that I didn't have the passion to push it forward. And being an entrepreneur, doing startups, is all about determination and almost stubbornness. I say, like, I'm definitely not the smartest or hardest working entrepreneur in the world, but I've been pretty successful, and it's because I may be the most stubborn. And so the idea of really doing something that you want to talk about and making sure that it's something you have passion for is important. The second thing for entrepreneurs, I think, is don't be financially motivated, because these days, especially if you have the skills that it takes to be an entrepreneur, technical skills, whatnot, you can go work at a big company, and the amount of money a lot of these technology companies pay is insane, right? And especially if you've been there for some time. And the chance of building a successful startup is pretty small. So if you ever do an expected value calculation on the amount of time you spend and the chance you have of having a breakout success, all that kind of stuff, there's no way that financial equation will ever amount to you saying, hey, I should start a company, right? And then finally, focus on team vision. So, let's go back to the idea of don't be financially motivated. Where you really should be motivated is around the idea of building something, or the idea of doing something different, or the idea of, building something with a team. And that kind of leads me to the last thing, which is early stage investing. When I talk to really good early stage investors, especially when I was pitching businesses, they say early stage investing is all about team, vision, and mission, not about product, right? And team, i.e., who you work with, who makes up the team. Vision, do you have a vision? That's broad, and mission, and actually opportunity obviously is the real thing, because you want to have a unique vision, and then you want to have that vision be in a market with a big opportunity. So as you think about your businesses, it's like team, vision, mission / opportunity. And then eventually, and this is something I think that we work hard at Microsoft now, or at least on my team, is this idea of identifying customer needs. And if any of you guys have never gone through the process of like customer discovery, it's a great process. And there was a Harvard Business School professor named Clay Christensen who wrote a book called Competing Against Luck, which is all about the idea of products being hired to do jobs. And so as you think about the business or the program or the service that you're building, your customers are hiring you to do a job, and you have to figure out what that job is that you want, that they need done. So you need to understand what their needs are. So early on, you're focusing on team, vision, opportunity, and then right away you start to identify customer needs. So those are my 3 sort of lessons for entrepreneurs. At Microsoft, one of the things that we've thought a lot about, and I think I've thought a lot about, is this idea of the startup journey. And one of the things I think that we often focus on too much at Microsoft, because we are such a big company, are startups that are later in their process. And so if you really want to think about segmentation in the startup world, there's really like three main things that happen, right? You generate an idea, and then you build your first product, which is called a minimal viable product, your MVP. And then you get that product to something called product market fit, which is when customers can actually understand how to use your product and understand, and they need it, they want it, right? And so you have a fit in the market. And then finally, once you do that, you grow, right? You grow your sales, you grow all of your customers. And at Microsoft, historically, we've been very good at growing the company after product market fit. Where we struggled, or where we really need to think about and invest, is in this idea of how do we help you in the formative stages of having an idea or having a minimal viable product. And so one of the areas that we want to focus on going forward is really around this complete journey of idea to exit or idea to unicorn or whatever we call it. But we want to be there at all stages of that journey. And then what have we learned in this time? One, we've learned that this sort of depth value proposition around accelerating business growth is really important. We've learned about really trying to create a technology-driven value proposition from idea to exit. And then we believe at Microsoft we're uniquely positioned because we have the best partners, we have the best customers, and we have this tremendous opportunity in the enterprise. And so what's the road ahead? Well, I think the road ahead for me, obviously, is trying very much I think about this in almost an altruistic way, where there's something that I really need to do for entrepreneurs, which is expose the enterprise to them in a meaningful way. And for me, this idea, this vision of idea to exit, and making startups and entrepreneurs, helping them work with Microsoft and exposing that to them. And then also, as from Microsoft's standpoint, really being a partner to startups throughout that whole journey and providing value to them throughout their whole journey. That's really the mission for me. And again, this idea that I've had this long, winding road to get here, it's very much something that makes a lot of sense to me now, and something that I'm tremendously excited about continuing to do as we get into the next phase of what it looks like to be an entrepreneur. So
thank you so much for that, Jeffrey. And I wanted to quickly, remind the folks watching this from around the world to play this back after the fact, because there were so many gems of wisdom in what you just said. There were so many powerful points in what you just said. I especially think right now is a good time for people to break that stigma of being someone that's a generalist, right? Because a lot of people, especially in the world of technology, talk a lot about being a specialist, but it's okay to be a generalist, as the testament of Jeff Ma's life has proven. But Jeff, the floor is yours before we get into the Q&A. If you did want to give a final point to your presentation before we start allowing people in the virtual auditorium to participate.
No, I'm ready for questions. Let's fire away.
Awesome. So let's go ahead and bring back our fellow charter member and my friend Manish Bardia. Manish, welcome back to the floor. And that was a great presentation that we did get today from Jeff. And like I said, if you're watching this from around the world, do a playback. I want to ask our producers behind the scenes to get rid of that banner in the bottom, please. And Manish, before you ask your question, let's have the people in the virtual auditorium throw in their questions. I have a question for Jeff. Jeff, a lot of people watching this right now are either aspiring entrepreneurs or they are established entrepreneurs. Now, those that are on the aspiring spectrum that maybe have a small business, maybe are a one-man show, I want you to go ahead and give a timely and practical word of wisdom and an optimistic point of view into 2021 and beyond, because a lot of people have been, hearing a lot of doom and gloom this past year, and they've lost a lot of that optimism. So I want you to give a word of wisdom to the aspiring entrepreneur and the more established entrepreneur who's maybe an investor. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I think ultimately through crisis, we get pushed to innovation. And I think this is hopefully will be a great example of that in this time where, there are a lot of, especially digital trends and things that are really, the movement that we've been going, where there's been just, digitalization or whatever and moving into the cloud, all that's just happening faster now. And it was going to happen anyways. And I think the idea that, as humans, we're incredibly resilient, and, we will rise above this. And I know that sounds cliche, but I really believe this, and you're seeing it. I mean, we have all those moments that people have talked about with the vaccine and how quickly the vaccine got to market. And, obviously it's too bad that that's become like a bit of a political question. But beyond taking your politics aside and taking a step outside, we've had 2, 3, 4 vaccines come to market in a situation where, people were telling us, smart people were saying, vaccines take 3, 4, 5 years to develop. There's no way we're going to be able to do this. And, it seems like we're 3 to 4 months away from having some form of vaccines almost to be mainstream. So I think, I think there's obviously a lot of doom and gloom right now. All of us are staying at home. This is a weird world. But, I think Manisha's words at the beginning about sort of embracing the new normal and taking time to spend time with your family and all that. I mean, that world that we live in now is like a new normal. And there's parts of that new normal that I love, right? Like, I'm not sure if I would have come down on a Saturday morning to LA to do, or Orange County or wherever you guys do this. I'm not sure if I would come down to do this speech, but I'm happy to take a step upstairs and do it here. So,
are you generally optimistic about the future for the general population of humanity, Jeff, and just the everyday, a typical American or whoever you are watching this around the world?
I think there's two things, right? I mean, I think that as humans, and this is going to get a little bit dark, but we just need to learn how to talk to each other better, right? Because I think that we're seeing it and I think about this a lot in the lens of the people around me who have different political leanings or whatnot. And I'm pretty centered. But generally, like, obviously being in Northern California, having worked at Twitter, there are a lot of liberal notions that have come across my desk. Now, one of the things that I fundamentally think about, and I want you guys to all think about this for a second, when you talk to people, try to talk about ideals, not about policy, right? Try to talk about, hey, do we believe that it's better to have a bigger middle class and less disparity of wealth or not? Okay, if we can agree on that, then we can figure out how we make that happen, right? But let's not start talking about social programs or politics, because then we can't even have a conversation. And I think about this a lot in the lens of business too, where I tell my team, let's talk about strategy first, right? Then we'll talk about tactics later. Because if we start talking about tactics, we'll get bogged down. We won't be able to actually agree on anything. Let's talk about strategy first, because if we're all aligned on strategy, we can figure out the rest. And, as a country and as people, there are some ideals I hope that we can agree on, right? That we can agree on, obviously there's some on the margin. There's some culture that are different. There's this concept called the Overton window, which is like the window where you can have agreement versus disagreement. But from an ideals perspective, let's all try to get on the same page, and then we can figure out policies that get us there.
Absolutely. And, Jeff, I think that is a very powerful piece of wisdom, not only professionally, but even personally, right? Communication, let's say hypothetically, you have a problem with somebody, instead of focusing on, the details of the context of the situation, talk about the ideals, find that common ground and have a breakthrough. So I think that, like I said, this session with you, people need to revisit and people need to take notes. Manish, what question do you have for Jeff, just personally, before we get into the virtual auditorium?
Sure. I think same kind of question related to the focused learning versus generalized. I really like the idea and the great comparison between Tiger Woods and Roger Federer. In terms of technology, Jeff, you are aware of all the things coming up, and most of the in the TiE ecosystem, most of the entrepreneurs are coming from technical tracks, so they are focused. What is your advice related to technology, specifically when we think about focused learning and generalized?
Yeah, I mean, I think from a technology standpoint, it's, don't make your career about one type of company, right? Or one type of vertical. It's look at a lot of different types of products and companies and verticals, and and even different roles that you might play in the technology sector. Like, I was talking to a woman that works at Microsoft who comes from is in the data science world. And she was talking about wanting to like do product management. And I was like, you should, like, you have a great analytical mind. Like, that's a great place to be. But, she's like, well, I don't know if I want to do that, or I want to continue to manage data scientists. And I said, well, just do what you want to do. But ultimately the idea of like doing something completely different, right? Or just even just learning different skill sets, right? Like, oh, I want to learn people management, or I want to deepen my skills technically. Both are valid answers, right? Like the idea of being able to manage people. So I think like in the world of technology, there's different jobs, there's different skill sets, there's different verticals. And, what's funny is at Microsoft, most of the people have been there a long time, and people you meet. And in the Valley, we don't have that, right? In the Valley, we have people that move, every 4 years to a new company, if even 4 years. And so I think it helps, obviously I don't want people to leave Microsoft now that I'm there. I want them to stay. But the idea that you can move from company to company and get different skills, and be intentional about saying like, hey, I was doing consumer before, now I want to do enterprise. I was doing something in the media world before, now I want to, go build hardware or go build software that's, develop. I mean, like, there's just tons of these things. And just, again, being flexible on what you do is important.
Thank you. I think that summary there is being intentional and gain experience and being flexible. So thanks for highlighting that. Other question, even I saw in the chat as well as I had, because I'm part of partner channel, like International Association of Partner Channel, and clients reach out to us on the Microsoft resource. So two things, right? I mean, one is related to Microsoft. There are resources for a startup, but also there are resources to run their own business. What information you have for startups when they are starting their business to look towards Microsoft?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are tons of valuable programs that we have. There are things like Power Apps that you can use to spin up your MVP. There are services like Dynamics and Azure that you can use to start building on. I think if any of you guys haven't used Teams, Teams is a great product, and it would be a great product for startups because it encompasses so many different tools. Like, it's much more comprehensive. Like, when you think about building, and if you end up building some of these solutions for the enterprise, you're going to want to build on top of Microsoft to do that, right? You're going to want to do it to find customers. One of my friends started a company, and one of the companies that we worked with early on is this company called Abnormal Security. And Abnormal Security is an email security company built almost completely on top of Outlook, and it's using machine learning and AI to try to detect business email compromise, social engineering attacks, threats that have never been seen before. And in this case, like, it wouldn't work if it wasn't built on top of Microsoft, because they need to ingest a lot of data to understand what the normal behavior looks like, so they can detect the quote unquote abnormal behavior that might be threats. And so we've done a big partnership with them where, they are a great partner to us, and we've tried to help them grow their business and navigate the world of Microsoft.
Excellent. I also want to highlight, yes, you highlighted a couple of good resources about Power Apps, Dynamics, Teams, and Teams is great. In addition, AppSource, Microsoft AppSource is coming up big time on Dynamics side, AI side. So as people or the entrepreneurs develop their app, it can go on AppSource. So that's a good one. Another question is asked in the chat is, entrepreneurs have habits. What is one habit to avoid, or a couple of habits to not? What to avoid is what is the question. It's asked by our charter member Sanjay Dalal.
Yeah, I think it's what I would say is don't grow too fast. as counterintuitive as that sounds. I think especially in the Valley, when you raise venture funding, you can grow your team relatively quickly. And I think sometimes we get ahead of ourselves. So in many ways, the startup journey is like a video game, right? With different levels and different achievements that you're trying to get to. And if you unlock, the next, prize or whatever at the next level, that's great. But if you try to unlock it too early and you actually haven't done the work to get to there, that's not great. So I think it's important to think about somewhat like patience as you go through the process and making sure that, because ultimately, and you even see this sometimes with fundraising, people want to raise that next round of funding and they want to have a very high valuation and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately that may not be the right next step for you. So I think a little bit of patience, which is counterintuitive. Don't grow too fast. And really, I guess another thing is really focus on the team, the people you're working with, and make sure they're people you really want to work with.
Excellent. So Mo, we have a time for one more question, right?
Absolutely. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Okay. So Jeff, you are involved in the startup culture and in the Silicon Valley. What are the areas which you are seeing a lot of momentum, and what will be your guidance to the new entrepreneurs when they are thinking about some technologies or some kind of industry to go? Just give us your general input here.
Yeah, I mean, I ultimately I think it's around looking at these the trends that are going to continue to happen in the industry or in the world at large, and as we think about the physical world, i.e., delivery, logistics, taking jobs that are very human intensive and making them more efficient via technology. Just these general, and then also the idea, I think the gig economy is really interesting. And I think, if you think about all these things as they marry together, it's in the one case, we're having this paradigm shift, right, to remote work, to delivery. With that, there is this, need for technology to drive efficiency. And with that, you have sort of fewer jobs because you have more efficiency. But then how do you create the opportunity to make those jobs look different via the gig economy or via expert, giving ways for an expert who typically could have only worked with one company before from a physical standpoint, but now can work with a bunch, right? So there's just scales that we can get to and ways that we can ask the challenging questions around the world, the way the world is going to shift.
One final question, and we're running out of time here. We just have a couple minutes left in this segment, and we want to thank you for providing your gracious time and value,
No
Jeff.
problem. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And just one final question, though, because you did bring up something interesting about the gig economy and how labor-intensive jobs are, obviously being replaced with AI, et cetera. Do you think that a UBI is an inevitable part of the future of our society?
I thought we weren't going to talk about politics. I'm gonna take my own advice, right? And my own advice is this: it's let's figure out principles and ideals versus policies. And the principle and ideal that we would agree on is that opportunity is not distributed equally, and we need a way to fix that at large. Is UBI the way to do it? Maybe. But we definitely need a way to sort of fix the inequality that is becoming more and more the case in our country.
Thank you for that, Jeff, and we want to thank you and for all of the great work you're doing at Microsoft and for inspiring people. I haven't seen the movie 21 in about 10 years, but I'm going to revisit it this week.
I think I know what you're doing tonight then.
Absolutely.
All right,
Exactly.
thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank you.
Bye. Wasn't that fantastic, Manish? What are some takeaways that you had from that? Because I had a whole host and whole myriad of takeaways. What a fantastic way to start the 2020 TiEcon. But Manish, what are some takeaways you took before we go into our next panel here?
First of all, I want to say that I found a good movie, 21. I watched yesterday. Okay, so I think the takeaway is this: the whole concept of focused learning versus generalized learning. We have heard it, but this is a new way of putting it. That generalized learning. We have heard that gather more experience and more different kind of domain experience. So that is a very key for entrepreneurs, because single-mindedness sometimes hurts you. So if you are specialized, then partner with somebody who can be your counterpart for generalized expertise. So that would be my learning in this session.
Absolutely. And what's interesting, Manish, is that does seem a little counterintuitive, like I told Jeff, because especially folks that are in the field of technology, people that are in that space are often trained to be specialists.
Right.
There's a negative stigma in the sense that, don't be jack of all trades, be master of one, right? We've all heard that. But I've always taken that statement with a grain of salt personally, because I've always thought to myself, Manish, why do I have to be jack of all trades? Why can't I be master of all trades, right? Or what's so wrong with being, jack of all trades? I mean, here we have someone who's very successful, who has had his journey, and, it's very counterintuitive. But I think right now the world needs more leadership that's counterintuitive. What's wrong with doing several things and learning from several things and then applying them to one thing? Would you not agree? What are your thoughts on that before we slowly get into the next panel here in the next couple minutes?
Yeah, no, I have a key point to highlight here. We focus a lot on when we are creating companies on technology skills, but there are personal skills or project management skills, business analysis skills kind of scenario, which never get highlighted, or they're not the top paying job most of the time, but could be the key difference. Because if you're going to build a team or relationship, or you can just talk very well with investors, I think that itself is also the skill to focus, which is more generalist in the start of the business, I would say. But you need to recognize as an entrepreneur that could be the key skill also. Don't just focus on technical skills. So I think that's a great lesson here.
I also like how Jeff spoke about focusing on the ideals, right? And I think that is an important part of communication in both life and in business. Because when you want to find common ground, or when you want to inspire a team, and when you're the VP of startups at Microsoft, your job is communicating in many respects, because you have to keep that vision alive. You have to keep that future mindset alive with the startups that you're working with. And I thought that was powerful, right? Because don't focus on the small details of a situation. Focus on the broader vision. What is it that you guys are all trying to accomplish together? What is the common ground? And I think that communication is a very underrated skill, especially in the world of technology, because when you go to school for computer science, you're not, they don't train you to come out of the other side being a speaker or being a listener. It's very much X's and O's. Let's figure out, action orientated. But quick final words on your end on this subject matter, Manish, and then we'll wrap up this section. Go ahead.
No, I think a couple of the wisdom, whatever Jeff has given, focus on bigger vision, strategy, and be aligned with that is more. So that is my learning here. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you so much, Manish Bhardiya, and thank you for being one of our fantastic leaders in our community here at TiE SoCal as a charter member. For those that may not know, you've given some fantastic presentations in partnership with Microsoft and provided a lot of value to our community. So thank you for that, Manish, and we look forward to bringing you on shortly. Okay, guys, and now we are going to go ahead and go to switch and pivot here from the world of technology and Microsoft to actually the world of entertainment. And we have a very special program up next, where someone who is a very well-known individual from around the world, a Bollywood actor, a producer, a philanthropist, is actually going to have a fireside chat with some of our fantastic friends here at TiE SoCal. And before we get into that and bring him on board, let's go ahead and watch a quick video earlier last week with Bill Gates and TiE SoCal, and TiE Global, rather.
It's an honor to receive this prestigious award from TiE. I'm sorry I can't be with you and my fellow recipients there to accept it, but I want to share a few thoughts about why your work is so important. I've always believed that innovation is the key to solving the world's toughest challenges, whether it's stopping a pandemic, avoiding a climate disaster, or just raising human productivity. But as Paul Allen and I experienced with Microsoft, innovators can't make it on their own. They need partners, supporters to help them make sure their best ideas make it from the lab to the marketplace. For more than 27 years, TiE has been doing just that. You support great entrepreneurs around the world and in some of the most important fields in technology today. Your work is essential to fostering innovation and creating the better world we all want. Thank you again, and I hope you have a successful summit.
No desvíes la mirada, quédate cerca de mí.
मुझको बाहों में तुम घेरो, समझी ना, señorita. चाहत के दो पल भी मिल पाए, दुनिया में ये भी कम है क्या? दो पल को तो आओ हो जाए, भूले हम होता हम है क्या? señorita, सुनो सुनो señorita कहते हैं हम क्या?
मुझे एक डायरेक्टर ने बोला था कि मेरे चेहरे की वजह से मुझे कोई हीरो का रोल देता ही नहीं है, या तो मैं चोर लगता हूँ या कुछ ड्रग एडिक्ट लगता हूँ या ऑब्सेसिव लगता हूँ, you know.
Jamás podré interpretar el sentido de las palabras que me dedicas, pero el calor de tu mirar me hace sentir como la más bella señorita.
निगाहों ने निगाहों से कहीं अरमानों की दास्तां है सेñorita, ये चाहत की मोहब्बत की सारी दुनिया में एक ही जुबान है señorita.
Awesome. And there you have it, folks. We have an international star amongst us here. We're about to go ahead and bring in the Fireside Chat live from Los Angeles. I want to quickly say hello to the folks over there in Los Angeles with the Fireside Chat. Ashish, how are you doing today?
Great show so far. Thank you so much for hosting it and bringing the energy to all of our audience. And I have here Mr. Abhay Deol with us and Dolly, and hopefully we are going to have a great chat and talk about various things. So ready to get started.
We'll go ahead and throw it to our live Fireside Chat in Los Angeles. And we do hear the firefighters in the background. It could be because this is a hot show. So go ahead.
You got that. All right. Thank you so much. I'll take it from here. So good morning, friends from around the world. This is Ashish Sabu, your TiEcon chair. I'm honored to have Mr. Abhay Deol with us for our Fireside Chat today. Embracing change in the new normal. A little bit about TiE. TiE was established in 1992 in Silicon Valley. It stands for the Indus Entrepreneurs. And we are in 14 countries, 62 chapters. It's actually world's biggest entrepreneurship organization.
Wow.
And we believe in inspiring, fostering, and supporting entrepreneurship throughout the world. Our TiE SoCal chapter, which I and Anshuman are a part of, among a lot of other people, was formed 25 years ago. And we are one of the oldest chapters and one of the biggest chapters here as well. We also founded a TiE SoCal Angel Fund this year, because our model is to promote entrepreneurship and startups. And we raised $1.3 million, and we've already invested in a few companies and looking forward to invest in much more and help young entrepreneurs.
Oh, nice.
This is our 20th TiEcon, first ever digital TiEcon. But I'm glad that at least you agreed to meet with us in person, and we are socially distant. So we are politically correct.
Yeah.
And it reminds me of your politically incorrect Twitter handle, I think. But that's where we are. And thank you, Dolly, for making it happen. I really appreciate your effort, and I appreciate what you are doing for TiE, and hopefully we can continue doing that in years to come. A little bit about Dolly. Dolly is a force to reckon with in the entertainment industry, both in Hollywood and Bollywood. And he has been working at the intersection of US and Indian media industry. And she has worked with various studios like Yash Raj, Omnicom, Reliance, UTV, etc. So once again, Dolly and Abhay, a very welcome. Dolly.
Thanks. Thank you, Ashish, and thank you, Anshuman, for pushing me. And really, Abhay, thank you so much. You're always
That's my pleasure.
Yes, you're really awesome. I've worked with you for so many years, and starting with the Wharton panel, we did together.
I know, right?
Yes. Guys, Abhay doesn't need any introduction. I mean, I don't have many words to introduce him, but let me just say this. He is just not your dimpled boy next door. Behind his persona is his observant and sharp mind. He does not believe to stay in the limelight because he wants his work to shine more than anything else. He has proved himself with all the unconventional choices, and we all know about it. But today is the day that we're going to talk about his future, our future, the industry's future. He is an entrepreneur. He is a producer, director, actor. He is highly vested into health and fitness and well-being, as we all know recently that we're getting from his social media accounts, and he's been talking about it recently. What we're going to talk about is the new norm, how to embrace what we have today, how to embrace and work with it, how to manage our stresses. What do we have for the kids in the future? What do the kids in the future who are working, who are invested their 4 or 5 years of grads and undergrads in film schools, what can they see? How can they navigate their future here or if in India? So with that said, let's welcome our very own Abhay, a thought leader, a thinking actor, I always think of him as, and a wonderful human being. All right,
Thank
Abhay.
you. Wow, thank you for that intro. That's so sweet of you.
No, you are. You mean you're very special to all of us.
Thanks.
So how are you?
I'm good. We're here in LA, with a distant way of sitting. I mean, we couldn't have more privilege. So, we're happy, right?
Great. We don't want this to be a panel. We want to have like a real conversation with you of what you are. What are you doing here, first of all? In the fires and the elections.
I know, right?
And the pandemic. What are you doing here?
Well, I actually have one foot in the US and I have one foot in India. It's been like this for the past 5+ years, 5 years at least. I have family here. My sisters live in the same state. I have my nephews here and my nieces as well. So it's very much like home. I did my college in LA. So it's been a part of my life for a long time now. And work, the film industry is pretty heavy in Los Angeles, just like the film industry is heavy back in Mumbai. So that makes it feel like home as well.
Great. So how are you, I'm pretty sure question in everyone's mind right now would be, how is pandemic allowing you to do what you do? And how is it changing for you when you go to the studios and then you move there? What do you see? How are you working with that?
So yes, it's affected us all, as we know. It's not an easy time. A lot of people have lost their jobs, their means of income, their livelihoods, and it's pretty tragic. And I'm watching pretty closely how the different parts of the world and countries are coming together to support their people, because it's just that kind of time. I think we have to question the structure of capitalism, so to speak, the structure of how we do business. We need to be innovative. I've been lucky on my part because I got a film from Disney US that shot in Canada. And so I was shooting in Canada for 2 months.
Nice.
Yeah. And I remember we were tested Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, thrice a week.
Wow.
Yeah. So I was probably the most tested person on the planet. I remember we had one scare, a background artist tested positive. So they obviously called off shoot and then they replaced the entire background. We, of course, are getting tested all the time. So we came out negative, but that was the only one scare we ever had. And the studio, of course, is very responsible. We were following the laws, everyone had masks on, and that was the thing. You take the mask off, do your shot, put the mask back on. Take the mask off, do the shot, put the mask back on. So, we were practicing all of those norms that have come to be now to try and avoid the spread. And we actually didn't. Outside of that one incident, we never had another. Because I was tested so much, I myself, when I was off set, was careful about who I met, where I went. I had another friend and she was shooting for a film as well. And so I met her because I knew she'd be tested as much as I was being tested. Canada is extremely on top of this pandemic. As soon as it went on a spike, the restaurants were open to sit inside. They shut that and they said only outdoor seating now. They shut the gyms off. So they're on top of it, which was really nice to see. Refreshing. And so I've been lucky through this pandemic that I've been able to get work, travel, return to LA. And, I have projects that are mounting. So that continues on. When you're in pre-production, it's not a big deal. It remains to be seen when we set those films up and when we go to shoot, whether it's a producer or an actor, what the situation will be then. But having seen what Disney did on set, I have an idea now of how things are going to be,
So yeah, that's great insight, Abhay. And you shouldn't be positive for Corona, but you have to be positive in life, right? So be positive, but don't be positive. That's the kind of
well, that's what I meant. That you have to. That I consider myself fortunate, that I was able to still work through this time, but I'm aware that many people are not. And so how do we take the predicament we find ourselves in and still be positive is the question. Because you have to. You don't. You can't let negativity bog you down because then you'll just be wallowing in that. So how do you make use of this time? And I have thoughts on many things. It depends on what you ask of how to make the most of this time.
Definitely. And we deal with a bunch of entrepreneurs. TiE is all about entrepreneurship and people starting new things. And they go through ups and downs. And there are times when they feel like they have just wasted away their life. There is no future. And then next step, they still have to take the next step. So what do you tell our young entrepreneurs, especially among this pandemic where some people might have lost all their hopes and dreams? How do they bounce back?
So there's no one clear-cut solution to this. I think we can start with saying that right now, the human race has to come together as a community, as a society. It's no more, I am a citizen of this country. As we've realized, what happens in China can affect someone in Kenya. What happens in Kenya can affect someone in the US. And so now we have to see ourselves as people of this planet, not people of this country, whatever country you belong to. I think let's start off there. And I think that should at least broaden our sense of identity. And that's a great positive thing. And this is what I meant. How do you find positives? And you have to find them in the little things. That gives you that sense of responsibility that what I do here can affect the world. Another thing is, obviously, we've had to roll back on our activities. And then we saw all these images on social media of the environment cleaning up, the water's getting better in certain places, pollution has reduced. And so it should bring to our attention how much of a damage we've done to the environment and actually how quickly the environment starts to fly, how quickly the environment comes to repair itself, almost like the human body too. When it's cut, it goes immediately into healing itself. So we should not take this planet for granted. So when you talk about especially young people, young entrepreneurs, what's the point of setting up a business when you have no planet that's habitable to exploit that business? So we have to move forward with that thought that, okay, what do we do for our children? We're older now. And baffles me why people are having kids and not understanding that we might be affected by the environment. We already are being affected by the environment. What does that leave for the children? So before we even go into what they'll do as entrepreneurs, we have to see where will they live and how will they live. Because also, and when you look at that, then you have to see, okay, what are the better businesses to invest in? If you still want to only talk about entrepreneurship, then you got to focus on the businesses that will thrive in this new environment that we've created. So green technologies have a future, more than a fossil fuel industry does. You want to support that. So perhaps you want to try and let your children know that if you want to go forward, maybe fossil fuels industry is not the wisest thing to do, the wisest place to go. Maybe someplace green in technology is a wiser decision to take. If you want to talk about film, well, that's something that is deemed an essential service. We were shooting through the pandemic, and the digital platforms were in any case making a place for themselves. They were anyways disrupting the traditional mode of distribution of movies. So you can say that this pandemic has even added more value to the digital platforms, because we don't know when the cinemas will open. And even if they do, they'll open in a phased manner. Sure. Gone are the days that you'd have 100 crore weekend. It's just not going to happen with the limited amount of seating you're going to have of people distanced between each other on that cinema, in that cinema. So if you have kids who want to go into the film industry, it is to look upon the digital space as a more friendly environment, as a more lucrative, and the future of how distribution is going to be. As I said, it was already going there in any case, because not everything can get a release. You have to have a big studio backing you, big marketing budget in any case to put your film out in the cinemas. The OTT platforms came in and sort of started, giving a chance to more outsiders, smaller films, smaller shows, and also content started to change. So then there's that aspect of this current environment that you can look at. I mean, and then I can keep going on and on and on. It goes from everywhere, from our human values to our environment, to the choices you make of the kind of profession you want to do, and leaving behind certain things that are just not going to be, they're not going to exist anymore in the future. It's sustainable. Yeah.
Absolutely. In fact, talking about, you have actually opened a whole lot of broad topics: environment, technology, future, planet.
Yeah.
I think I want to take you to a specific topic so that we can kind of go from there. And one of them would be technology. I mean, there are positives that have happened, like OTT you're talking about during the pandemic, and I'm just talking about the entertainment industry as of now.
Yeah.
So technology, with technology, I think there is a whole lot of user experience. We can reimagine the user experience. Sure. We've never, the VFX and the experience would be entirely different. And the content creation.
Yes.
I think there are two positives. That is where the industry would be heading to in terms of two big positives that's coming out of the pandemic. My question to you is, what do you think are the specific opportunities that you would advise our entrepreneurs and our kids who are watching it? Where do you think is the specific opportunity coming out of the technology aspect of in the industry?
Specifically to do with technology?
Yes.
Well, as I was saying earlier, I think investing in green technologies, first of all.
Okay.
Moving away from the more polluting ones, like fossil fuels, for example.
Sure.
So if you're looking to invest, if you want to invest in your children's future, invest in technologies that are going to be environmentally friendly. We don't have a choice anymore. In terms of film, again, the digital space is an opportunity for more people, a lot more now than ever before. Invest in digital platforms. Don't invest in physical cinemas and theaters, because that is an outmoded model now. In a creative sense, I mean, I don't want to stop people from writing what they want to write, doing what they want to do, but I think awareness of the human condition is now probably a better creative space to write upon. So stories of the human experience, of the environment, I'm open, like I have a production house as well, and I'm happy doing documentaries as much as I am doing fiction and film as well. I myself am branching out in the wellness industry too, a small outfit which is going to cater to, it's a retreat catering to wellness and art and health and healing for a small group of individuals at a time.
Wow.
So, I myself am looking outside of the film industry, and I was anyways interested in health and yoga and art. It was something that was on my mind and my desire to explore. And now after the pandemic, I see that these small, perhaps, experiences that you can cater to small groups of people, because now a lot of people who do feel socially responsible will not probably want to go out there and risk themselves from getting COVID or giving COVID. So yet people still need to get out. They still want to travel. They still want to have a collective experience. So I've formed something like that, which is going to be a retreat to cater to 6 to 10 people at a time at best. Okay. There's that. It's a time to get creative.
Yes.
It's a time to get creative. It's a time to embrace change. It's if you let the stress of this, because if you're still married to the idea that I want things to go back to normal, you will get stressed. If you're still married to the idea that you can go on with life as usual as it was a year ago, then you're going to build yourself up for stress. Gone are the traditional models of anything, of any industry, whether it be the way we power our vehicles and get energy, or the way we distribute our movies and everything in between, because they're very vastly different. You have to embrace this change and see, okay, what is the opportunity here? And again, with everything I've said, there is opportunity to now address that we can no longer just ignore an environmental disaster. We have to look at it and see it and relate to it and take it very personally now. No longer does it happen to them, but not me. So I think that there's a positivity there. It's hard to say that to somebody whose restaurant has shut, but then there's a chance now to demand from your leaders and your government that, this hyper-capitalism which works for the rich needs to be addressed very seriously. Because if you can bail out the banks, why can you not bail out, the middle-class small entrepreneur? It's time to look at them and not look upon as, oh no, you must work hard and overcome. Like, no, this is beyond working hard. This is actually trying to keep the system together, And so that's an opportunity there. And that's a great change to embrace because a lot more people are vocal today. And so when you start to focus on that, then maybe the stress of the new normal, which is getting to you, will not be stressful. Rather, you'll see it as an opportunity. If you see opportunity, it'll come to you.
So
Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Friends, if you're watching this, I must say, I have known Abhay for a while, but you are seeing a different side of him today. You are seeing Abhay not as an actor. And that is the side we really wanted to, have one-on-one with Abhay is, you are seeing the kind of advice you're going to get today, the kind of opportunities, the kind of words that you're hearing. It's not something that you would find Abhay talking a lot. Of course, except the social media. So enjoy it, embrace it, listen to it carefully because there holds some serious opportunities.
People don't ask the questions you're asking me. They usually just want anecdotes,
No, we won't. But so we are listening to Abhay Deol as a thought leader, not as a Bollywood actor right now. So hold off those comments asking me about Jindagi Na Milegi Dobara. I'm seeing those. And somebody is asking if Abhay can say hi, boy.
Hi. No.
So I'm not going to ask that. That's what I said.
That's not here.
Abhay, taking it back from what you were saying, and you said nothing is irreversible. And there is nothing in life which you cannot come back from. That is a powerful message you just said. And the other thing which you said was the newer technology, especially after pandemic, you can make money and do good. So socially aware projects like green energy, other stuff which can actually make difference. So what kind of organizations or social entrepreneurship kind of things you are associated with? And what kind of advice you would give to the kids? Green energy is one, but some other areas where they can actually contribute back to the society in a more responsible way.
So this is something I've done from the beginning of my career. I felt that I'm an actor. I'm not an activist. But I still it's still weighed down on me that Bollywood is just so formulaic. All it does is conform and exploit this sense of escapism that they feel people want. And I thought, okay, maybe I can sort of shape that narrative through the films I make, the films I choose to do. I have power within the film industry. I don't have power outside of it because I'm a filmmaker. So you have to be smart in seeing where your power is most effective. And my power was most effective by the choices I made of the kind of films I wanted to make. And that's how I came up with the idea of Ph.D. That's why I did a film like Shanghai, which was about corruption and grabbing land. A Chakra View, which was the conflict between the police and the Naxals. We talked about ambition and desires in Oi Lucky Lucky Oi. Just moving away from that Bollywood formula so that people can see that as filmmakers, as Indians, we are much more capable than just song and dance and, steroided muscles. We have a lot more to give to this world of art. And that was what I did. Like, it was not so much about supporting an organization as much as supporting my industry and breaking their thought, breaking their myopic view of what constitutes for film. They did not want to think outside of it. They had to be pushed there. And that was my drive, and that's where I got my power. It didn't matter to me if those films made a lot of money. Now, I came from a good family. I had the privilege of being from a film family, being a man in this country, in India. All of these are very advantageous. So I used that power. I used that power to then get directors from outside of the industry who would not have gotten a chance easily. My first 5 films were all debut directors, and they had ideas that nobody wanted to support. It's different now that they're talking about, and the OTT platforms came and made that change as well. But at that time, in 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, no one was doing any of that stuff. And I was called arrogant for even thinking that I could. And on some level, there was an arrogance. But if I didn't have that arrogance, I would not have made those choices. I had to be foolhardy a little bit, a little arrogant to think that I can change this behemoth called Bollywood. And it's nice now today that we can say that Bollywood is not an industry, it's a genre. Even though the industry will not accept it, they don't see it, but it's a genre. When I say Bollywood, what do you think? Songs, dance, color, over-the-top acting, drama, right? It's a genre. So to try and make that distinction so that other people are inspired. And after these films that I'd made in 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, a lot of people have come up and said, it inspired me to take that chance, to take that leap and come into the industry. So those choices that I made were for myself, and so that I could also give back to the society. Now, coming to further organizations, there are a couple of NGOs that I've supported. Not enough to take any credit for it, though. I do some stuff on this side. I like to keep it low-key. There are some people doing really good work out there. And now, like I said, the wellness industry is something I want to use to give back.
Now, wellness industry is booming right now.
In fact, mental health is another space. I just did a Human Rights Watch did a campaign, Break the Chains, of how, trying to take the stigma of mental health out, to try and bring awareness to the fact that, mental health is a real thing. But again, not enough to say that I've added any value to it. I sometimes just go and support somebody in a little way that I can. But again, there's activists and NGOs out there doing really good work, on their own.
Definitely, every little step counts, and we appreciate your efforts. Talking about wellness industry, I was just speaking to you earlier, like this meditation app just got a $2 billion valuation. So there is market for some things like that by doing good and also making money. And then going back to your earlier choices about not taking the common road, but going off track and trying something new, trying something which nobody has tried. And some people might even call you foolhardy at that time. Hey, this is not going to work. This movie is going to bomb.
All the time.
It's going straight to, TV or video instead of a big screen. And I see so many parallels with our entrepreneurs. A lot of entrepreneurs, when they are starting, they come up with an idea on a piece of paper or a napkin, and then they go to investors. And 90% of the time, they say, bring us a product first, MVP, they call it, minimum viable product, before I fund you. And they would laugh at it, but if you persist and if you keep trying, you can succeed. So I think that's a great takeaway from you, that don't just restrict yourself to the norms, think out of the box and pursue your passions. Right?
I think it's important to be true to yourself. You can conform and cash in and make a lot of money, but I know people who've had a lot of success. I know people who have all the money in the world and they're not happy. Whether they be entrepreneurs or filmmakers. Money did not bring them happiness. For a while it did. But I think it's natural for the human condition to want to be liberated, so to speak. And liberation doesn't come from conforming. It doesn't come from giving what sells. It comes from creating something new. It comes from, that's why art is something that is appreciated, because it's provocative. It provokes you to think outside of the box, get out of your comfort zone. And that's what I can give as an artist to the world.
Do you think it's important to be a rebel? Because you've always broken stereotypes.
You become a rebel
as
a result of the environment.
To break through that glass, you need to be slightly a rebel?
in American society, which is so based on the individual, being a rebel is quite romanticized and looked upon as a good thing. But India, as a society which is all about the community, being a rebel is very disrespectful. So it depends where you are. I do say all the time that the American society, which is based all about the individual, it's all about you, you walk that path alone, leads to a lot of loneliness and isolation. And Indian society, which is all about the community, all about the family, leads to like no individuality anymore, But in a weird way, as far as the arts are concerned, being isolated and being an individual will still lend itself to some original thought in art. And whereas being more communal, it becomes a craft. So which is why I think we tend to repeat the same pattern, like Bollywood, for example. It just does the same movie over and over and over again, different packaging. It's a craft. I don't see it as an art. They're well made, they're well performed, they're well shot, but there's nothing new there. You can't be provocative. Again, coming to rebellion. So I understand why people don't think outside of the box. It's hard to step out of your comfort zone. It's hard to make a stand because you really are putting yourself out there for a lot of negativity, or people will shut you out. You'll be blacklisted. And I have been enough times. I've done enough things to be blackballed. But that rebellion by itself is, if it's just by itself, there's no point of it. If it's put into context, you realize it's not a rebellion at all. It's actually trying to break out of a tradition, a conditioning, so that we can move forward with a new thought. And then it's not rebellion at all. It's just evolution.
So you think, let me ask you a hard question. You think because you have
Because the other ones were easy.
So, you have a family lineage, and I know you have spoken extensively on nepotism. Do you think that you could do and take all those risks because of your background, because of the family? And you think that people who are entering the industry, youngster, we have a lot of new people like Ayushmann Khurrana and Rajkumar Rao taking those risks. Do you think it's easy for them or difficult for them, or, it was different for you?
I mean, look, it's not easy for anyone. It doesn't matter if you're Shah Rukh Khan or Ayushmann Khurrana. It's difficult for both. Whether you are at the top and you want to hold on to your position, or you're at the bottom and you want to get to the top. It's tough both ways. You can't take that away. It's hard work to maintain a success or to get success. Regarding the early part of the question and nepotism and everything, it's a double-edged sword. So like I said, I had the privilege of being from a film family, and I used that power. So if I had chosen just to capitalize on it, cash in on it, it would have been easy, for sure. It would have been much easier for me than somebody from outside of the industry. But then to go against it, on one level, it's easy. I can take that stand because I have this great family behind me. But on another level, you're just as everybody else when you don't conform. You can be blacklisted as much as anybody else can be blacklisted. So it's not like it gives you any advantages when you step out of your comfort zone. That's the whole saying, stepping out of your comfort zone. And you're setting yourself up. You're on shaky ground. You have no support whatsoever. Where you could have had all the support in the world, now you have none of it. So it's like actually a fall from grace almost. And it's people look upon me and thought, why is he so foolish? Because he had everything, Why would you give that up? So it's good and bad. Nothing is black and white. It's just as tough for the insider as it is for the outsider. The insider will be compared immediately to his or her parents and has more expectations, and outsider has no expectations. They can start afresh and new. So I wouldn't say it's easy for you and it's difficult for me. I don't even go down that road. I'd say it's tough for everyone. You got to play the game, whether you're from the outside or the inside, Yeah.
I want to go back to what you are saying about rebel, because rebel has a negative connotation. Now, like our theme this year is innovate, invest, and inspire. So I would like to think of rebels as innovators. I mean, you are thinking something different.
Yeah.
Just because it's different, you are not a rebel. And unless you think different, nothing new is going to happen. So where is the innovation going to come from?
I wholeheartedly agree. And that's really the long and short of what I said.
That is what people should be doing, and not trying to force their kids.
I said evolution, you said innovation. There you go. Yeah.
So I hear you, and that's a great thought, and hope our listeners, and especially the kids who are thinking of their entrepreneurial journey, are not just intimidated by people saying, hey, this is not going to work, or hey, this has never been tried. Why don't you just go and study this? Let them explore, right?
You can be a part of the herd, or you can be the leader. And I'm not saying one is better than the other. You could be a part of the herd if that gives you happiness. No one's saying being a leader is the thing you need to be. It's not necessary. But which herd do you want to be a part of? What kind of a leader do you want to be? Because even Hitler was a leader at the end of the day. You know what I mean? And there have been societies throughout history who have been a collective group that have gone against the grain, but they were evolving, So that was a herd, So there's movements that you can be a part of that are beneficial to humanity and the environment, and you can be part of that herd. So it's just how we define things or how we color them and judge them, that sets you on a path of whether you're happy or you're not,
Absolutely.
Very true.
So working in the pandemic, just going back to, because we're discussing again, it's the new normal. What do you think we should be, there is a lot of changes that has happened and a lot of changes that are still going to come. What do you think are the good changes that we should keep and we should move forward with, and something that you would like to, kind of incorporate even in your companies?
What are the good changes?
Something that you think you would want to hold on to as a business.
Well, in my business, in my field, like I said, the digital platforms were anyways being disruptive in an industry that had become very limited. It was stopping new talent from coming in. It was not exploring, because it's all about money more than it was about the art. So that was already happening. The changes, I don't know, we're just in the first year of the pandemic, and I think we're still at that phase where people are stressed. And we are not seeing, until, for example, like I mentioned earlier about entrepreneurs and how they need to be bailed out. They need to be given some help today instead of just the top 1%. Like, let's look at the fact that billionaires have made billions, even more billions through this time.
Sure.
That needs to change. Like, I don't see any reason why anyone should have $1 billion. It just doesn't make any sense, because what will you do with that money outside of buying power? And nobody made that billion without another billion people in between that idea that he or she came up with, and then that wealth that was created. So when people start to see that we work as a unit, sure, I mean, if you're a genius and you have ideas, you should be rewarded for it. I'm not saying you shouldn't. True. But not at the cost of the rest of humanity. You're not that much of a genius, and you could not reach there without the help of the rest of humanity. So I think that is the biggest change that needs to come is, in this country, people say, oh my God, socialist equals communist equals, oh my God, you're a Marxist. They just simplify things. It's not that simple. There needs to be systemic change in the way we create wealth and then how that wealth is distributed. Yes. And then we should not be called out as Marxists for that. I'm not a communist from any angle. I do lean left, no doubt. I do believe in Medicare for all. I do believe that right now people need to be given a handout, and that does not mean that they're lazy. And I don't believe that billionaires should exist. That does not mean I'm a Marxist. So these changes need to come about, and it's become a more important dialogue. Disinformation, which is a big thing nowadays. The algorithms that keep you in the bubble that you live in, that needs to change. Now, the leaders of all the big tech companies need to question themselves, and those especially who have children. What kind of a world do you want to leave your child? Just for your profit right now, you're leading your child into a world that is going to be far more unstable, an environment that's going to be far more severe. And now that change that you say, what have you seen? I haven't seen it yet. I've seen the dialogue for it. Within my industry, that change was already happening when talking about the digital platforms. Beyond that, I mean, we're not, like I said, filmmaking is an essential service. We have to make those changes. Like I was shooting the last Disney film, and I said that we took all the precautions. We wore the masks. When there was a scare, we called off shoot. So we're doing that, and we'll continue to do that. And we'll continue to entertain. But outside of that is where the real change needs to happen, because we'll make those changes. Studios will follow the norm. But what about the rest of humanity? What about the structure and the systems we live under? That needs to be addressed. And you can't just spread disinformation and point fingers at someone and discredit them just because their view is different from yours. True.
With the proliferation of social media, we all have been hearing this term fake news. It's becoming very difficult to
It's always existed.
Take the news and views aside. A lot of times what we are seeing as news is really somebody's views. And as you said, those algorithms keep feeding you that kind of information.
The
So you just
filtration is
start
not
believing
happening.
that is the world around you, and everybody thinks like that, but it's not correct.
Yeah.
It's becoming very difficult, and I hope some of our entrepreneurs out there might be thinking how to actually cut through this and actually be able to provide people real news, because that is very, very required in these days, just to be informed properly of what is happening without a bias.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to have a platform where you just access all the news, like, for lack of a better term, if you have Facebook, let's have Newsbook, which is legitimized, I'm just off the top of my head, because people pass on news on their social media accounts. So I'm like, can't there be one? And again, I think this needs to be government funded. This needs to be for the people. We pay tax for what? We pay tax for all sorts of things. Why can't we pay tax for a platform that provides all of us with the same news, or supports channels which are identified and legitimized? I don't know. I mean, I'm not an editor, but yes, there definitely needs to be.
Journalism is difficult, and that is what I think most of the media.
People have agendas.
Yeah,
Yes.
even the outlet. I mean, they all
Yes.
have to worry about the TVs
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah, there's no
It's a
easy
big
answer to
vicious
that.
cycle,
And disinformation has been something, fake news has been something that's been with us from forever, all of human history. It's just that now it's become much faster with technology to spread that disinformation.
So, interesting. You talked about, I have a funny question to ask. So how do you manage your stress?
How do I manage my stress? There's good days and there's bad.
All right. So
I-
talk about your bad days.
I do.
Good days with the coffee, strolling, strolling on the beach. Yeah, well. what
Good
about your
days,
bad
good days would be not stressing about bad days.
All right.
I do follow yoga a lot.
What yoga do you do?
There's this really good Instagram page called Yoga Shala, which I follow, and they have different teachers from around the world. And everything from Hatha Yoga, Anyan Yoga, pranayams, breathing techniques, and the whatnot. That really helps. I started doing regularly the Wim Hof breathing method. You can check him out on YouTube. I'm not selling him. I make no money out of this. But I found that breathing technique really helps. I'm lucky that I love what I do for a living. So I never work a day in my life, because for me, my work is my passion. So I'm already in a good place there. I'm fortunate to have that.
So what's your vision for your wellness center? That let's talk about, you're planning to invest, and you've always been an investor. I know you've been doing that for a while.
Well, in that sense, I'm a new entrepreneur, I am myself.
And this is the right place, then. You're in the
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
we might be able to fund you.
Yes.
Oh,
if you
great.
are looking
Yes,
for
please.
funds.
I'm telling you.
Fully open to that. Well, my vision for it is this. I've always wanted to have a space that's intimate, that's small, because I believe when there's a larger group of people, the attention from the yoga teacher or the meditator, or the physical trainer, whatever it is, gets little distributed, between those 50 people. I wanted a place that was smaller so that the group also is controlled. It's people who know each other. It's like a group of 6 to 10 people that decide we're going to take over the space. And then I provide them with the services of yoga and meditation. And in fact, I have a great hall where I can do like art exhibits. And like Goa in that sense has it all. A lot of people who teach yoga, great artists, they're doing some amazing work. The beaches are nice. Have a pool and a gym and all of that. So it's just like a bespoke, if you can call it that, experience of retreat, whether it be a 7-day retreat or a 10-day retreat. It's in Goa. And the idea was there before the pandemic hit, but now that the pandemic has hit, I think people are more likely to embrace some place where it's controlled, where you're staying with your crew, so to speak, and everybody's tested, and you don't need to go out for entertainment. Entertainment comes to you. We can have lots of brilliant chefs with great restaurants. Goa is known for its food as well. So that, you bring that experience to you. I have this fancy kitchen, and we can have a gourmet event. You could take a course, you could do a day's course. You could sit down, talk about yoga and meditation from a highly acclaimed teacher from around the world. I can, cater to people, so to speak, in this wellness experience. And I find that when you give that much attention to your mind, when you give that much attention to your body, is when you find the fastest results. Because you're thoughtfully placing yourself in an environment to work on yourself. You're shutting the rest of the world out. And that gives the most dividends. It's not just, okay, I did a yoga class and now I'm back in my office. So I did my yoga in the morning and now I'm sitting in front of my boss. And All of that comes back. So you want to give it takes time to, whether it be a mental issue or a physical one, it takes time for that to detox, so to speak. So even detoxification, Ayurveda, because we have Ayurvedic doctors and juice cleanses and the whatnot. So I think when you choose to do that packed together with people and with certified, authentic teachers, I think that's going to be the future. You can do it on a larger scale, of course. I started with a small scale because it'll give me the opportunity to do it less of a stress. Like, okay, I have 6 to 10 people to worry about, not 20 and 30. And as it gets more successful, and I have no doubt it will, I can branch out and bring it to like a movement almost, to other parts of the globe, because there should be a vision that's far bigger, far wider. When I was a college student here in LA, I remember in the mid 90s saying, oh, yoga is not that big here. I mean, it was, but not that much. And then 10 years later, it was the thing. I believe Ayurveda has that potential next to kind of go global, because while it cannot replace your allopathic medication, it's definitely like yoga is a great add-on to your medications. It helps you de-stress along with the pills that you take. I think Ayurveda is another alternative that can go forward, in a world that's getting sicker, so to speak. It's a world that's getting sicker.
Absolutely.
This is a great business idea. And I think during pandemic, people have been looking inwards. People have been trying to discover themselves. Now that the world just stopped, they are thinking, why was I running? What am I after?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's important.
Where do I go from here?
Yeah, I think it's important. People choose to take care of their health. People choose to do something about their health. It's important. There's no point in being a part of this rush to succeed. I mean, what hyper-capitalism demands of you. I have nothing against capitalism. I'm a result of capitalism. I'm here today, aren't I? So I'm all for business. But there needs to be a balance. It can't just be one extreme. You're either this or you're that. No. You're either the individual society or the communal society, and nothing in between. So I think it's important to stop a little bit, take care of yourself, and then move forward.
Stop and think, and I think be happy. So one of the questions I'm getting is, what's your definition of happiness? I mean, what this resort which you are creating seems like a happy place.
Well, there's no happiness if there's no health. There's no happiness if there's no love. There's no happiness if there's no community. There's no happiness if there's no friends. There's no happiness if there's no family. So even if you had one of these things, and let's say you had nothing but health, and then you focus on the fact that, oh my God, I am healthy. I can do things. I can use my body. I have a mind. It'll lead you to those things. Let's say you have nothing but family. Sure. But then you say, okay, I have family. So then you use that to get the rest of the things. You see what you have, and then you feed it. You first of all show some thankfulness that you have it. Like, be thankful for the one thing you have. If nothing else in the world, you have that one thing. Be thankful for that. And then that'll lead you to the rest of the things. Happiness doesn't come from success. And what is success at the end of the day? Like I said, I know the biggest entrepreneurs in the world, some of the biggest actors in the world, and honestly, they're not happy because they're just living a life that conforms to what other people require of them. And they just can't help but ask themselves, but what is it that I want? It doesn't always match with what they're giving to the world.
So you're saying a lot of times we are living the life, what's expected out of us, instead of what we really want to do. And
it's not selfish. It's not selfish to think that way. What is it that I want? What is it that defines me? That's not a selfish thought. We're made to believe that because we're judged.
Definitely. Great.
So, before we started, we were talking about a lot of kids who are pursuing their careers in media and entertainment. And I know a lot of young kids would be watching you today and actually holding on to your advice. One of the biggest challenges, and I know a lot of people have reached out to me as well, is like they will do their undergrad or grad doing in film schools here, USA, UCLA, and other places. But the challenge is how to navigate if they have to kind of find the job, talent agents, go to India and work, work in Bollywood, because they've grown. One of their first starting points was watching the Bollywood movies.
Correct.
So they want to work in the industry. They want to work in the industry here. What's your advice to them?
Well, with actors, let's talk about actors for now, that I've met in Mumbai who've come from different parts of the world. The biggest problem I find with them is their accent. They never ever, some of them do, but a lot of the time they don't sound Indian because they're not Indian. at the end of the day. Their blood is Indian, but their culture, their conditioning, their body language, the way they speak, the way they look, their outlook to life is not. And which is an advantage, actually. But as soon as they place themselves in an environment that is alien to that, it becomes a disadvantage. So first of all, find your identity, especially in the creative field, in the field of art. It's really important to know who you are. If you don't know who you are, how will you make people think? You don't know what to think yourself. First, find your identity. If your identity is American, you're better off being here than being in India. If your identity is strongly Indian, sure, okay. But then you have to, as an actor, you have to speak a certain way, look a certain way. And even within India, I'm an urban raised kid, and often directors who came from smaller towns would make fun of me because I was so urban. They say, you never understand the small town mentality. I mean, I think they never understood the urban mentality, but they claim to. But so you're constantly questioning yourself. You're constantly growing and evolving. So it's important to know who you are before you start to see whether you can understand somebody else. First, see where you're coming from, accept it, embrace it, and then move out. Second, you know what, in film, it's really important, whether you're a producer or an actor or a director, to understand the nuances of the culture you're exploring as a filmmaker. So if you understand the nuances of American culture, but you don't understand the nuances of Indian culture, try as you might. You'll still be superficial as a performer. And I think in that sense, Bollywood, on another level, because it is so sort of on the surface, because the understanding of cinema in India was, oh, we're a poor country. This is going back to the 80s. People have miserable, poor lives. They just want escapism. And they're not educated. So we have to really spoon feed them. So they're just dragging that now. And that is at a complete loggerheads with people who come from Western countries, because, they grow up in a society that isn't poor, that isn't as less educated as India is. And so subtlety matters for a lot, which is why the acting styles in Western films are so different from Indian films, because they can play with subtlety here because of the culture and the economy. Whereas in India, it's always been the tradition of spoon feeding and entertainment. I also think that Nautanki, which has been the traditional Ram Leela, which has been the traditional form of entertainment, Nautanki as we call it, has directly translated into film.
Wow.
Because Nautanki is also about action and drama and romance. It's theatrical, it's large, it's big. Wow. And that has translated. And that's what I mean. We're traditionalists, we're craftsmen. And we don't even see it. If you look at things from an anthropological way, you will see these things exist. But we're not even aware of them. We're just enacting out of our conditioning. People say, oh, we make stuff that's out of the box. But I'm like, no, first step out of the box. Because even those who are thinking they're out of the box, and there are a few who are making different stuff, they're still in the box because there's another conditioning that they come from. This chip on your shoulder that you think, oh, you're an urban kid, you won't understand small towns. There's also being in your own box. Because at the end of the day, there's very little difference even between the urban and the rural. If you just look upon it from a wider perspective, you're Indian. And how does that shape you? From a larger perspective, that shapes you too. So I think I would encourage kids who are born and raised in a certain country, I would encourage them to stay within that country and try and make it here. Because look, you might be pioneering because of the way you look. You're not going to get work easily in this town. You're brown. You sound a certain way, or maybe you sound local, but still you look a certain way, which is not considered mainstream. But if you keep running to India, then you'll never break that condition that this country has of what, let's say, American looks like. It's a country of immigrants, for God's sakes. I mean, there should not even be an American accent. It's a country that has been made by people who are coming from the outside. My sisters are born and raised in India. They sound like me, but their kids are born and raised here. They've lived more than half their lives here. Does that make them any less American? No, but they just, they don't roll their R's and stretch their vowels. They're American still. So if they choose to stay back, they can add a lot more value than if they choose to go to India, where they will be somewhat of an outsider. And I always feel bad for them because they're neither here nor there. And then it's harder to find their identity. Right. And that's really hard. A few of them can make it, but understand there's very few and far between that do. Thousands and thousands come every day into the city to make it in the industry. Out of the 100,000, one person makes it. Those are the odds.
Abhay, you are quite an intellect, and a lot of people are saying they are amazed to see this side of
No one's abusing me?
your story.
Sure.
I have comments going through the wazoo here, and our time is up. Actually, we have been talking for an hour, and we can go on for a few hours, really. And people wouldn't even mind, but we have
we must.
producers saying we need
We
to
must.
get off the
Yes,
air.
yes, yes, please.
And so thank you so much for
Thank you
doing
for having
this.
me,
We
yeah.
have been enlightened. We have been inspired, and
Thanks.
hope you continue to inspire a lot of us all around the world, and
Thank you.
keep breaking the norm and lead the way and inspire our kids as well for the next generation. I would like to have Anshuman give you a little token of appreciation.
Oh, wait, you have to first. If you're going to get close. See, you forget the new norm.
We need to put on our mask for social distancing here.
Well, because we're not distancing, so we need to put the mask on. Yes.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
And giving us such a nice. It was a pleasure. Thank you for having me. Really.
That was great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that awesome panel. Welcome back right over here to the 2020 TiEcon Southwest Innovate, Invest, and Inspire. And that was really a real unique treat for us to be able to go ahead and hear a perspective from outside of the world of technology, outside of the world of traditional business, and hear a perspective from the entertainment industry. So that was certainly very delightful and a treat for us to hear this new perspective. Here at TiEcon Southwest 2020, of course, we are here to bring you some real thought leaders in different industries. And here for our next panel, we have a real unique group of individuals that are going to be providing that value to help you be inspired, to help you have a broader perspective in business, and to really give you some gems that you otherwise would not hear anyplace else other than right here at the TI SoCal 2020 event. So let's go ahead and roll in the MedTech startup panel. We want to bring everyone here inside of this. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome, everybody. Thank you guys for joining us today. I want to start off by welcoming everyone to this event. Let's do a quick round trip introduction with each person. I know that we have everyone here. Let's start off with Sanjay. The floor is yours. Just a brief introduction, a little bit about yourself, and then we'll move on one by one, and then I'll leave and let you guys continue with your host. Sanjay, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mo. It's my pleasure to be speaking to you. My name is Sanjay Srivastava, and I'm a medical device technology entrepreneur based in Southern California.
Excellent.
My background is all in cardiovascular medical devices for about 20 years. I have worked for large companies as well as started my own business in medical devices.
Thank you very much, Sanjay. Let's go next to Manish.
Yeah, I'm a recovering scientist, have a PhD in biochemical engineering, never really fully recovered. Been a serial entrepreneur, have started several companies, took 2 companies public from scratch. I was the first employee. So I'm delighted to be here and looking forward to it.
Thank you, Manish. And Raja.
My name is Raja Sundaram. I'm the CEO of Plati. We are a virtual musculoskeletal care digital health solution. My background is Cisco Systems, Virgin Hyperloop One, and a bunch of other startups. This is my first round as a CEO.
Excellent. And the moderator for this panel is going to be Sumit. So Sumit, what are you looking to accomplish with this panel? How excited are you? First of all, give a brief introduction of yourself, and then explain what you hope this panel will do for the people watching us from all around the world before I let you guys continue with the program. Sumit, what do you have to say? The floor is yours.
Okay, so my background is I did initial corporate stuff, telecommunications, electrical engineering background, and then last 20 years, various types of startups in the startup space, both in the US, India, and globally, initially in online internet games. And now I run a digital health entity called WellBrain, and we're a digital health chronic pain management platform that's enabling solutions that can help alleviate the opiate epidemic. So that's where I am. And as far as accomplishments, what I'd like the audience to gain is from a startup perspective, given our collective experiences, what are some nuggets they can take home with them, particularly in these challenging times, and how do you grow a business, especially in this industry and in this vertical? I've had experiences in other industries, but there are a lot more challenges in the healthcare spectrum from those aspects.
Excellent. We certainly look forward to a real inspiring session. And with that, Sumit, I'm going to go ahead and hand the reins over to you and allow you to continue as the moderator of this session. And we'll be joining you in about an hour. But Sumit, the floor is yours to get this program started. Go ahead.
Okay. So welcome, everyone, and thank you for your time and everything. So with respect to MedTech and digital health, it's been a fast growing industry, and it's in the vernacular almost every day. And if you look at the record level of investments, about 76 billion across the spectrum in various health sectors have been invested. And then particularly in digital health or in the startup, it's on track for almost 8 to 9 billion per quarter. And then many of that could be arguably concentrated to established startups, if you will. So sometimes there are some aspects for early stage startups, and it's a little bit tougher and challenging to raise capital. But one of the things I've noticed, especially with my startup, and I'll have each of the panelists here comment, is with respect to the current COVID environment, we actually saw a boon in growth, largely because we were able to enable various digital aspects. And in that particular, specific to WellBrain, what we did was some of the solutions we had, which was clinically driven with the patient at the physician's office, a lot of it could be shifted to remote patient monitoring and what have you not. So what has happened is many physicians and staff members and even the patients, they could be at home. And here in the United States, the federal government enabled reimbursement for physicians for the same level of payments. So what I'd like to do is ask the panel, and with their first set of questions here, and I could start with Raja, like, what have you seen this year in particular that was different or transformational that had an impact on your business?
I think what was transformational this year was the change in the regulatory posture with regards to enabling virtual care and enabling virtual care across borders of states, which is monumental. Now, you talked about the normalizing between an in-clinic visit versus a virtual visit, as an example, just to put into context. What this year also did was proved out two things. The telehealth guys have been there for 11 years. This is the first boom year they've seen. The reason they've seen that is because what used to be access to care, which is 45 minutes drive away from the clinic, became very, very real for patients, particularly the elderly, right? And so what CMS had done, what did this year and continues to do, is to look at this as the new way of care delivery, augmenting what happens in clinic care. That's the monumental shift this year. For us, the access to care with the elderly became very, very evident, right? And so what we found was more and more clinics who had not done even telehealth are beginning to embrace it, and therefore, next step, beginning to embrace us, which is virtual care delivery.
Got it. Yeah, thank you, Raja. And how about you, Sanjay? What have you seen in the past year across your entrepreneurial experience and other aspects?
Yeah. So, when we look at digital technologies in the field of medical healthcare world and medical technologies in general, from the set of eyes and as a typical Thai entrepreneur, that's software and digital technology people, we think of it, where can I apply these in diagnostics, in medical diagnostics? Where do I apply these in delivery of healthcare? Where do I apply these in managing the data? But there's also a whole side of medical technologies where you have the pharmaceutical industry, you have medical device industry, and you have the biotech industry that's looking at either diagnosing the device, the various diseases, or solutions to various diseases. So particularly with respect to AI, I was at a radiology conference recently, and people were talking about, would radiologists exist? Or can we have the computer read the CT, read the MR, and provide the diagnosis? Can people get the diagnosis at home? And I began to see these AI being applied into actually in real world in a couple of different places. For instance, in prostate cancer or liver cancer, where we are looking at trying to figure out the exact margins, where is the end of the cancerous tissue and where is the healthy tissue, can we enable the computers to read those more precisely than a human brain can read. Second example is if you look at the atrial fibrillation in the heart disease, the electrical arrhythmias in heart, where you're trying to, there are technologies that with a catheter you can go and burn the tissue so heart rhythm gets back to normal. But the question is, where do we burn and how much do we burn exactly inside the pulmonary vein? And today, doctors employ tool and combination of decision making with their own cognitive abilities. But then can computers do that? And I'm beginning to see that the algorithms are being developed and the landscape's changing, that certainly the AI can augment human judgment and ability to diagnose tools.
Right. Yeah, we see those aspects of machine learning and artificial intelligence coming into play. It's also coming into our realm in the sense with respect to what we're doing, because we're collecting massive amounts of data, and there's such certain types of patterns and recognition that could be learned from an engine per se. So I think there's going to be a lot of those use cases going forward. How about you, Dr. Singh? You are in the biotech world.
Right, so biotech and pharmaceutical, I think the two biggest changes that we see, one is the COVID vaccine. If you think of a traditional vaccine, it takes almost 10 to 12 years to develop a vaccine, get it approved, do the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trial before that. This time, from the time that we were able to sequence the virus to actually getting into the clinic, it was, I think, less than 100 days. And within less than a year, we actually have the vaccine that has been approved in multiple countries at this time. So I think that was one of the most remarkable changes that we have seen in this. And the other thing that is sort of tied to that is the way we think of the clinical trial in this business, where it takes a very, very long time, and it takes a large number of patients, and we were able to squeeze that timeline to such a small amount. And I think that completely revolutionizes not only how we should think about the vaccine trials, but the cancer trials, for the diabetes trial, all kinds of trials. I think there's going to be a complete rethink after this.
Right. So that's a good segue into the next question, which Raja and I had discussed as the team earlier. It's like a lot of trials, and that's a unifying theme across all of us. We have Manish in biotech, we have Sanjay in medical devices, and Raja in digital health, and I'm in digital health. So how can we more robustly get more results faster to the market if we're a startup or an early stage company? And what are some of the suggestions or thoughts you guys might have with respect to that? I'll start with Raja this time.
So look, if you're looking at it, I'm tying back to Dr. Singh and his point of view on clinical trials, and then we'll kind of extend from there. The clinical trial story, as far as I'm concerned, is very simple, right? You spend a boatload of money building the drug, and then you need to test it. And then you go out and acquire a whole boatload of patients to do the testing. You want to make sure that the patients are engaged every day. It's not just popping the pill, but it's all the other activities that you need to do. Digital health, particularly in the context of how it manages patients' behavior and engages them day in and day out, becomes extremely critical in terms of how we collect data very quickly. So you're beginning to see a huge mirroring of clinical trials on one side and digital health, particularly in RPM, kind of coming together more from a data standpoint, to Sanjay's point. Now, when you start thinking about what the use cases are, what the pandemic has really done is brought to the forefront some big issues with regards to who gets care and what kind of care do we get. And interestingly enough, we've always looked at India versus US. Look, we are in Apollo in Hyderabad as much as we are in San Jose, California. And I can honestly tell you that the access to care issue is the same. People live 45 minutes away. They're elderly. We're all living longer, growing older. The issues are the same. The question is, when you start thinking across the continents, when you start looking at what are the issues to care and how do we ensure that we have a better quality of life as we grow, there are several solutions. You're getting into chronic pain management. There are folks in the health space All of these are issues that have not been addressed. The pandemic brought it to the forefront. So to a budding entrepreneur in the audience, find those problems, go tackle them. That's really what I would say.
Right. Those are excellent points. And Sanjay, from your perspective, what do you see?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, it's good to have different perspectives here, Sumit. So I make these hardcore mechanical gadgets. That's what I've done for 20 years. That go inside the body, fix a disease, generally a cardiovascular or a plumbing problem, and come out of the body and patients go home. You know, that cartoon that you've seen that the patients getting their head out of the car and the signs say drive-through brain surgery. We're trying to get close to that. It's almost like, you know, you get stents, you get heart valves, you get the clot removed from your brain, acute ischemic stroke gets treated pretty much just by sticking a needle at the groin. So that's the landscape of medicine that we have been trying to change via these cardiovascular mechanical devices. And they do require clinical studies, and our clinical studies are of the order of 100 to 200 people. And the key for entrepreneurs that want to get into this side of medical technology, which is this hardcore mechanical gadgets, is to work with doctors, is to be driven from these technologies are driven by the need. They are not so much, of course, there's different ways. I mean, there's brilliant minds that drop out of college and create billions of dollars, but we still go and most Indians or most people go and tell their children to go to college and finish college. So that's one point, that work with the need, understand the need. That's the way to get into the medical technology entrepreneurship. With respect to what's digital and these types of things, the trials that I do, 100 to 500 patient studies typically get us approved. Patient-reported outcomes. I think patient-reported outcomes are becoming important. For instance, liver cancer, again, you take an example, that yes, we can prolong life. Mostly it's the symptoms are getting better. People are living better lives with certain things that we're trying to do. For a couple of days, they're going to live 2 to 5 years, but is their quality of life to do better in 2 to 5 years? And for us to argue that, we need people to be able to enter stuff in their iPhones right away. So there's plenty of things in those spaces for typical tech entrepreneurs that they could do either in the diagnostic space or in the patient interface. Whereas the doctor to patient interface area is where these hardcore mechanical devices come into picture, where the doctor is actually delivering a mechanical technology or electrical technology that's actually rendering a therapy. So hopefully you're getting a little bit of answer to your question on the applications of digital technologies in the clinical studies.
Yes, those are some interesting comments. And I'll add a comment here from the WellBrain perspective. So what WellBrain is, we're a digital health chronic pain management platform, and we enable all types of modalities to alleviate chronic pain. And some of the modalities include accelerated prior auth approval for medical devices known as neuromodulation. And these are known as spinal cord stimulation and peripheral nerve stimulation. It's basically electrical impulses that the physicians implant in an outpatient procedure to defeat the pain signal. And it's interesting you say that, because we've incorporated not only with our mindfulness component, what's very popular now, or not even popular, it's a whole shift in behavioral health integration, what's known as BHI, and getting those qualitative assessments. And so what we're doing is we're enabling physicians to better track patient inputs through the smartphone, getting the data back to the physician in between office visits. And it's also a reimbursable revenue stream. But the bigger qualitative aspects are the physicians are wanting to see these quality of life scores. And like you said, Sanjay, like, how is the patient feeling 2 months out, 3 months out? It could be a medical device, it could be physical therapy, or it could be anything else. So this is becoming proactive versus reactive. So as an entrepreneur, especially in many of these countries, there are a lot of changes going about. And while you might think digital health or healthcare MedTech is rigid, there are little avenues where you could start poking through and getting into these aspects. So I think it's very interesting, like how it's synergistic with what we're talking about. And lastly, Manish, any other further thoughts on this subject?
No, I think with the knowledge of the genetic basis today and the ability to actually modify these things, you're going to see our ability to detect these diseases on a personal basis in a very, very different way. I think the treatments that we are thinking about 20, 30 years from now are going to be much more individualized. They're going to have very little side effects. And lastly, and most importantly, the benefits are going to be much, much larger rather than the incremental small benefits that we see in this. Currently we have several $1 million drugs that are approved. Their benefits is no more than several weeks of survival. I mean, really, they are almost a sort of a waste of the society's money, especially when society is paying for that, because the outcomes do not justify some of these. And I think that's where the value equation is going to change completely.
Right. So shifting gears also, and if anyone in the audience feels free to ask a question, I'll happy to take those and interject them in between. One of the things I'd like to get a better understanding, and for the audience and stuff, if I have an idea, and whether it's, I understand from largely my experiences have been more in the electrical engineering technology services side, so it's easy to build solutions on software, so you don't need enough capital. I've been around long enough that I've raised capital with a PowerPoint and where you didn't need anything produced. But maybe Sanjay and Manish, you could start first in the sense that what does it take to, if you have an idea in your realm, whether medical tech devices or in the biotech, how do I get a company up and running if I'm an entrepreneur? What's your recommendation or suggestions?
Yeah, I can start, Sumit. And I'd probably even step back a little, and I meet with a number of people like aspiring entrepreneurs. Perhaps I see more aspiring entrepreneurs in Southern California than actual entrepreneurs. And to them, I'd say pursue your passion. Talk to yourself, hear your inner voice on what you really want to do, and find a way to do what you want to do. Ultimately, you have to be happy. And if that's what you want to do, you have a mission, you want to find a solution, you want to, accomplish something, do that. And physician partnerships are very important, especially if you're talking about healthcare delivery, where the doctor is touching the patient and you're doing something, then those things are, so I talk about there's two types of, there's either that I'm an expert at a specific technology, whether I know this particular sensor, or I'm an expert at a particular new polymer or gel or a software or data, and I want to find ways to apply it, whether it's in ophthalmology, whether it's in orthopedics or something, or you know a clinical need, an unmet need. And mostly the medical device industry that I've been exposed to and have been part of for the last 20 years, the innovation here has been driven by the unmet need. And unfortunately, unmet need is somewhat of a privilege, and meaning that you need to be close to the delivery of healthcare. You need to be able to observing it, watching it, and understanding it, of how it's being delivered, so you know what the gaps are. So I had my first message to these budding entrepreneurs would be find a healthcare deliverer partner to test your technology that you have in mind. And once you have that type of validation, then you can take it to the next level. So partnership with the physicians is the key. And that's one message that I'd like you to remember. Pass it on to Manish.
And I agree with everything Sanjay says on this. I mean, he has a lot of experience, especially in the medical devices. But if you look at the overall sort of three major segments that we are sort of thinking about here, the digital health or the software components, the medical device components, and the biotech or the pharma, the amount of money that is necessary for a true value creation really goes up very, very significantly. Right? By the time you're at a biotech, you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, sometimes even before you start a clinical trial. And those are very, very difficult to really fund. And I would not recommend going that path for most faint-hearted, because I think it's hard to raise money. I have raised hundreds of millions of dollars, but raising the first $1 million is probably one of the hardest things that you do in that setting. One thing I have also realized is there's a true arbitrage that actually exists in this country, which is the academic centers. So to give you an example, the last company that I started, that the technology came out of the National Cancer Institute. We probably spent less than $1 million to actually acquire all the rights and everything to the technology and the company. Today, I think the market cap is somewhere around $7 billion of that company in less than 7 years. So there's been a huge expansion, and the technology base has remained the same. So we were able to recognize that technology. We were able to sort of sell that idea to the investors, bring the investors, build the company, and of course the investors who came in, they added a lot of value. A lot of the people who came in. But I think that arbitrage opportunity at places like UCLA, USC, National Cancer Institute, Sloan Kettering, there are really some very well thought out technologies that exist. And if you have the patience and the ability to dissect those and be able to put it in the PowerPoint that makes sense to an investor, I think there's a huge value creation opportunity that actually exists.
Yeah, you bring out a great point. I remember one entity I worked with before it came out the top research labs out of Australia, and it was a scaling infrastructure of the internet issue. But they had the resources to spend the 4 to 10 million to develop that technology, and then commercializing it. That's the key where you can leverage those opportunities. Raja, you have an interesting career and background, and maybe you can explain how you got into Plethy via Cisco. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs would like to understand that, coming from the corporate world and then jumping into the startup arena, and a little bit with Hyperloop.
Yeah, to the budding entrepreneur, first of all, please don't start in pharma or medical device. Please join a company, learn something before you go do that, because you'll never raise money. It's a very difficult proposition, and it's very hard to do what Sanjay and Manish does, right? And I'm not trying to scare you guys, but that's the reality. We'll talk about that in the context of regulatory. So I didn't have a clue on healthcare. Cisco had created something called Cisco Health Presence. I had the fortune of having to sell it worldwide, and we realized both myself and my sales teams couldn't speak medical if our life depended on it. So we partnered with UCSF, with GE Medical, and with Cerner, and we sold it to large hospital systems. So I had learned, I understood what are some of the challenges in healthcare. When I left, I went to Blink, the car charging network, and then Virgin Hyperloop One, and SI, which is a European IoT firm out of the UK. Throughout it, what I did was this. I went into hospitals, met with CEOs, CFOs, and physicians to seek to understand what problem to solve. I looked at it in the context of not only the need for care, but also how do you make money doing it? Or if I build it, would you come? And so that was about a 2-something-odd-year journey while I was reading scientific research, because I wanted my own clinical compendium. And so started focusing on musculoskeletal care, because I kind of looked at it as, by the way, musculoskeletal means knee, shoulder, lower back, upper back. I mean, it's like, it's not some magical words. We all, as we grow older, one of them starts aching, right? And so we looked at it as that's foundational. I thought it was foundational because it's activity for daily living. It's mobility. If you don't have mobility, then you lose out in life. And so that's really how we got about it. Had brought together a team. But to Sanjay's point, my co-founder is a neurosurgeon out of Stanford, now head of neurosurgery in Ohio. Brought in, so we are a geek and Greek squad. There's a bunch of folks who know AI, ML, all the magical buzzwords of Silicon Valley. By the way, I'm from San Jose. On the flip side of my house is nurse practitioners, doctorates in PT, and doctors and advisors. And so we kind of put together a group which was clinical and tech, and how do you bridge that together? And we are hardware, software, cloud, AI, and all the other buzzword fingers. So it is. So to the budding entrepreneur, hey, just go talk to your primary care provider. They will tell you what some of their challenges are. You don't need to go build a heart lung machine. Start solving simple problems, but bring together the right team.
Yeah, one of the interesting notes, if you're a budding entrepreneur, it's almost always important to have the physician or the background and the educational experience of what have you not. So WellBrain, is co-founded by 3 practicing pain physicians, and without paying physicians or without the physicians helping us, assisting us, it helps on the entrepreneurial journey. Otherwise, it's going to be a tougher slog, and it validates you even further because, you know, it is medicine, it is health, and it's always a strong point in getting success in the market, especially for early adopters and then their colleagues and what have you not. So there's a lot of external factors going on there. Now, one of the aspects is...
Hey, sorry, but Sumit, can I...
Go ahead.
This goes back to the budding entrepreneur. I'm going to counter you just for the laughs. You don't need to do that. You don't need to go clinical. Because one of the things that I'm observing, and you know this, we've talked about it. Look, there are real problems which are B2C problems to solve.
Yep.
Right? Which is the headspaces of the world.
Right. Yep.
You don't need to have a doctor in your team to go do that. Right?
That's true.
You also see solutions that go direct to the HR department and companies under the guise of wellness. If you go back and look at Fitbit for a very, very long time, Fitbit, when it entered corporations, entered through HR wellness and benefits department, did not go through a clinician. So when you start thinking about what your strengths are and are you able to put together the team, it's not that you don't have a doctor, therefore you can't do it. There is a B2C component, and there's also a B2B component with large corporations on the wellness side, if you can deliver value to employees. Right? Just an alternative path, because I don't want people to go, I don't have a doctor in my staff, dear God, how am I going to do it? Well,
no, I stand corrected. I mean, no, that is correct. If you are doing something that is touching the patient that is in the clinical setting, then yes, you'll need the physician. But if you're non-clinical, yes, there's hundreds of other types of ideas and solutions out there. We have a B2C component as well, where it's just the interaction with the patient, and we funnel them to the doctors, but we don't need physicians for that. So yes, I do stand corrected. So yes, there are a lot of niches. There's in insurance tech, all these other aspects. So good point.
Going back to one thing, I think both Sanjay and Raja really pointed out, and that is you really need to understand the need and what is missing. What is the problem that you're really trying to solve? Like, I think there are too many technology entrepreneurs. When I say the word technology, I'm including everyone from the scientists to the software people. We tend to think of that we have a technology we are looking for. It's like that proverbial hammer. Everything looks like a nail, and they want to put that and sort of hammer it. You really want the doctor to say, you know what? I think this is a fundamental problem that needs to be solved. I think understanding that and sometimes it's just like most medical devices. They are really nothing more than incremental change. Right? They are not revolutionary changes that are completely changing the medical care. They're incremental changes, but in doing that incremental changes, they're solving a certain part of the problem and providing a better outcome.
Right. So we do have one question from the audience, and it flashed on my screen so fast, so I'm trying to remember. But someone asked the questions. What comments do you have on the ethical aspects of what we're doing? I couldn't catch here we go. Any thoughts about the ethical and legal framework to prevent abuse of mental health data? I guess that's an interesting question. Maybe Roger?
Can I look at it from a data standpoint? Look, we pick up data we have clinical data, which is we know your pain, we know whether you have medical adherence, your positive symptoms. We actually have a sensor, so we know your range of motion. So we know flexion, extension, abduction. How are you recovering on your recovery journey? We also have social behavioral data. We know your persona, we know your tendencies, we know your dog's name is Friday, we know you live in this zip code with your daughter and a son, and we know all sorts of things. Look, the way we've thought about this is we've thought about this as this is the patient's data. It's not our data, it's the patient's data. Our strategy has always been, if it's de-identified, which it is, HIPAA compliant, then we've leveraged it to provide risk stratification information. I don't know that the patient is Manish. but I know how to help the physician tailor care. Manish said this very clearly. Care is becoming more and more and more personalized. Medicine is getting personalized. We use it to enable the physician to deliver a personalized care. At the end of the day, whether it's medical or any other form of mental or any other form of clinical, or for the matter, socio-economic attributes that we pick up about the patient, as long as it's used, one, it's got to be HIPAA compliant. Let's not even play around.
Yep, definitely.
This de-identified. I don't know you, but I kind of know sort of profile of you. As long as it's utilized for some kind of additional value, personalization being delivered to the patient, which enables them to get better, that's important. I don't want you guys to, in the audience, to think we're collecting patient data, and others would say the same thing, and suddenly I know you. I know Johnny, and Johnny is, no, we don't know. We know A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this is the kind of profile. And that's what's important.
Yep,
Sorry,
definitely.
That's kind of how I don't want people to think this medical side on the clinical behaves like Facebook, where if I go look up my alumni at Berkeley, they're selling me a t-shirt, right? That's not how it works.
And the key is the guidelines. Even we're collecting behavioral health data, and if a patient striates at a certain level at a certain clinic with a certain physician, it's de-identified, like as Raja mentioned. So we have realms of data, but it's not like we're going to go out there and say, hey, that person in Wisconsin has an opiate use disorder with this and this. So, there's restrictions in place. It has to be double encrypted REST, all the standard HIPAA compliant initiatives here. I don't know if Sanjay or Manish, if you guys want to chime in here.
Yeah. I think, Sumit, I wanted to deliver two more messages here, particularly people in India that might be listening, that don't be afraid of the FDA. There is a notion, which I consider a complete myth, that FDA is difficult. I can't get anything through FDA. FDA is your friend. FDA is there to safeguard American people's interest, American consumers' interest, American patients' interest. But at the same time, FDA also has a mission to advance the healthcare. So understand FDA and view them that they are on your side and they'll be your best friends. It has to be when you're trying to develop devices or pharmaceuticals or biotech solutions that are interfacing with patients and making some claims that I'm going to fix this particular thing. You need to demonstrate that it's safe and it's effective, and there are methods in place. But if you become part of that journey, and the reason I'm delivering this particularly for people in India, that I've been doing this for 20 years, and anytime I have a need, I ask the team to go look for it. They come back with a solution from China. Yes, it's a great country. It's a huge country that's increasing the healthcare spending, but we also have a motherland. And I want to deliver the message for motherland that medical devices it's a fantastic field. It's a large bit of, so we spend $3 trillion in healthcare. About $1 trillion of that goes into pharmaceuticals. And yes, about 100 million of that is medical devices. So it's much smaller. It doesn't get into the radar of the Ambanis of the world. But all of you, the bright people, the aspiring entrepreneurs, as well as the mid-sized family houses, please consider medical devices. It's changing the landscape. So that's message number one. Message number two. You don't have to be a data or digital entrepreneur to be living in California or to be changing the face of the world. I have changed the face of the world that I'm talking about in the last 20 years by putting these little needle-like things in the body. So you could be a mechanical engineer, you could be a chemical engineer, you could be a material scientist, you could be a biologist. You may not know how to write a code in anything, and you could be a fantastic world changer in the world of healthcare. We tend to be light on pharmaceuticals, and that's, yes, granted, those are big countries, those are big companies, those are, it takes $250 million minimum to develop a drug. But these medical devices that I've made my career, they take anything from they could take as low as $5 to $10 million to develop. And they could take as much as $100 million to develop. And generally, when you create an enterprise, your enterprise value is easily 10x of what you create. But They are much lower risk than the pharmaceuticals. They are about 3 to 5 years of development. They are mechanical gadgets. You can't be that wrong with it. So hopefully I'm inspiring some people out there that there's a lot that you can do, and everybody doesn't have to develop to learn and to go to study computer science either. I mean, since my children are that age, and I want to deliver that message to the younger people as well. So with that, I'm back to Sumit or Manish. Yeah.
Let me just add one more thing that to Sumit, and this is sort of a little bit going away from the main theme, but just trying to combine the clinical aspects as well as some of the things that we have in India. So, for example, there are lots of myths about, let's say a product of Ayurveda or homeopathy or turmeric and all of these. What we are lacking is a substantial data to actually substantiate those statements, right? And that's where I think FDA has done a very good job of forcing us to build the case by using the scientific methods. That if you think that XYZ thing decreases inflammation, now let us do a clinical trial and show that the inflammation markers are lower. Show us that these things have changed. And for example, you can take, let's say, turmeric. You can take a number of these products. Only you will see those kind of studies have really been done by like NIH or something like that. But I think we as a culture, we need to sort of, not just live on the myths that we have been living with, but really incorporate those myths into our studies and say, okay, how do we develop a knowledge base around that? Because then that knowledge base allows you to do new innovation in terms of new pharmaceutical, in terms of the new treatments.
Right. No, those
Hey,
are.
can I just add one thing to it, Sumit?
Sure.
That's okay. Here's what I found, and I wish I had learned this before. Nearly every state in India has got an initiative around it and an opportunity to write an MOU with the state, particularly in the case of any form of healthcare. I wish I had known this when I had started this. We have a MOU with the government of Tamil Nadu. We also found that every single chief minister who comes into San Jose or San Francisco, I go to the event. This is run by TiE or somebody like that, right? And every state is giving incentives in India, both in land, power, and everything else, to focus on healthcare. And so even if it is not about getting funds, it is about getting resources from the different states. So if you're an entrepreneur in India and you're thinking about healthcare, anything, or for that matter, any form of entrepreneur in India, look first in your state to understand what your state is providing you. Because, man, I wish I had known that before. So if you look at Tamil Nadu as an example, we find that, Sanjay, to your point, Lakshmi Mills, which I remember when I was a kid making saris, makes fantastic medical devices and sensors out of Coimbatore. And by the way, I'm just using one example. It's like that in every state. So there's already an ecosystem. How do you leverage that? And sign an MOU with the government. It doesn't cost a penny to do this, but at least gives you access to resources.
Yes. A couple points on that. On the FDA thing is interesting. One investor, one advisor asked us just simply write to the FDA. And I was thinking, well, I initially thought, oh my God, is this bad thing? And I wrote to the FDA and we wrote to the FDA and within 7 to 10 days, we heard back. It's like, no, we like what you're doing. You don't have to be, you're not really a diagnostic. You're not a therapeutic and we don't need to regulate you. So go on your merry way. So, just keep us abreast of the progress. On the India point,
we had a class one. Hey, we had a class one, and even that I was sweating bullets, and I can't even imagine what my peers had to go through.
So I was like, okay, that's fine. So because we do get questioned, what about FDA approval, what have you not? On the India front, my career, I've spent time in Bombay and Bangalore, and I've raised capital in India. So one of the challenges I think on those front, as Raja pointed out, I think in India, things have advanced much more in terms of fundraising and private capital and what have you not. And I don't know, I have experiences obviously in the US, and one aspect in the US, what we're seeing is, yes, the early first $500,000 to $1 million, it's very hard to get, but when you get it, it's good. But then because there's so much dry powder here, and because of quantitative easing, if you think about it, a lot of the firms have raised so much capital that to justify the next round of valuation is a challenge. So a couple things. One is, what are your thoughts or ideas or suggestions for the Indian market, for those people in India, and those in the US or other markets where it's a little more sophisticated, where there's too much capital in, depending on where you are at the early stage or pre-series A or up to A. So any thoughts? I'll start with the investors on top of the panel here. Sanjay, if you want to go first.
Absolutely. I think I mean, I can talk about the medical device side of it, right?
Sure.
So back to medical devices, back to cardiovascular, that if you're trying to change, look at a problem, look for a solution, partner with people who can find a solution, who can validate the solution with you, and go with understand what the requirements are. There's FDA, generally there's three kinds of medical devices. There's three types of classifications: class 1, class 2, class 3. Class 1 is like syringes. Class 3 is these implants that go and stay in the body. The class 3 requires most investment. Class 2 requires of the order of $10 million in and out. You go inside the body, do something, and come back, and that type of investment. So the last company that I founded three years ago that we just announced a couple of days ago, we announced a strategic partnership. It's going to be about $10 million of total investment from beginning to the FDA approval. And that's a PMA product. We are setting a precedence. PMA products, that's a class 3 device. They do cost about of the order of anything from $20 to $100 million. And the world thought that that's why they weren't doing, because it's a niche play. So, and people thought, well, it's going to cost so much. And that's what entrepreneurship is about. It's about innovative thinking and changing the way the people think. And you just look for an opportunity and do it the way you think it can be done.
Look, I think there's a lot of money in the US that is available, but also there are a lot more deals that are chasing this money. I spent about 5 or 6 years on a VC firm here next to Caltech, Pasadena. And I think our ratio of investment was maybe around 2% of the deals, of what the total number of deals that we actually saw. Now, this doesn't mean that, most of them were sort of quality deals. I think there were sort of limited number of sort of the quality deals. But out of that, the numbers that we actually were funding was fairly small. The big problem is you need to raise enough money so that there's a value creation that happens, right? A clear value creation. So let's say on the pharma side, I want to see that somebody completes a phase 1 trial, because a company, let's say, before phase 1 is, let's say, worth $10 million. After phase 1, let's say they're worth $100 million. After phase 2, they may be worth $1 billion. So you want a complete step function in terms of the incremental value. So every time I think you think about raising money, I think you need to ask two sets of questions. Number one, what is the next incremental step where there'll be a change of valuation, a change of perception, or I can remove a certain risk out of this? And secondly, how much money do I need to actually get to that point?
Got it. I'm awaiting a question from the audience, but while we're
there's a couple of them.
Maybe I can make one more comment, Sumit, that the strategic partnerships, I think that's an important part. And I see, since I sit on both sides, I see people, entrepreneurs wanting to find a large strategic partner and establish a partnership. And I see almost the moment they create, they come up with an idea, they want to take it to a bigger company and want that. And they want a validation. And my message to them always, regardless of which side I'm sitting and I'm talking to them, is to stay put, develop the idea, grow it a little bit more, and then take it to a strategic partner. Because otherwise it comes across that you're seeking validation from a larger enterprise. And frankly, if larger enterprise could figure that out, then they'll do it themselves. The fact that you need to either it's a disruptive thinking play, or it's something that needs efficiency in its creation, or there are reasons why smaller entrepreneurs are creating much of the innovation. So message to entrepreneurs is that don't go to or look for a larger company too early in your evolution. Look for angel money, look for private capital, VC money when it feels right. And then when you're a little bit farther along, and the right place to sell medical devices, at least, and I deliver this message to virtually all companies that I look at, is to at about 40 to 50 patients. When 40 to 50 patients have been treated, they have demonstrated that their product is safe and there is a hint of efficacy. That's when they get the maximum return, and that's the best place for a larger strategic to turn into. And so I'll hand it off to someone else, and then I'll come back and talk about this whole dynamics between the large companies and small companies.
Well, one thing I think both Sanjay had mentioned, and we know a little bit about Raja's entrepreneurial background, is both Manish and Sanjay, if you could tell us about your entrepreneurial journey and how did you get where you are from being an entrepreneur? Sanjay, you want to go ahead?
I think it's one of those things that nobody starts their careers with. They, I think, end at that place by some mistakes or whatever that sort of fate may be. So actually, some of you may not know, Sanjay and I, we were classmates back in Roorkee. So I have known Sanjay for over 30 years. I started as a very traditional chemical engineering background. I got a PhD in chemical engineering. In the final year of my PhD, there was a director of the American Red Cross. He had come to give a presentation. As he was giving a presentation, there was a word there like PTFE. One of the professors, he raised his hand. He says, "What is that?" And he says, "I don't remember. I don't know that, but I'll get back to you." So I raised my hand. I said, "It's polytetrafluoroethylene, blah, blah, blah." And then there was another thing that happened. Again, somebody else asked the question. I raised my hand, sort of clarified that. And basically, at the end of that, he asked me, "Hey, I like your answers. I would like to collaborate with you." We were thinking I'm one of the professors. One of the, I think, benefits of having a little mustache as a young Indian. And I said, why don't you give me a job? I'll get a business card. So that's how I started, my first job working at Red Cross. I worked as a scientist, went to business school for a few years. And I think business school changed my entire thinking process. I used to think really everything as sort of bottoms up. Typical engineer. I can think the Lego-like molecules, Lego-like things, and what I'm going to build. I think business school forced me to think top down. So now you're no longer thinking of what I'm going to build. You're really thinking about what do I have in the market, where the opportunity is, where the need is, and how can I sort of get there. And I think that put me to my sort of entrepreneur career there. Sanjay.
Great. Go ahead.
Yeah. I kind of think of the need first, and I was privileged enough when after my first 5 years in automotive industry, when I was fortunate to have stumbled on a job in a medical device industry at Adverse Life Sciences in Irvine about 20 years ago. Then I felt home, and I thought I found what I was looking for, both living in California, which had become a dream in the preceding year or two when I got exposed to California after living up and down the Midwest and East Coast. And second thing was that here I could see the whole thing from concept to commercialization within my purview, even as a early career engineer, and that I found very fulfilling. And since then, I've always been sort of entrepreneur, where I'm looking at a need and I'm trying to fulfill in that 3 to 5 year horizon. And then I take each part of the body. In these 20 years, I take one part of the body, work on it for 2 to 5 years, create a gadget, commercialize it, and move on to a different part of the body. So it's a plumbing business, a body plumbing business. I started out in sort of the abdominal area and abdominal aorta, moved up to heart, worked inside the heart, then worked outside the heart on coronary stents, then worked on stents and legs, then moved into the brain, and then I'm back into doing some stuff in the gut area and some stuff in the heart area. So that's kind of my journey, and it was somewhere between at the juncture of clinic, business, and creating gizmos.
Okay, great. I mean,
that's what I do. That's what I love to do. That's what I'm going to keep doing forever.
Yeah. So I think we're almost winding down here.
Yeah, we're out
Go
of
ahead,
time.
Ray.
Just one thing. There are a couple of questions that showed up. I think on what should be in an MOU and so on. Guys, if I'll give you templates. Just drop me a note on LinkedIn. I'll send you templates and pay it forward. Find the next entrepreneur and give it to them. I'll be very happy to do that.
So I guess,
Awesome.
Yep, I got the
Very
notice
good,
to
guys.
wrap things up.
And
Go
we're
ahead.
going to slowly wrap up. And here we have a couple more minutes. But what we want to do, we want to ask the three panelists to just give one final closing statement as we wrap this up over the course of the next few minutes. And then Sumit and I will do the recap. Let's start with you, Sanjay. One final short statement in closing that you want to share with the world audience watching us right now.
If I can leave you with 3 messages instead of 1, listen to your inner voice, pursue your passion, and think of medical devices as a very attractive area.
Manish.
There's a lot to do.
Thank you for that, Sanjay. Manish.
On very similar lines, do what you really enjoy doing. Be willing to go outside of your comfort zone, because when you take the risk, that's when the growth happens, and that's when you will rise to a higher level.
Thank you for that, Raja.
If you're in the medical space, then it's a cause. You have to get your jollies by making an impact, where patients hold your hand and cry that you made an impact in your life. If that's not going to give you jollies, I have several other fields in technology that I can guide you towards.
Excellent. I want to thank you guys for graciously sharing your gems and your bits of wisdom and your experiences with the global TiE audience here today. And thank you very much. The virtual auditorium is very excited about the gems of wisdoms you guys have shared. So with that being said, thank you guys for sharing your time. Feel free to continue working with TiE SoCal in the future. So Sumit, that was an exciting panel. That was really exciting. What are your closing thoughts as we close up the next couple minutes here about what we all just collectively experienced?
I think the closing thoughts are this. It's, I think they've reiterated, if you have a passion in this sector, whether it's MedTech or other aspects or digital health, then pursue it. And the other big point is, and I see this a lot as I get approached by potential entrepreneurs or even some other budding companies, is like, really have the problem definition defined and the solution that you're trying to address. Often there's so many solutions out there, but it's trying to find a home. And I think the key message is, are you really solving a problem and then applying to that? And I think Raja said it perfectly with respect to MedTech or digital health. It's like, when you make an impact on patients, and if that resonates with you, then it's passionate. I came actually from the gaming industry, video games, which is about selling an addiction. And then I've seen in this other perspective where we're trying to solve the addiction problem, and you see patients cry like positively, and it's powerful. It's like, wow, you're making an impact on their lives. So I think those are the key points. I think we covered the entire spectrum of, pharmaceutical, biotech, and medical devices, and a combination of musculoskeletal and digital health. So we had a good realm of speakers.
Absolutely, Sumit. I think that was definitely a very insightful panel. Now, we have a global audience on YouTube and Facebook right now from all around the world, various different demographics. But I wanted to highlight this comment because I thought it was very inspirational. At 94, I have taken full advantage of medical devices to live happily, enjoy my family, and manage my business. Well, Irene, God love you, and thank you for being with us here today. And here is a 94-year-old woman that is still learning, still educating herself, still actively involved in the community, and not making age an excuse, and still kicking it at 94 years old. So God love you, Irene. Thank you for being with us here at the TiEcon 2020. Looks like you've got a new fan, Sumit.
Yeah, that's great. We make impact. Some of the solutions we try to make not only 15-year-olds who could use these iPads and smartphones, but we also design it all the way up to, I think we have a 91-year-old who's using our solution as well. So you have to think about those aspects as well. It's not just a certain set. It's a broad set you have to think about.
Absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree with you. And thank you very much for doing such a great job moderating that panel, Sumit. We look forward to working with you again in the future.
Okay. Great. And if anyone needs to reach out to me, feel free using TiE to reach out to me, and I'm happy to help out.
Thank you very much. So next up, we have a real exciting investor panel. Okay, this is I've been waiting for this one all day long because I love hearing what individuals that have made an impact in the world of business have to share, because, you know, people that have been able to actually go into the trenches and go dive in head first and make an impact usually come out the other side with grit, with insightful wisdom, because they've actually walked the walk. You know, it's very easy to talk and it's very easy to discuss things with, but what's hard is actually taking the action. And that's why I'm really excited about this particular panel, because I know that as we highlight the various different things going on, these are individuals that are action takers. So if you're watching us right now in the virtual auditorium, if you're on Facebook, if you're on YouTube, share this with your friends, share this video on Facebook, and take notes, because you are going to hear gems of wisdom from the people on this panel, and you don't want to miss it. So let's go ahead and start rolling them in. Welcome, everybody. Of course, before I give the baton off to our wonderful moderator, a friend of mine, and a real inspirational person, Deval, we're going to go ahead and real briefly have individuals just do a quick introduction, and then I'm going to give the hands off to Deval. Let's start off with Axel Tillman. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you so much, Mo, and thank you actually for the whole TiE SoCal to have me on today. It's a great pleasure. It's a wonderful day outside and inside, and I have been watching all the wisdom. I should actually have introduced myself as my name is Axel Tillman, and I'm a globalist, like our first speaker today. I have to admit, I am going also across all verticals, and if you look at my LinkedIn profile, I can almost speak to all the verticals, but does it mean that I can research your next drug? Probably not, but I'm pretty good in connecting the trees. Entrepreneurship is at the core of my heart. I don't know actually anything else but startup environment and entrepreneurship for my entire life. And therefore, it's not surprising that I'm involved into various different entrepreneurship efforts. One of them is Pitch Global, which I have joined over 3 years ago, where we actively have regular events. And we are extremely proud that we are also launching on February 21st, together with the Los Angeles Tribune. Mo Rock is actually the owner and editor-in-chief and CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune. You are doing, by the way, a wonderful thing in the entrepreneurship world of newspaper, and you're converting this completely, as I have to say, from an outside perspective. And I'm looking forward to our topics today, what we can share together, and the floor is now.
Thank you very much, Axel. I appreciate the kind words. And next up is a fellow charter member of TiE SoCal, a man who has actually walked the walk, and that is Shankar. Shankar Ram, the floor is yours. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Deval. I'm Shankar Ram. I'm the chair of TiE Southern California Angels. I'm an entrepreneur investor, and I think like an entrepreneur. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm at heart. I've started 4 companies, and I've exited all of them. And I'm also an old-timer. I've been an entrepreneur for 35 years. Not today, yesterday, 35 years. And I've been an investor for 20-plus years. And I'm actively involved in the community. As I'm the chair of TiE SoCal Angels, where we invest in startup companies. On the other side, I am also involved in getting back to the community. I'm the president of Food Finders, where we rescue food to end hunger. Last year, we rescued almost 15 million pounds of food. We rescued food. And I actually started as a volunteer 6 years ago. Now I'm the president of Food Finders. I'm involved in the community, on the startup community, and I'm so thankful for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Shankar. And real quick, you mentioned there that you are an old timer. I don't know if you saw, there was a 94-year-old woman who left a comment for us just a few moments ago. So in today's context, my friend, you're definitely not an old timer. You have a long, long ways to. You're one of the young ones today.
No. Old timer as an entrepreneur, when entrepreneurship was not there, when investment was not a big deal. Angel investment, mentorship was not there when I started my company.
I see. Okay, great. I thought you meant chronologically, but either way, we're all very young at heart. So next up is Connie. Connie, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Deval, for inviting me to participate today and also inviting me to become a member of TiE. I'm a very proud new member of TiE here in Orange County. I am also a serial entrepreneur, and now I am the president of Keiretsu Forum Southern California. We are a network of angel investors. We have over 53 chapters internationally. I think we have 4 or 5 chapters in India as well. I have the Southern California region. Last year, we invested $82 million into companies, and we're looking forward to growing that even beyond in 2020 and into 2021. I also have a company called Syndicated Resources, where we actually are bringing together resources that can provide support and help for the entrepreneurs that are looking for funding, and not only looking for funding, but have just received funding, because entrepreneurs really don't know what they don't know. And then once they get funding, it's kind of difficult. So we have resources that can help them once they have received that funding. So thank you very much, Deval.
Thank you, Connie, for graciously taking time out of your day to be with us today. And before I give the baton off to the moderator, I want to quickly remind everyone that Deval himself is very appropriately picked to lead this, because he's a very modest guy who won't tell you this, but he's one of the most brilliant people with numbers that I know. And he's a friend of mine, and he's done great work with Citigroup in the past. And today he's doing lots of fantastic things with Startup Steroid, which I'm definitely a fan of, and love the work that you are doing with that. So I just want to quickly give an introduction to Deval, who's doing a fantastic job and really understands the intricacies and understands taking a look at ventures from a 360 perspective and really not letting any stone go unturned, which is something I appreciate about my friend Deval. So with that being said, I'm really excited to just sit back now as a participant and enjoy this dialogue. And Deval, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mo, and what a fantastic introduction. I really appreciate all the kind words. And as you guys can see, I have a fantastic panel today, and I'm really excited to sort of dig into your minds and to learn from your experience. 2020 has been just an absolute amazing year. It's been extremely challenging on one end and extremely fruitful on the other end. So I want to get into all of those things with you guys. Thank you so much for coming on. And for the audience, if you guys have any comments, questions for us, please type them into your the chat field. If you're on YouTube, Facebook, anywhere else, you can certainly put in all of your comments. I think we have the whole team backstage who can see that and can pass those comments on to us. So you can participate in the conversation as well. Having said that, let's start off with this fantastic panel. I want to first talk about the 600-pound gorilla in the room, right? 2020 was sort of, it'll be remembered for the COVID challenge. I want to hear from you guys. Investing is tricky under the best of circumstances. For this year, it was incredibly tricky and extremely sort of challenging to figure out what is, you're trying to look 3, 5, 10 years down the line to see what companies will be successful. How did you guys sort of traverse that pathway this year? And how did you respond to that challenge? So let me start off with Connie and see if you can sort of tell us what 2020 was like for you.
Well, 2020 was very difficult for me, as I'm sure it was for everyone here. The nice thing that we had going for us was that we were doing virtual meetings even before the pandemic hit. We were meeting locally in 3 different locations, but then on the last day of our roadshow, we would meet at UCI. So we were doing virtual forums then. We weren't reaching out to the greater world. And we were mainly reaching out to our local members as well as prospective members here in Orange County. So there's been a little bit of a silver lining for us in that we're able to reach out to all of our network. We have investors that joined our forum. We had a forum on Thursday. We had investors from Australia. We had investors from Spain, from our Midwest region, Mid-Atlantic region. We have members from everywhere. And so it's been a little bit of a silver lining for us. And our plan is to continue that even when we get back to the point to where we're able to meet again. I think the ecosystem remains strong. I'm really proud to see that a lot of the investors are there to support the entrepreneurs and be there for them, not only for additional rounds of funding because revenues were down, additional rounds were down, but some of the investors that had invested initially came back and supported them even more, not only with funding, additional rounds of funding, but with their expertise in helping them move forward and encouraging them as they moved forward through this pandemic.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, revenues were extremely, sort of shallow for some of the industries that were challenged. And for then the other industries, MedTechs of the world and teleconferencing companies of the world was extremely elevated. So it's sort of hard to normalize that, when you're trying to look out 3-5 years. So having said that, Shankar, I want to bring you into this conversation as well. I know with TiE, we're actually, as a side note, we're going to highlight 3 of the companies that our own charter members have either backed or supported in the second half of this conversation. But you got to see the wide breadth of companies that are coming into our ecosystem, coming into TiE, and all of the challenges that these companies are facing. What was 2020 like for you?
Actually, it was. See, I'm a member of Tech Coach Angels, also Orange County, and TiE. So it has been difficult meeting virtually. No, not meeting people face to face, because you can read the face of the startup companies and investors, talk to them, and that has become difficult from a virtual standpoint. But from an investor's point of view, 2020 has been fantastic. It's been good. A lot of companies in the market, a lot of deals coming through. We look at valuation, revenue, but companies that thought out of the box, there's so many of them. It's successful. As a matter of fact, for the past 10 months, I have reviewed at least 300 pitches. I listened, started pitch up decks. I've listened to at least 100 pitches. And between me and the fund, we have invested in over 15 companies in the past 10 months. So individual investment has come down. I don't see individuals are skeptical, but between the TCA fund and TiE fund, we have invested in a lot more companies. As a fund, as a group, they're investing. As individuals, they backed off a little bit because group risk, taking a risk through the fund. So from a founder point of view, it's been very difficult because they need to have a clear vision. They need to communicate that vision, that what they've done out of the box, why have the sales gone down. So they need to stress the due diligence takes longer, but overall 2020 has been a great year. I had a lot of good opportunities. I said 15 companies I invested in. It's been really good from that perspective.
Absolutely, and you're right that TiE was actually perfectly positioned to take advantage of this because we started a fund right at the beginning of the year, and going into the COVID lockdown, we were able to take advantage.
I want to stress that. See, for example, in March, April, I was hesitant because the COVID had come in, and I thought it's going to go slow down. But then I saw the deals coming through TCA, and I went back to my community, my charter member community, and said we need to start this fund, because there's a lot of opportunities we don't want to miss. And June, July, we raised within 4-5 weeks, $1.1 million from the charter members. And we established a tech fund for Tech Southern California charter members. And we already invested in 3 companies this year. So it has been 2020, I think, it's been tough on overall, but then it's been good for the investment community.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think I want to take this the next step. And Axel, I think with your broad reach with Pitch Global and all the deals that are coming through your inbox, I'm sure you got to see this increased volume yourself. Tell us about 2020 and what it was like for you and for your team at Pitch Global, as well as for Alpha Consult.
Yeah, so we were lucky that one of our partnerships is with the UC Berkeley group. It's called Berkeley Global, and they immediately converted us over to the virtual environment. So all our in-person pitch events became basically on day one immediately virtual. Do I miss meeting people in person? Do I miss to understand? Shankar, I think from your nodding, I can clearly tell that there is something about the personal environment. Yes. And as investors, we will have to see how well we actually do if we miss this personal connection, whether we read people still correctly or not. Because as everybody knows, it's about the team much more so than about the product and about the idea. So that has to be still seen going forward. But we see a lot of good deals. Our companies that pitched, many of them got funded. And I think the smart investors know if we are in a down cycle, this is the time when you want to invest. You don't want to invest on the top in the peak. I always use the surfing analogy, right? Your surfboard needs to be positioned and you need to be up when the surf is going to hit you.
Yeah.
And if you miss this, then you are in the wrong spot, unfortunately, even if with the best ideas. So I see 2020 actually positive, that it also helped us to think about what we are doing, to reconsolidate, to have a little bit more time available to put better ideas out.
Absolutely. That's so true. That you the surfing analogy, I think, is perfect in that you really want to ride the wave up. So that's great. So with that, the 2020, I touched on this a couple of times, as far as winners and losers and what industries that you guys really focused on as far as making those investments. Do you guys want to very quickly, we'll go around maybe a couple of minutes and talk about what the industries you think were winners, and then we can do it in the second round, but talk about companies that you think were really not very successful as far as your portfolio goes, as far as the deal flow goes. So I think with that, Shankar, why don't you start us off and tell us about some specific industries that were really interesting.
Yeah, as you know, the travel industry, hospitality industry has been hit very hard.
Yeah.
And CapEx spending has come down. So companies that are doing enterprise solutions went down. For example, in my travel industry, I had invested in a company which was revolutionizing the travel, which is a subscription-based travel industry. We had raised $1 million, doing very good, signing deals with all these big travel company airlines. And come May, we didn't take a back seat. We went aggressive, but by June, July, we had to shut down the company. Take a back seat and say, okay, it's off the shelf. We'll come back. Travel is going to come back. But the momentum, we had lost the momentum because of the travel industry. So that's one big hit we took. The company was very good. Travel on a monthly subscription basis. It's a good concept. It even won some awards and a lot of write-up, but it failed. But certain industries providing e-commerce, specific to small businesses, marketing, telehealth, EdTech, they all survived. On the other note, I also in MedTech and therapeutics, two of my companies got NSF grants because the grants opened up a little bit more. So we got one was $250, one is $1 million grant that gave a boost to the company so that they can go for funding in 2021. And one company, especially in San Diego, which is in e-commerce, helping small mom and pop shops and businesses go e-commerce, web-based. Because it's shut down, it's online commerce, online restaurant supply. So that company has taken off in this pandemic. In the past 10 months, they have raised Series A at $20 million and then Series B at $40 million within 8-10 months. 10 months. So probably I already have a 20 multiple or something. I came in seed. We could not believe the number of employees had doubled. The customers have tripled. They're doing excellent. So here is one company closed and one company is doing excellent. So I think they didn't think out of the box. They always said, okay, we're going to go into this business. It so happened this pandemic prompted that quick rush into this business. And it's grown. The CEO is a fantastic CEO. It's a great company. So we have the plus and the minuses. Something unexpected, but hey, this is what as investors we had to expect. We had to be ready for all that.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're totally right that the companies that pivoted really succeeded. If you just keep running into that wall over and over again, at some point you run out of steam. So Connie, why don't you take it from there and talk about what you saw in your portfolio this year?
Well, I agree with Shankar as far as the industries that did well and the industries that were hit pretty hard. We've always been very strong with life sciences, with MedTech. Some of the medical devices have done extremely well. Once a company has presented to any of our chapters, once they've completed due diligence, they do a roadshow throughout our whole network. We also have Keiretsu Capital that does follow-on rounds for the entrepreneurs as well. But I think EdTech as well. We had a company this last month that focuses on education for children from 0 to 6. They're positioned perfectly with timing because they are about to launch their product that goes beyond the 6-year-olds. And I think that with EdTech, I think that a lot of the parents are screaming that they want their kids to go back to school, but I think homeschooling is going to be a little bit stronger than it was in the past. It's not for everyone, But for those who have had their children at home and have learned to do this, I think a lot of them will be staying at home, and I think they will be a lot more homeschooling than there has been in the past. We have a company that we invested in quite a bit past years, a company called Perfect Point that removes rivets from aircraft. Got an SBIR grant, did extremely well with that, and it sounds like things are really picking up for them as well. So I'm really excited to share some information on them. But we have a very diverse network of investors, being that we have over 3,000 internationally. So they look at everything. So we look at all types of companies. This last month, on Thursday, we had a company in the pet industry. We had 2 medical devices. We even had a company that does parking for rigs, 18-wheelers. So we're very diverse in what we're looking at, and the investors are very interested. We had quite a bit of interest for the companies that presented. So it's really nice to see that the investors as well as the entrepreneurs have been very resilient through this year and very engaging. And it's nice to be in this space at this time.
That's so fantastic. Yeah, there are a lot of companies, like you mentioned, education, that were really on the back burner for the last, 5-10 years. Technology was developing slowly, but really wasn't making a dent. And this year, suddenly it just skyrocketed, right? Things sort of exploded. And yeah, that's one of the things I love about Keiretsu is that you guys have such a broad focus. You're not focused on any 1 or 2 or 3 industries. You're looking at the entire startup ecosystem. And I think that's fantastic. So Axel, I want to bring you in also in this conversation. As far as your portfolio goes, I know you do personal investing as well as investing through Pitch Global, and you have several other companies. What were the things that you saw in your portfolio, and how are you sort of trying to understand the changes that are happening in the marketplace?
I mean, I take it even a little bit further than just about the portfolio. And by the way, I'd like to say that our previous panel, we had 2 Pitch Global alumni there, Plethy and Wellbrain. So I'm proud of them to see how they evolve and how they continue. And so we have almost seen many of the successful startup companies that you're starting to hear, that you see, then ultimately Keiretsu or at TiEcon, at one point or another, they all came through Pitch Global. And that's a beautiful thing. My partner, Kauchav Chaudhary, or Casey Wisdom, always calls us the network of networks, because somewhere you come to us and from there on you continue. Recently I was in the, believe it or not, I'm dabbling also a little bit in the entertainment industry, and everybody has heard about the major failure of Quibi, and so that was actually contrary for popular belief. People having more time and should be able to want to view more content. This company did the opposite. They failed, right? So there must be fundamentals in the business model that haven't worked, and that's probably more so true in this time than ever. What surprised me is we have a couple of companies in the fintech mortgage related, making process improvements. They do pretty well, because I would have expected that the mortgage industry would have gone down, the prices would have crashed, but that hasn't been yet that way. So very surprising. What hit people is, for example, in the entertainment industry, I met somebody who was a chef for Jay-Z, right? And Jay-Z liked his food so well, they opened up a restaurant on, what was it, March 1st or April 1st this year. They closed it instantaneously, and this fantastic career came to a screeching halt, right? So you are not in what fate has to offer to you. But in general, it's a medical device industry, pharmaceutical industry gets more attention. And of course, anything that is in physics right now, meaning in physical presence, fashion and retail are not doing as well as we would have expected.
Absolutely. So that's so interesting. You share the Jay-Z's chef story. because I think at some point we had a reservation to go there, but the restaurant closed even before our reservation was probably about a month in, but it closed before we could even go there. So there have been a lot of sort of interesting challenges like that. With the other thing I just sort of want to mention again to the audience is, after our discussion here in about 5-10 minutes, we're also going to bring up the 3 startups that are sort of backed by charter members. And I know Shankaram and Connie, you both mentioned SBIR loans. One of the startups is actually in the SBIR space. So it's a really, really interesting. So if you guys are interested in learning about those companies, make sure you stay tuned. But just to continue this sort of arc of history, 2020 obviously was very challenging. Some industry succeeded, some industry failed, just as we discussed. But now, how do you guys sort of view that in the larger context? What do you think what are you expecting for 2021? This might also relate to the deal flow that you guys are expecting, because some of the flows was significantly higher than normal. Do you expect that to continue in 2021? The industries. I'm really curious to take your, sort of pick your brain on sort of how you're getting ready for 2021. So Axel, why don't you start us off this time? Tell us how you're preparing for the next year.
So entrepreneurs that have been reasonable with their valuation expectations, they will actually do pretty well with 2021, roughly around April 15th, fully opening up again. And then everybody can take advantage, and if executed well, I see a very positive future for all of them. However, there are companies that were riding in the beginning of the pandemic. They still closed the deal. I have one which I don't name the name, but I know of. They raised at about $40 million in revenue, another $60 million in capital for $1.5 billion valuation. If you have been that indecent, let me call it the indecent proposal, if you are so out of line with your expectation, if you don't make it on your last round of investment, I can tell you there is only one way to go, down the hill. Because even if you make it, you need to find an investor that is acquiring you for more than $1.5 billion. And now let me tell you a real story. One of my startup companies was acquired by a company called ArcSight. They reached roughly $330 million in sales before HP, for about 5x $1.5 billion acquired them. Yeah, so here you see the number, $330 million in sales, $1.5 million acquisition, $40 million in sales, $1.5 million acquisition. From where do you go from there, right?
Right.
One other thing, the Quibi story, money doesn't buy you success. They raised also $1.5 billion, trashed it in less than 6 months, put $500 million in commercials out on TV because everybody was supposed to watch it and then download it and pay for it, and it didn't happen, right? You cannot buy success. If the storyline is not appealing to your target audience, to your customers, then you don't have anything. And the mistakes you made in that phase are highly punishable in these times when the going is not as good as it used to be.
Absolutely. And you're so right that, you really have to be, intelligent about how you're running a company. It's not just throw a bunch of money at it and we'll succeed. That's not a winning formula in most cases. Yeah, absolutely right. Shankaram, let me ask you, how are you preparing for 2021? What are you expecting? And are there any specific industries that you're really looking forward to coming back?
Yeah, no, 2021 is going to be another great year. A lot of companies have postponed their fundraising. If they can survive, they have enough bridge money, they have postponed it to second quarter, third quarter of 2021. So there's going to be a slew of companies coming out. And there's a lot of money on the side. There's a lot of money in the market. The problem is, as you said, valuation. If the founders or the investors are reasonable, there's going to be a lot of opportunities. But You see these multiples, they just come off the type 10 times, 20 times. What does it mean? What market are you in? What are you attacking? Just because somebody acquired you or Airbnb went so much, you don't go that way. So if they're reasonable, it is going to be a fantastic market for investors. It'll be a great opportunity for startups because there is a lot of companies coming up. There are a lot of bridge money. They survived this pandemic. They're going to be there. So as investors, again, the Keiretsu Forum, the TCA, we are the ones in Southern California, we have these fund groups, so we have to educate these guys. Don't just come up with some numbers and off the top of your head saying we are valued that much. Reasonable valuation, good strategy, good vision. Yes, we will be there. We are going to be there for them. Definitely, you're talking about e-commerce, companies in the e-commerce space. CapEx is going to increase. CapEx is going to come back in the third quarter. Travel industry, like the company I was talking about. Airlines are willing to make a deal. They want deals. So this company could come back if the founder is still interested. I'm talking to him. And I think he could come back. It could be a great opportunity. And a lot of people are going to put money because 21, 22, assuming the vaccine, everything is all, travel is going to bounce back. And these are opportunities. You don't want to pay unbelievable fares. You want to come up with a subscription system. So those companies will come back. And then the new ones where we talk about the Zooms and the teleconferencing, EdTech, remote telehealth, mental health, all those industries also, they're going to survive. And the therapeutics company, yes, there's always been MedTech therapeutics, always been good for the business, but now with the emphasis on COVID and research and these new Moderna and all the modern things, so these companies are getting extra attention. And definitely that's also, I'm betting big on a couple of therapeutics companies, one started by my son. It's going to be a big, I think this 2021, we are expecting a lot of grants from pharmas and investment.
That's such a great point, Shankar. And I know with increased volume, the challenge, we only have one inbox, right? So all of the deals that are coming in are going into that one deal box. So one of the challenge is going to be not to say no to sort of, at a very high level, right? Looking at the first 3 slides and just ignoring the company. And from the founder side, they have to realize that they're in a very competitive landscape now. It's not just one company or 2 companies. Now we're getting hundreds of companies coming in every week. So they have to be competitive with their valuation, competitive with their offering, have an interesting product, interesting sort of go-to-market strategy, all those things. So Connie, tell me how you sort of are putting all these things together for 2021. With Keiretsu, I know you have a very large sort of membership that you're trying to cater to also. How are you sort of conceptualizing all these things?
Well, one of the things that we'll be focusing on through 2021 is exits. Our investors have invested in lots of companies that are really long on the tooth, that have been in business, that are doing extremely well, could have a really good return on investment. So we're starting to focus a little bit more on helping them get to the exit, which is where we make the money. Otherwise, we're not making anything on our return on investment. I think what you guys were talking about with valuation, I was talking to some of the entrepreneurs for our screening last week, and they have such high valuations. And it's like, okay, can you do that without my money? Honestly, can you do that today? Can you do that within the next year without the money that I've worked really hard for? And so then all of a sudden it's like, well, no, I mean, we've got to have the money. And well, then you're going to have to come down on that valuation a little bit too. And I think they don't really understand that. They think we just have money to throw away, but we've worked really hard for that. Most of the investors in our group are self-made, and they worked really hard for it, and they want to make sure they get that return. So we're initiating a program called Startup to Exit, where when we start with them, we're really focused on the exit, and we're going to really get in with the company a little bit more in the future as far as working with them to see to it that exit happens. And again, we share deal flow throughout our whole network. The companies that are coming through, if they're successful in one, they go to other. I think the largest investment that we made was in a company called Savara, which Tech Coast Angels invested in as well. I think we invested about $13 million into that company, and they're doing really well. They're on the NASDAQ, and so we had some good exits, but not enough, not nearly enough. So we're going to be focusing a lot on that.
There's one thing I want to add, though. It is groups like, we have to work as angel investors. We have the groups, the TiEcon, the Keiretsu, the TCA, because the founders have unrealistic, sometimes because of the market, unrealistic view of the company and the valuation. And like one of the companies I invested through Wharton Angels, we had to work. Company, $1 million, and they wanted 30 multiple, and finally they came down to 20 because we all worked together. And we said, no, we're not, as I said, without our money, can you get there? Yeah. Because we are before Series A and pre-seed. Without our money, you can't even get to Series A. Sorry. And four groups worked together to bring down the valuation, and the founders did. So I think we have to work as a group, because if one invests, if you guys invest and TCA would invest, then no, it's a story, then it goes to the head. The valuation is a very important thing because it has to be realistic, and they need us, the angel, the seed, pre-series A, even series A, to get to that level. And we have to educate them. So I'm glad, Connie, I think you have a very diverse group, and Pitch Global, when they come to us, we need to talk to them, educate them. Just because somebody gave you this valuation, a consultant told you you're worth so much, you're not. You may be, but you need our money to get there. You need our advice to get there.
Right. A consultant who's not investing, right? A consultant who wrote a check and they give you a high valuation.
Yeah.
I know we have one of our investors wrote a piece to entrepreneurs, and most of the companies that come through have raised money from family and friends. And the first statement is, I am neither your family nor your friend. And I think that's a really good thing for these entrepreneurs to learn.
Fantastic. Axel, I want to bring you in also because you described Pitch Global as sort of network of networks. And I think to the point that Connie and Shankar just touched on, you guys are really pulling together a lot of different groups. So go ahead. I want to give you a second also.
I just wanted to say, most entrepreneurs think that their level of confidence is best displayed if they have an insane valuation expectation, right? I've seen many coming through Pitch Global. They have no product to show for, but they think they are worth $50 million, and or you have nothing to sold, but you want to raise $5 million. I think we should come up with a panel or even a whole show about how you actually derive at a meaningful valuation that makes everybody happy, the investors happy, and you, because eventually you're much happier if you have a small piece of a big pie that is really becoming very, very big. But if your arrogance on your valuation understanding is in the way, then your idea may be as good or as valuable as it is, you will never get forward. And this is one of the biggest problems that we are facing when we mentor companies also in Pitch Global. Valuations sometimes are absolutely insane.
Axel, to that point, I'm actually putting together, I'm going to do a little bit of self-promotion here, but I'm putting together a course for Startup Steroid that talks about valuations, and it'll be totally free to entrepreneurs and founders. And, they'll be encouraged to go through that before they start submitting their pitches to all of our groups and trying to get investment. So and I'm sure I'll reach out to all three of you at some point and make sure get you guys involved in that because it's really that there needs to be a resource for founders that sort of focuses on this issue because this is you'll get a very quick no without an explanation if this is the piece that's wrong for you. So it has to be a piece that you have to get right for a founder. We have just a couple of minutes left, so I want to just go around and get final thoughts. And in about 3-4 minutes here, we're going to start bringing up the 3 companies that we want to highlight. These are companies that are either founded by or backed by our charter members, and are doing some amazing things. They've had an amazing 2020 and are getting ready for a fantastic 2021. So we wanted to highlight them also. But let's take just a few minutes and I want to get some closing thoughts. Shankar, why don't we start with you and tell us sort of big picture what's going through your mind today.
I'm sorry, I didn't get it. What is it?
Just big picture, just closing comments. Tell us what's on your mind.
No, again, for advice for startups, be realistic, understand what problem you're solving, what is your go-to-market strategy, what's your team. Now, have a head on your shoulder. Now, I know entrepreneurs are supposed to be optimistic, confident, but again, don't look at the world always from your eyes. Look at the world from other people's eyes, from what the customer wants. solve your problem, realistic on your valuation. Investors, we are there to help you. We are there to take you to the next level. Yes, we want to make money, but we are there to help you get there. So it's a journey, and we want to be part of your journey. Be conscious of what you want to do, and we want to be involved, but be realistic.
Be realistic. What a fantastic message. Axel, how about you? What's on your mind?
I'm picking up on Shankar, and I would like to make your statement going to market strategy even a little bit larger. In a very good larger company, a senior VP of marketing, which is responsible for going to market strategy, but also for market analysis, competitive analysis, product release analysis of what needs to be in the first release. Those are the factors anybody should be actually concerned about before they even spend a single dollar in development.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, people spend so much time in developing and so say, look, here's my little gadget. But it's too late. You already spent several $100,000 or worse.
Yeah.
People do not have the right emphasis. Everybody is afraid, I don't want to talk about my little product before I'm actually out with it. Really, I have not met anybody that has run with any major idea, stole it, and made it better than the little startup entrepreneur. The more you share, the more you talk to your customers, the higher is your degree of success.
Absolutely.
And that's what I would like to encourage everybody to do. And if you don't have the mindset, we are out there. You, Dawal, Shankar, Connie, myself, we can help you focus. If you have never done this before, we can help you focus your mindset on how to do this correctly, to analyze the markets before you go and jump into the big.
Absolutely. And to finish you sort of stopped short, wasting a lot of money. And the more important thing is wasting a lot of time, right? Because the time is a resource you don't get back. So instead of running in the sand for 12 months, developing a product that you've never should talk to anyone about, talk to people, get that understanding of the market, then develop the product. Absolutely. So true. Connie, last thoughts from you?
Well, I'd like to end with what we started with. I think Jeff Ma stated it very well. He said, focus on your team. And he also said, focus on your vision. And then one thing that I'd like to add is embrace your passion with what you're doing in a new way every day. Because as we three have talked today, a lot of the companies that have presented to Keiretsu Forum, Techos Angels, to TiE, to Pitch Global, come up with new ways to be passionate about what you're doing. Embrace your passion. Don't let it just be the same old passion every single day. And then also, most importantly, because of the pandemic that we had this year and seeing the investors that have gone through with the companies that were struggling and we're there to help them. We screen companies extremely well. We do diligence before we invest in them. And I'd like to tell the entrepreneurs, you need to screen the investors as well. Make sure that the investors that come into your team, they're going to be part of your family, part of what makes it happen. Make sure they're there to support you and help you. God forbid we have another pandemic. So that's it for me. And I would also like to put in a plug for Angel Capital Association. Last night I pulled up a report on the effects of the pandemic.
Yes.
And I think it's available to all people. I don't know if you have to be a member to do it, but go to the Angel Capital Association. There's some valuable information in that report.
Fantastic. So it's been such a great conversation. I want to start bringing in our three companies, and I want you guys to stick around because we'll do a very short Q&A also with them, with the founders. And I'll also invite the audience to submit their questions. Again, if you're on Facebook, if you're on YouTube, you just put in the comment and it should show up in our feed as a question, and we'll be able to highlight them. We have a whole team backstage who is sort of helping us take care of those things. So we'll get into it. The basic format will be about 5 minutes for the presentation, and then 5 minutes we'll do a quick Q&A and sort of try to understand the founder, the company, and the product that they're really developing, the problem that they're solving for the world. So having said that, I'll invite Mo and say that our first company is Zi-Fi Networks, Sai. Let's bring him on. And I'll also share my screen because he has a presentation that he'd like to share with us. So let me bring that up. So there we go. Sai, you are on, and we don't see your video, so you can turn on your camera if you'd like. And your presentation is queued up. So go ahead and get started, and just let me know when to advance the slides.
All right. Can you guys see me now?
Yes. Yes, we can.
All right, great. Let me zoom it up a little bit. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sai Chakmana Pragara. I am the CEO of Zi-Fi Networks. Zi-Fi Networks is an aggregator model for Wi-Fi public Wi-Fi hotspots. We started off our operations in India. We have been in touch with the customers, trying to get this problem of monetization and revenue. So one of the things that we have done for the last 4 years is work closely with the policymakers, ISPs and TSPs, and found out the reason for not having the proliferation of Wi-Fi in India. As you know, it's a huge digital divide, and it is projected that if you have more and more hotspots and more people coming onto the network, especially the size of population that India has, we are able to get an aggregator model to onboard the existing Wi-Fi hotspots of different ISPs and TSPs in India. So with that, I think I would like to go to the next slide to explain what the problem is that we are actually solving here. Okay. Now you can see that the users, from the user point of view, there are multiple hotspots that are out when you talk about public Wi-Fi hotspots. They are not easily discoverable. There are security issues, security concerns from the users. Second thing is they want to get a Cap2 portal, which is a very antiquated way of authentication, in my opinion. And it has been proven time and again, even through Google trying to get into this market. But through a Cap2 portal, having a username, password, and an OTP is going to be really a big deterrent for the users to come in and use the network. So even if you have a Wi-Fi around your area, I'm sure we have seen that it's a hassle to get onto the network. So we have to solve that problem. The third problem that we have to solve is even if there are business users, even if there are users who are willing to pay for a very good Wi-Fi service, they are unwilling to buy a data pack because that is non-portable from one network to the other network. And so all of these problems has been causing, a major deterrent for the users to actually use a network even if it is there. Now, on the other end, the user, from the operator point of view, they have spent so much money on the infrastructure. They don't mind putting more and more hotspots because they realize that it's a cost-effective thing. Everybody knows that it's a cost-effective way of reaching out and providing internet. But they're not able to justify their existing infrastructure's ROI. So there is no meaningful ways of getting any revenue streams or monetization being generated by their existing hotspots. And one of the primary reasons is because they are not able to capture a user base. Now, aggregator models, as you all know, so if there is a restaurant that has its own app, then it's fine, and a lot of people will either get the app downloaded, but then the user base is very limited and quickly saturates to a point where it will not grow. It's not scalable. But whereas you come to a DoorDash or a Uber Eats, you see that the user base can be built across different vendors. So in our case, it's a very similar thing. So Zi-Fi acts as this aggregator. It goes to RailTel, for example, is one of the largest ISPs in India, about 18,000 hotspots over there. Goes to BSNL, gets about 60,000 hotspots. Goes to AT&T, goes to Reliance, gets all these hotspots on one platform, and the user now can automatically sign in without having any login because or any Cap2 portal, because we have an app through which you actually go ahead and log on to the network. Now, by doing that, we have generated a user base, and once you have the user base, you can have more revenue streams through push services, ad revenues, marketplace, OTT services, and this has been proven. We have been working on this for the last 2 years with live deployments in India. Right now, the company is at a stage of, it's a digital services partner for one of the major telecom companies. It's been working with 2 other telecom companies. Our target to get to about 100,000 hotspots by the end of next year. And with a combined user base about 5 million users. And with that, we think it's a very good critical mass to start off by approaching the OTT services and generating revenue streams. Now, once you generate more and more revenue streams, it gives motivation to the ISPs and TSPs to put in more and more hotspots now because they have a guaranteed revenue stream happening. So it's a win-win situation for everybody in the ecosystem by having this kind of an aggregator model.
Fantastic, Sai. Thank you so much. That was a fantastic presentation, and it's a great company. Let me stop my screen share, and I'll ask the panelists to see if they have any questions. If anyone in the audience, you have any questions, please feel free to put them in the comments, and they'll flash on our screen, so we'll be able to get you involved in the conversation as well. I see Axel raising his hand. So Axel, why don't you start? Go ahead.
Okay. So Sai, a couple of questions. Number one, if I understand you correctly, then you're trying to do what Spectrum and Xfinity have done in the US. Every single Wi-Fi router that is rolled out as a corporate or home environment also has one channel open for general Wi-Fi access. And that's how they build out their network in the US. But there's a lot of technical problems. And what I don't understand from you, whether you are an equipment provider that has new technology out there that solves this problem, but even further, aren't you made obsolete with 5G rollouts?
I'll answer this question one at a time. First of all, I'm very familiar with Xfinity and even T-Mobile having its own networks. Even before that, we talk about Boingo and iPass. Now, if you consider those networks, they are mostly used for offloading their existing service providers. So that means that you need to have some kind of a cellular account for you to be able to do that. Okay, that's one issue over there. The second thing is technology part of it. Yes, we have worked very closely. We call it only a couple of days ago, the cabinet in India has given out an approval for our technology called, they call it PM WANI or Prime Minister's WANI. WANI stands for Wi-Fi Access Network Interface, which is very similar to what UPI has been able to do. Is what we think the WANI will be able to do in India. Not only in India, in IEEE, we have been talking with 802.11r and the roaming standards. We provide seamless roaming between, inter-ISP roaming and billing consolidation. So we are trying to work together with the IEEE folks as well. Now, the third thing that you asked is, I think, 5G. 5G. So 5G network is, everybody is 5G compliant, from last 1 year. The problem is that it's just one thing to say that they are compliant, one thing that the devices should support it. And the second thing is the problem still remains, wherein in urban areas, in suburban areas, you might have some kind of a coverage, but what about the rural India or rural areas? You're talking about Southeast Asia, you're talking about, African countries. You have all these places. Now the towers cannot be everywhere. And if you have the towers, it's actually costs you a bunch of infrastructure cost, which actually doesn't justify your ROI. So 5G rollout happening for the rest of the 80% of underserved and unserved areas in countries like India is, it's a pie in the sky at this point. So there is a need for having these the proliferation of Wi-Fi happening. So what we have done is we have worked closely with the telcos and as well as ISPs. So this actually works for the hotspots. So any of the, even in US, for example, Xfinity can put their hotspots into our network. What we bring in is non-AT&T customers, non-Xfinity customers can now utilize Xfinity's infrastructure and thereby make money. So this is one of the major things for Geo also. Non-Geo customers can now get into the Geo's Wi-Fi hotspots because we bring in the user base. So we are in the process of building this user base, and we are putting, our mantra is only three things. One, get as many as possible on our footprint of hotspots. Second, build a user base. Third, increase the utilization, thereby drive the revenue streams and monetization. And we have been working very closely with our customers.
Fantastic.
I have a quick question.
We just have 1 minute, but yeah, go ahead.
Quick question. So yours is definitely a single login and then a portable, right?
Yes, sir.
First always signed in. Are you focusing on a particular metro before you go to the other ones?
Right now, we are working with DOT, which is the Department of Telecom, which is rolling out about 5 million hotspots by the end of 2022. And in this case, what is happening is we are going after each and every state rather than metros. So right now, we are working in Telangana, Khammam district. We are working Visakhapatnam in AP districts. We are working in Jharkhand, in Maharashtra, in Noida, Delhi. So we have been able to look at it not from a metro area, but from a region area.
Okay, gotcha.
Fantastic. Sai, thank you so much for coming on today. Fantastic presentation and great answers. You obviously know your industry and you know the area that you're working in. So we're really excited. By the way, this is true for Sai, for Wi-Fi Networks, as well as the other two companies that are coming on. They are looking for funding. They'll be part of, they'll come and present to TiE SoCal Angels as well. And if you are interested, you can get in touch with any of us at TiE. We'll be happy to make the introduction and get the conversation started.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. With that said, let me bring on the next speaker. It's Melissa is talking about InstaMD. So let me share my screen one more time. And Melissa, why don't we get you added to our stream, and you can take it from there. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, and we'll do 5 minutes of Q&A afterwards. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Melissa, and I'm representing the InstaMD. Our journey started a couple years back to build an easy-to-use app for senior patients to monitor vitals and ad hoc secure communication with their healthcare providers. Remote patient monitoring, also known as the RPM, was conceptualized due to the following problems encountered by the elderly. One of them is poor management of chronic ailments such as hypertension, diabetes, congestive heart failures, COPD, obesity, metabolic syndrome are among them. Due to these problems, results to unplanned trips to ER, hospitalizations, and poor quality of life and high cost of medical expenses. RPM also creates a stumbling block for these seniors because they are technology challenged and lack of access to smartphones and connectivity. Can you please, the next slide, please? Even though with this user-friendly, sorry, go back, please. Next slide.
Okay, there we go.
Next one. No, I think that was the last one. Okay. Even though with this user-friendly app was developed, loaded features, we hardly could find any users. It's because of the challenge of the seniors that are technically has a challenge in technology. But we have the Smart Hub was several years back idea, but implementation was a challenge as well because it was hard to sell to healthcare providers without substantial reimbursement from insurers. As Medicare started ramping up reimbursement due to the COVID-19 norms of new normal change and things are getting virtualized, we're able to launch Smart Hub solutions to fill market need. Although there are many RPM technologies that exist, but those works on silos. And so we took it to the next level, converge RPM with existing televisits. So it is a frictionless for patients and the providers as well. So we are a one-stop shop managed RPM solution provider that includes industry's first smart hub. We are the first smart hub which has a medical devices, connectivity, SaaS platform, and services. Sorry about that. Can you next? Yes. So this or the one I mentioned to you earlier. What is a smart hub? Smart hub automates device connectivity in real time, reading, sharing with providers. Simple for patients using familiar medical devices such as blood pressure, regular blood pressure looking devices, pulse ox, weighing scale, glucometer, thermometers, and other devices. It is a powerful pocket-sized device, and I can show that to you. It's a pocket-sized device. Very powerful, loaded with cellular data and supports Wi-Fi. It has hours of power backup, interactive audio and video capability, tamper-proof, rugged enclosure, remotely managed that syncs with secure RPM platform, consists of management portals and app for the providers. In addition, we engage partners to complement the clinical process if providers are running short of staff. So RPM solution is a guaranteed 100% month-to-month ROI. Can you please, next screen, please? It also increases the televisit revenue from those patients who lack access to smartphone and technology challenges. This is the major market gap that InstaMD is fulfilling. Currently, there are 40 million Medicare having hypertension and at least another chronic ailment. We are targeting 20 million of those patients managed by small to medium private practices, and Medicare reimburses up to $200 monthly per patient. Estimated market size exceeding $20 billion. In addition, we still need to account for Medicaid patients around double the size of Medicare. Although half of the states is currently reimbursing, as we all know that Medicare does today, the rest of the industry follows tomorrow. It is a growing space. It is about 4 months started rolling our solution and crossed about 450 subscription and created 700 subscription in pipeline with the limited resources that we have. Next slide, please. Before that one, our providers really love our solution. InstaMD, this is their feedback. InstaMD solution is very user-friendly, accessible anytime and anywhere. And this is one of the things that our providers have really emphasized. Our rollout extremely simple in a busy practice with limited help. We help them basically from end to end to give the service to the providers. They have phone video call making ability to patients. InstaMD has potential, and their software has platform for adding many other preventive healthcare programs in the future. And that was the feedback from our one of our top doctors in Massachusetts, and she's been awarded for that. And also we have next screen, please, that our patient is 89 years old and 97 years old. This is how user-friendly it is. A wife and husband is using our service system that makes stress-free for all of us. That's the daughter's comment. And bottom line, one of our users who's 74 years old, system has gone great for me and I'm back in track. Our solution have helped hundreds of patients' lives better manage your chronic ailments and have better quality of life.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for going through that. Let me stop my screen share here. And with us, we also have Shabu, who is one of our fellow charter members, and he is the CEO of InstaMD. So welcome, Shabu. Let me start with the panel. If you guys have any questions, feel free to. Connie, go ahead.
I have a question. So are you aggregating vendor services into your device, or are you providing all of these services?
We are providing all the services.
And it's user-friendly for seniors, is that?
Yes.
Okay, so
plug and play, basically. The only thing that the seniors would do, we just educate them how to use the device, which is the simple BP or pulse ox, just put it in. I could give you a sample of it. Like, there is an interaction between also our hub and patients, which is they know what's going on. And I could just, as simple as, I'll use my weighing scale as a sample of that.
Yeah, like I'm doing that.
There you go.
Thermometer
Shabu is
connected.
holding up the temperature gauge, and on his, I guess, the device, it picks up the reading.
So it is a very simple, Connie, for the patient at all, because one, we have what we gave them also is also it's also locked, so nothing could really it's like this, and the only thing that shows is basically their name, and that's it. And it's basically you could hear this, and like for example, this patient, that's all they're gonna see. So this is going to be tamper-proof. Nothing could be used by anybody.
Weight scale connected.
If you hear that, that means that's what the our device is saying, and having that interaction with the patient basically. And once it is being the device being connected to the data is being connected, and it transmits to the provider instantaneously. So it's really basically, once its reading is done, it goes to the providers right away.
Okay.
So just to be clear, what you were holding up, it looked like a phone, but that's really your smart hub, and that's really it's tamper-proof, and that's what's communicating with your systems.
That is correct. Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Shankar, go ahead. You had a question?
For example, the blood pressure monitor or BP monitor or the blood sugar. So those are separate devices that hooks onto your tablet?
Yeah, those are like, we supply those because our solution is a package. That means if it's a diabetes patient, they probably need a glucometer. If the patient has a hypertension or CHF, they probably need a weight scale. The patient has a COPD, they probably doctor prescribed what are the device they needed, and we package them along with our hub. So for the patient, they just plug in to their the power, and then
so the
get
whole
connected.
Reimbursable? The whole thing is reimbursed by Medicare?
Oh yeah. Medicare reimburses up to $200 per patient per month, and we give our solution as a package subscription service to the doctor.
Okay.
Now, when you are getting reimbursed $200, the cost of the device, the cost of the accessories, what's the dollar value of equipment that you actually have to ship to a customer for which you then earn $200 a month back?
So we don't basically, is a doctor makes $200 and up to $200, and we are claiming around 40 to 50% out of that money to us, and we give them a complete ROI. They can actually outsource complete work to us. Suppose they have 500 patients. Typically, our provider will have 500 to 1,000 patients. So what they will do, they will identify it. Even they can give us a list. We can take it over. We can enroll them into the program, and we can run through day-to-day operation. Only thing they have to do, end of the month, they have to file the Medicare claim. That's it.
Fantastic. And for specific financials, Axel, you and I talk pretty often anyway, but we'll be in touch. And for anyone in the audience, if you're interested in learning more about InstaMD, please get in touch with any of us at TiE. We'll be happy to put you in touch, start that conversation. I know Shabu and Melissa, they're looking for funding as well. So we'll be happy to facilitate that conversation. So get in touch with us right now. So thank you so much for coming on, Melissa, Shabu, for joining our conversation today. And with that, I want to bring on Rupak, our last presenter. He is from Launch Factory as sort of the startup platform that our charter member operates. But Rupak is in the SBRI space. So I know Connie and Shankar, you guys touched on that a little bit earlier in our conversation today. But Rupak, I want to turn it over to you. As always, we'll have 5 minutes for the pitch and then 5-minute Q&A afterwards. So let me share my screen and I will turn it over to you. There you go. Go ahead, Rupak.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. Pleased to be here. My name is Rupak, as Dhawal said. I'm the co-founder and CEO of OmniSync, a San Diego-based startup. And our product is Turbo SPIR, which is a software that automates the process of finding and applying for government grants and contracts. We are a launch factory company, as Dhaval said, and we're also in Evo Nexus and Capital Factory, the two premier accelerators in California, as well as in the DoD space. Next slide, please. So this is where I come from. I basically have a long life in academia, across 3 different continents. Having done a PhD, postdoc, very accomplished scientist, and understood grants and contracts really well because of that background. Went into industry, worked for a biotherapeutic startup called Inhibrx, and the 3 years that I was there, the company's gone public now, and we also had SPIRs during the time there. And then in the startup space, I've had 2 successful startups in the past. One exited, one had a commercial, successful retail business. And then OmniSync is the one we started in 2019. And it was started through a competition that my co-founder and I won from over 200 people across the US that applied for it. So next slide, please. And so throughout my background, what I understood was that funding was always a problem for organizations, be it startups, small businesses, or academics. Everyone is looking for funding, and the government, the US government, awards upwards of $650 billion every year to organizations like these for-profits and universities for conducting R&D work. The problem, as anyone who's ever worked with the government, is that the processes run on legacy systems, which frankly are gibberish for the current generation of entrepreneurs and professors. And so what we're doing is essentially creating a TurboTax for this industry, because we equate this industry to tax filing where it was prior to tax prep software. So what we've done is essentially created a streamlined process that minimizes your need for hiring a consultant in the first place, or if you do eventually need one because of complexity, then you're spending much less time on it. And so now, with a streamlined process, organizations with little experience also are able to level the playing field with experienced ones, as well as the experienced organizations have a management system to manage multiple grant and contract applications across different agencies. Next slide, please. So the interesting thing about the market opportunity here is that not only is it a multi-billion-dollar market, but it's actually that amount every year, because it's in the US government's mandate to award that kind of money pretty much on an annual basis. And it's growing, and has been growing for the past few years. Another cool thing about the industry is that because it's so archaic, it is run by consultants, which means that all the processes out there are very manual and very low efficient, which leaves a lot of room for automated software to come in and really capture a major chunk of it. And that is why we think that the 5% capture that we have projected is a very, very realistic number. Next slide, please. So we've had a product in the market all throughout 2020. So we launched that in February, and we grew throughout the COVID pandemic up until last month. We collected a lot of data. And last month we launched, with all that data, we launched a V1 of our software, which is very scalable. And what you can see from there is that all the data we collected bore fruit, because we actually have increased our user base by 5 times at the moment in 1 month that we launched it. And with that, we also have upwards of 50 paying customers. We're going to make about 50K in all of 2020. And we also have a commitment for getting 300 customers across next year. And if this event was on Monday, I could have told you something really interesting, a project that actually has the potential of getting us thousands of customers as well. The way our customers pay us is through a monthly subscription, because as opposed to what some people feel, grant and contract applications are a recurring thing that all organizations go through pretty much every month. And these programs are staggered throughout the year across multiple years. And so it lends itself to this recurring model, as well as we offer a grant writers optionally to people who need them, who don't have the experience or time. And then we take a secondary cut of revenue from that as well. And we have some other models that we are also testing. Next slide, please. So a company like this only works if you have both skill sets in the team, which is a thorough understanding of grants and contracts, as well as a very successful startup history, so that you understand the language that entrepreneurs talk and speak. And so that's what we've built out in our team. Very accomplished scientists with academic backgrounds and have startup experience, and also very experienced startup professionals who've basically exited to companies like Google, such as Brad, and also are people who are senior executives at unicorn status startups, such as Arthur, who's at Brex. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, that is that is my last thing. So I was
So
going to say,
yeah, no, thank you so much, Rupak. That was a fantastic presentation. Let me stop my screen share here, bring everyone into the conversation, and I mean, I think we first spoke about 6 months ago, and I've sort of seen your progress and have been really impressed with what you're doing with Turbo SBRI and with OmniSync. So I'm really excited to highlight you. As far as our panel goes, if you guys have any questions, please jump in. We only have a few minutes left on our stream. But Connie, go ahead.
I have a question. What happens to the money yearly that doesn't get awarded? Does it just roll over to the next year, or is it gone?
no, it gets reallocated to other lines in the budget from different places. And that's kind of how the government deals with it pretty much every year. It basically just reallocates budget pretty much every year, from what I understand. They're mandated to do a certain minimum dollar amount for for-profit companies, but that's a minimum that they always hit. It's all the extra that they're actually allowed to be able to allocate that doesn't get allocated because there aren't enough quality applications that go in. So it's actually there's pot of money available that's not being given out.
So how much are you projecting to support the allocation of that for next year?
So it's almost double. So it's like $4 billion every year that gets assigned only for the for-profit startups that are working on innovative R&D. I mean, I'm not even talking about the academic space and all that. Total it's upwards of 650 billion. So it was 3.7 last year, 4 billion this year. That's the amount that gets allocated. They're allowed to do almost double of that if they wanted to.
Okay.
So you're saying about 50% of the available grant money is actually not being utilized, probably due to the complexity of the process. We had a startup company at Pitch Global that was in the educational grant system, and there was almost 70% of the money that was not utilized that is available every single year. So I think, first of all, you have a very good presentation. I liked it very much. And I think you are serving also an excellent purpose because of the complexity of the SBR grant writing. It's a nightmare. And if this whole thing works, I will like to talk to you offline, because we can promote you also to all our Pitch Global companies.
Thank you, Rupak. Thank you very much, Rupak.
Fantastic.
We appreciate you. And I want to thank this powerful panel. I want to thank our moderator for doing such a great job and making sure that, as I said in the beginning, no stone is left unturned. When I say something, usually I'm proven right. I don't know. It's almost like it's a blessing and a curse. But what I do want to do is I want to thank Shankar. I want to thank Axel, and I want to thank Connie for graciously sharing their wisdom and their time and doing this as a community service for a lot of aspiring entrepreneurs. And certainly we definitely want to continue to foster these relationships with people that are outside of the Thai SoCal community. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. And Mo, one other thing I'd like to just end with is I want to thank the panelists also. They've been fantastic, and I can safely say that all of these guys are now becoming my friends. So I'm excited about that. But I also want to just say that, we have companies like this coming into Thai every single month. We get dozens of applications, and we're sort of going through them, trying to pick the best ones. And we hold a monthly pitch event. So anyone in the audience, if they're interested in joining those pitch events and learning more about the process and about how we invest in companies, they should certainly contact any of us at Thai. They can contact Mo, myself, Anshuman, and Ashish. They're always available as well. And we'd love to sort of get you connected, because we want to not only support the founders, but we also want to grow the angel investing community. So more the merrier. I'll invite everybody to connect with us that way. But then, thank you so much, Mo, for hosting this.
Absolutely.
Event is Wednesday 16th.
Yep. Next pitch event is this coming Wednesday on the 16th. Thank you, Shankar. Yeah. So if
visit the calendar at the Thai SoCal website. You can go to socal.thai.org, click on calendar, and all of the information will be readily available on the website for anyone that's interested.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Raval, for doing a great job as the moderator. We appreciate it. Take care, everyone.
Thank you, Mo.
Thank you.
And next up, we have a real treat, of course, here at Thai SoCal, when Anshuman and Anil Ramaneni stepped up and took that position of both president and executive director, one of the big things was community outreach and reaching out to different communities for empowerment. And I'm going to go ahead and bring in our executive director, Anil Ramaneni. Anil, welcome to the program. I mean, I know I shouldn't say welcome to you because you've been such an active part of this, not only this program, but of all of the endeavors of Thai SoCal this entire year. And for those that don't know, Anil Ramaneni is sort of that unsung hero, that quiet person in the back that doesn't like the spotlight, doesn't like the attention, but he does so much work. He puts in so much time and energy into the Thai SoCal community that just for a couple minutes, while we get the moderators and the panelists in for the next segment, let's talk a little bit, Anil. First of all, your thoughts so far on the TiEcon 2020, just in general.
Thank you, Mel. Thanks for hosting it. You've been a great host, and so far we've been having a tremendous comments and lots of people saying great job. Very much excited, and we are kind of running out of time. I think we have a woman panel, Dr. Natalie, hosting it. Really looking forward to that.
Absolutely. It's going to be here in a couple minutes, and those at home don't want to miss this. And if you're watching us on Facebook or you're watching us on YouTube, make sure you share this right now. We have thousands of people that are attending this event digitally, and we want you to continue to share and spread the word, and share the bits of wisdom, share the insights, share the innovation with those people that you love and care about on social media. And we're just a couple more minutes away from bringing in the next panel. But before we do that, Anil, let's talk a little bit about the work that Thai has done in general this past year. You and Anshuman, as president and executive director, the two of you make a fantastic team. I think that the two of you complement each other nicely. I've seen you two in action, and you guys are like the yin and yang. You just kind of fit together very nicely as a team. And I want to just hear a little bit about your experience this year as executive director. It's your first year being the executive director. What's that experience been like? How has it been rewarding for you? And what are you proudest of accomplishing so far this year?
I mean, I would like to thank Anshuman for the opportunity he has given me to serve as executive director. That's one thing. And, last 2 years, I've been a charter member of Thai. This year, due to COVID-19, things have completely changed. We did our second event in February, a live event in Orange County. And after that, that's it. It's like, Anshuman said, hey, we got to do complete revamp of whatever we are doing. And right now, I think we had over the year so far, we have done close to 80 events, live virtual events. It's a great work, great effort by all our executive committee team, like you and, Ashish, Anand, all these guys, Sanjay, Dalal, everybody. I mean, I got to thank all the entire executive team. And Anshuman has put a great team together. And Mo, you have brought in audience from all different communities. And that's amazing. This year, we have 10x from all different types of communities from everywhere. We have become a true global community this year.
Absolutely. We really have. And, when we talked to the VP of Microsoft earlier today, Anil, he kind of discussed how despite the unfortunate circumstances of the pandemic, from an innovation standpoint, because we as a species really, and we as people in the marketplace have had to adapt. And we have had to pivot in order to sustain our lifestyles, in order to sustain our businesses. Those of us that were lucky enough to adapt, and those of us that didn't hesitate, and those of us that really kind of surfed whatever wave was ahead of us. And I think that you and Anshuman, the two of you as the leaders of Thai SoCal, have done that this year. It's not easy to lead a networking and business community when you can't even see each other in person. But I really applaud you and Anshuman as president and executive director on coming together and setting up plans and creating new initiatives, and having a community outreach chair, having panels like the one that we're about to start, which reminds me, let's go ahead and bring in someone. And Anil, hang around for a little bit here with us. We're about to bring in someone who, Natalie, I've gotten used to just doing this with you, right? I feel like it's very natural when I just pull you on up and I'm like, let's go with it. For those that don't know, of course, Natalie and I host a show every Monday on Amazon Fire TV called Monday Night Live. She's a dear friend of mine, and she's going to be really the leader of this particular segment, and it's a fitting fit for her. That's a bit of a tongue twister because she has spent years in the space of women's empowerment. She's a multiple times best-selling author, spoken on probably over 100 different stages in her life at least. She has a very successful show that we do every week where we talk about leadership quite a bit and talk about women's empowerment. But before we bring, it's a very cozy panel. Sometimes we have 3 people on a panel. Sometimes we have 5 people on a panel. This particular panel is a very cozy panel, but I kind of like cozy things. My home is very cozy. It's very modest. I don't need huge ceiling space. I'm a very simple guy. But with that being said, Natalie, let's talk about the importance of this particular panel, which is the Women Entrepreneurship Panel. Why? Let's establish the why for the people watching this from around the world and really inspire them to get engaged, because there's some people watching that may not be a woman. Right? There's some people watching that may not sense a emotional attachment. So what's the big why as someone that's really an expert in the space?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Thank you, Mo, for hosting this also with the Los Angeles Tribune. Anil, it's always good to see you. Thanks for everybody for having me. Women entrepreneurship, I think, is crucial because of the challenges that women still face, not just 10 years ago and not just 20 years ago, but even today. There are so many extra challenges in addition to, hearing the startup pitches, to hearing other people. There are many challenges that most people can't relate to unless they hear it. And once they realize that there are extra challenges, I'm sure that all of the virtual audience and everybody who's usually present will just really, really engage with the subjects to see how can we make it easier, because those issues that women are trying to get at, that the businesses speak to, are for the improvement of societies at large around the world. They're not just focused on women, they're for everybody. That includes men, that includes children, that includes the elderly, and therefore we're sort of like the glue that holds everything together.
I wholeheartedly agree. I want to hear Anil touch on the subject matter. Anil, as someone who's a father to a daughter, you have one daughter, and without sharing your whole life history and throwing your personal life out there, you do have, I know you don't mind, you have one child and it happens to be a girl. So from a perspective of someone who's raising a daughter in today's modern age, how do you feel about the idea of doing things like this and having a woman entrepreneurship panel and really from a father figure perspective, what would you say this means to you?
I mean, women entrepreneurship, woman is very important in our role, from mom to daughter to, they do so much and than men, right? And I would say that, and currently women startups are funded very less. I think I heard like 2% or something.
Yeah.
And I think we need to have women, not just women entrepreneurship panel, women conference. Whole day women
Absolutely.
conference.
I couldn't agree more, Anil.
And it's funny you mentioned that, Anil. Let's do a real smooth plug here. The Los Angeles Tribune is having an all-woman panel later in 2021, so be sure to keep eyes open. Of course, Los Angeles Tribune is the official media partner of TiSoCal, and we have a lot of strategic things in the works. But with that being said, let's go ahead and bring in a very special person who's going to be a part of this program. And that, I know, Natalie, you have a little bit you can say about her, and then we can go ahead and get the ball rolling.
Absolutely. Hi. And I know I'm going to mess it up again. Shalini, right?
Melanie, like Melanie. That's the easiest way to do it.
I know, Shalini. So I'm excited. I'm so grateful when Ashish first connected me to this amazing lady. I've known a lot of women who do a lot of things. And I do want to quickly just point out that Paula Fellingham, this is the first time since I've known her, which has been about 15 years, that she is not able to make it. And it's just due to a supposedly simple surgery on the 9th, and there are some complications. But she called me about 2 hours ago, and she was in tears that she could not be here. So I just asked for everybody to, send her good wishes as well. This is not what she normally does, and she cannot wait to meet you, Shalini, either.
Okay, Natalie, I just really quickly want to say that thoughts and prayers are with Paula. Paula, of course, is the founder of the International Women's Day and has really for decades been a true leader in the women entrepreneurship space. So her presence is going to be missed here, but she's with us in spirit, and we were all looking forward to her contributing to this panel. But, maybe I'll hang around for a few minutes before I let the two of you rock and roll. But, I want to, before I let you take over the mantle, Natalie, what is it right now that for emerging leaders and for emerging entrepreneurs? We talked with Anil about how he's raising a teenage daughter in today's society. For really those that are just getting into society or just getting out there into the workforce, what is a main takeaway that this dialogue between the two of you can help them with? Because I think right now there's a lot of young women that are kind of in that space where they maybe are a little hesitant to get in, or they maybe, because of the way society's structured, have certain insecurities, like, I see all these men getting funding. Why, so what can we do today to help heal that? Because I think that is a wound that really needs to be healed in society globally.
Shalini, you want to take that first?
Well, that's a great question. And I appreciate that, Anil is a father. My father actually made me an entrepreneur. So, kudos to having very progressive fathers that believe in their daughters. That's the first step. When I was 19, he gave me a plane ticket and $2,000 and sent me to India to start my own company. And that was, I cried, I think, that entire flight, thinking they were secretly arranging my marriage. But my father really wanted me to be an entrepreneur. And so, I think having that support system, and to this day, my dad is my cheerleader. So it's really important to have the men in your life, and my husband as well. I mean, every day, championing me in what I want to do as an entrepreneur. So it starts at home. I truly believe in that. And then, also finding a group of like-minded women. I know early in my entrepreneurial journey, it was very difficult to find women that were willing to mentor, advise, be like-minded, support, no questions asked with needs and leads. And so if you can really create that tribe around you and find a community of like-minded women that will support you, that's just priceless.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't agree more. Now, I must say, I agree with everything that you said. Now, I did not have a father who just sent me out with millions or thousands of dollars or just a plane ticket. My father was pretty much absent for most of my life. However, I also have a brother and a mother and a husband who support what I do, regardless of where I go. And I know we'll dive more into the need for support, especially as you mentioned, women's support, which, as we talked before, is kind of hard sometimes to get. But before I do that, I don't want to jump over your accomplishments. I mentioned Paula a little bit, and Mo referred to her a little bit, but I do want to mention that when I talk with you on the phone, and I'm not going to give the whole big bio, okay? But when I talk with you on the phone, just like right now, you're somebody I want to connect with. I love your energy, and you answer directly. You don't try to avoid the issues. And considering that and what you have accomplished, I mean, you're a serial global entrepreneur. You started, of course, with beauty products, and then from jewelry and fashion, makeup, you went to best-selling author. You went to getting amazing awards. I mean, I know you told me, and I'm going to ask you about it, but just the thought of 2017, you getting that call from the British House of Lords that you would get the Mahatma Gandhi Leadership Award. And that's just one of the many. Now you have gone so much farther than that, as if that was not enough. But now you have this global enterprise in which you're really working so hard to educate and empower women, not just in India, but of course that's a focal point because of your background. I mean, those accomplishments, if I just look at them, they're mind-blowing.
Oh my gosh, Natalie, thank you. I'm going to call you every morning just to have you repeat that for me.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm here for, you know. And the reason why I wanted to focus a little bit on that is because when you and I talked, and when Mo just asked me earlier, you know, why is this panel important? Challenges. So on my end, you know, I had some challenges, but the main challenge was myself because I never wanted to be an entrepreneur. And I kept like avoiding the open doors. Okay. And then, yes, I ran into some other things where people try to tell you what you should do. And because you're new at this, you try and do what they say and it's not working out. And then everybody just wants your money. You got to find the right person. That I think happens to everybody who's an entrepreneur. However, as women, we have a couple of other challenges, and you mentioned some of those to me. Would you care to share some of those as well, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, just like we previously discussed, you know, unfortunately, the funding for women has gone from 7% to 2% this year. And, you know, while we are seeing an emergence of, you know, female-founded funds, which is, to me, super exciting, it's still not enough. You know, the fact that, you know, it's been proven that female-led companies perform better than, you know, their counterparts. And, you know, we have a very beautiful holistic way of looking at business. You know, the fact that it's still 2% and it's actually declined versus increased is really disappointing. And one of the reasons it's disappointing for me is, you know, I think for earlier in my entrepreneurial growth, you know, there was just, as a woman, not being taken seriously. I remember going into, you know, a room with, you know, a group of gentlemen, and as soon as I walked in, even though we were discussing my business, they're like, "Hey, can you grab me a cup of coffee?"
Yes, yes.
Wait a minute, I'm actually here for my business. So, you know, not being taken seriously, and then being in the beauty space, you know, initially, that wasn't really, you know, something that was taken very seriously. They're like, "Oh, but it's makeup," but it's like, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. And so, you know, some of those things, and then of course, inappropriate behavior, you know, there's a lot of things as a woman that you have to deal with. And then the lack of mentorship for women by women, you know, that's always been a driving factor in me, why it's so important that, you know, I personally, for my own mission, I'm out there and, you know, empowering women, giving them the tools they need, giving them the skills they need, you know, making sure that they have the resources they need that weren't available to me when I was starting my entrepreneurial journey. And it's very important for that to happen.
Absolutely. And it's so important what you said, you know, just you walk into a room and people don't necessarily take you seriously. And that still happens in 2020. I mean, I know 2020 is almost over, but it happens. And sometimes I wonder, you know, why do women have to dress more like men? You know, why do we have to wear a business suit with pants in order to be taken seriously? If I like to wear a dress, what's the issue? But it is how you come across when you walk in the room. You're so right, and it has happened so many times to me. And then it's a blessing when you run into men, which I think is easier, like I said before, who take you seriously, who say, "Hey, you got something." You know, Mo Rock is one of those, because that's how I got to work with him on the Los Angeles Tribune, and he is in full support of women, which is exciting. You see TiE SoCal also focusing more on women, and yet there are especially women I have found who are not as open.
Right.
And I've been trying to figure that out, because I feel like there's a lot of backstabbing. I'm being very honest at this panel. So, you know, I think there's a lot of backstabbing, even if it initially might seem that they're trying to work with you and help you. They're sort of, at some point, they're putting a stop on it. And I'm wondering if you have any idea why that is, because I know you and I operate very, very differently.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. That is actually one of the biggest challenges of being a female entrepreneur, is the lack of support from other women. And, I've always been raised, to have this abundance mentality. And I feel like, there's a lack-based mentality too. And that's where the agendas come in and, the competition for silly things. And, that was one of the reasons a few years back, I got together with 3 other women. One was, the head of MGM Studios, one was global distribution for CBS, and the other one was one of the initial creators of BuzzFeed. And 2 of them had moved to Los Angeles from New York. And they said, what's going on in LA? Like, no women are supporting each other. We don't get it. In New York, it's totally different. And I said, absolutely. New York, everyone's there to help each other. And so we created a group called LENA, Ladies International Networking Association. And how we did it was each one of us invited 10 women that we knew that no questions asked, what do you need? We're here for you. Let's do it. And we actually grew that community to about 280 women, and we would meet once a quarter. We had everybody from like the chief of staff of Harpo to like documentary filmmaker. I mean, really super, super successful women. And it was so refreshing to be in an environment where if you didn't follow those rules, you were out. I think we only had to kick out one person out of 280 women. But, I could be like, okay, I'm starting this. I need some help. And everybody would just come in and, what do you need? How can I help you? Let me introduce you to this person. Let me spend a day with you. And that we need more of that. And I think as we come together, we rise together as well. And that's really the conversation that needs to be happening right now globally with women. And, one of my priorities with Ready, Set, Jet and creating this academy, and this year because of the pandemic, adding the online academy to, increase the impact, is creating that community where it's a safe space for women to come in and be able to really thrive.
Yeah. And that's why I'm so sad that Paula can't be here, because that's been her mission. She's been traveling, 37 nations in the last 30 years. She's got International Women's Day. And that's why I love working with her and in the work that I do as well. Now, I want to switch a little unless Mo has a question.
No, I just wanted to quickly bring it. I'm just hiding behind the bushes and popping in and going back. I'll leave you two back to the conversation. I didn't mean to interrupt, but we just want to quickly point out that the virtual auditorium has some real exciting comments. And I want to just quickly note this great comment that we got from the virtual auditorium from Michelle Wilson, who's saying, remarkable conversation. I've had the same experience being in the boardroom. And, she also just left the comment, we rise together. So this is the kind of powerful impact that the two of you are making right now. And making right now as we speak. And so, Natalie, we have a good amount of time here. We have about 20 minutes, which is more than enough time for the two of you to really finish this conversation on a strong note. But because I know the impact that you guys are making is so strong, I wanted to highlight that, because there are a lot of women right now that need to hear this. Yes. And there are a lot of women right now that are looking at the two of you, and there's something that the two of you can share and say right now that somebody needs to hear. And because we have limited time, and because I know that the two of you have so much you can share, I'd like us to just spend the next 20 minutes focusing on the women watching. Because when we see the people in the virtual auditorium talking about how they're moved, talking about how they're inspired, people like Michelle Wilson, I think that reminds us all that, it may not be, and one of the reasons I did come here is to speak to the men watching. And I want to say something to the men that are watching this, and that's that the state of the planet and the inequalities may not all be our fault, but they are our responsibility. And I really want to make that point clear, because just because something is not our fault doesn't mean it's not our responsibility. And with that, I'd like to sit back and allow the two of you to continue the next 20 minutes or so.
Absolutely.
I want to speak to that really quick, Mo. As much as I'm all about women empowerment and, pushing that forward in the biggest way, I couldn't be where I am today without the help of some amazing men. So as much as I'm not a feminist, I'm an equalist. And, I think men play a huge part in, women's success. So the more we can have their support and understanding of what's going on in our, professional arena, the better it is for us, so thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we talked about that before, that it's very often actually more of the women. There are some men, but we can usually educate them. As a historian, I've always said that it is fascinating because you can't create a new movement or be innovative and inspire others if you don't have support from those who are currently in power or who have more power than you. So we always need that support. So thank you for pointing that out as well. I do want to switch a little bit, and whenever a comment comes up, I would love to respond to questions from the audience, of course, as well. I do want to say that I have a daughter, and I'm trying to work with her to do what she wants, whether she wants be an entrepreneur or not. But she has written a book. She's very active in trying to write her second book. She's thinking about, with the Los Angeles Tribune, we're creating something for the youth, to do something there. So I'm trying to open all the avenues up for her. And, she's younger, but I think that's where it starts. What are your thoughts on this? Is it ever too early to inspire women? Because we also have that comment, my 12-year-old daughter is listening. Yes.
I love it. I mean, there's so many, what is so exciting about today is that there are so many resources for anyone that's interested in being an entrepreneur, no matter what your age is. I mean, I work with a couple different organizations here in Los Angeles, and one of them, we had a pitch competition with Microsoft, and it was these just amazing little girls that got up there, created their own skincare brand, and pitched it perfectly. And another girl who was actually homeless, but had taken napkins from 7-Eleven and was writing a book in the car. She was living in her car with her mother and writing a book, and she was able to get funded to take that forward. So there's never been a better time with the amount of resources and organizations to really get your children involved and teach them, entrepreneurship, give them resources, give them the skills, introduce them to someone that might inspire them and put them on their path to purpose. And, with STEM, I know there's a lot of different programs out there for girls, that for all over the US, and I'm happy to provide those resources for this 12-year-old girl who's interested in getting into this business.
Absolutely. And whether it's a STEM business, I know there's a big organization for mentors for STEM, whether it's a STEM business or something else, I think very often it's us parents who need to step aside and encourage the children. Because I've noticed, and this is not about Be a Maker Club, but that's just in general, I've noticed that very often it's more the parents who are worried, well, what if it doesn't work? Because that's how we're sometimes, educated. But if you just step aside a little bit and you say, okay, try it. And there are options to publishing books, especially right now. I mean, they're easy to do. And even if it doesn't become a bestseller, right? Even if it doesn't become a bestseller, just the accomplishment of saying, I have a book, that can just bring up so much more. And I know that you, as well as I and everybody here, we'd be happy to share many, many more resources that we can have, of course. Yes, Alina, absolutely. Be in touch, because that's what we do, right? We're trying to make sure that kids, whether female or male, that women also have access to it. Sometimes it's just Googling and finding the right source.
Absolutely.
But the other thing, yeah.
No, really quick. I was going to say also, allowing them to fail. Like failure really builds your character. It, having to get up and start again. I mean, it makes you strong and like Teflon. I mean, I really credit my mom. Actually, she used to drag us around to all these different classes. And I remember it was Christmas time. I was 15, and she had taken us to wrap gifts for families that weren't going to have Christmas. And it was at a resource center, and they had received a call, and they held up the phone and they said, we have an accounting firm wanting to find part-time help. And my mom just took my hand and like put it up in the air. And I'm like, what are you doing? And she goes, you're going to go work. I know you're too young, but you're going to go work, And so I started at such a young age, but there's something to be said about really having that build character through, just trying things. And if they work out, they work out. If they don't, it makes you a stronger person. And I think that's the wonderful thing that you have as a parent, is to give that gift to your child.
Yes. And you mentioned something else that we have in common. That's the idea of volunteering. My daughter volunteers in a lot of places with me. We volunteer at least once a week, and we try to do more than that. But it's so important because it introduces you. Volunteering can introduce you not just to the fact that even if you think you have nothing, you have more. But it can secondly also introduce you to ideas. Well, how can I change the situation? And then thirdly, it can introduce you to a variety of other opportunities like you just mentioned, where all of a sudden you might not be great at gift wrapping, but you learn that you're really good at organization, and you can move forward from there. I believe that some of those things are absolutely crucial for everybody. So yeah.
They are. And I think just the idea of, instilling this pay it forward mentality. I remember one of my advisors, Tom Bergeron, who hosted Dancing with the Stars and Funniest Videos. I was working as a makeup artist. By the way, best job I ever had was working as a makeup artist on Hollywood Squares. I mean, got to work with the most amazing celebrities, eat the most amazing food, and get a massage and get paid for it. I still don't know how it happened, but because of that, I got on television, and I did not know at that time what I was doing on TV. And I remember him coming up and saying, "Hey, I want to see what you're doing, and I'll give you some feedback." And I'm like, "Okay, great. I'd love feedback. Give it to me. I'll take it." And he called me, I think a few days later, and he said, "The only feedback I have from you is you have a meeting with my agent. You should be really doing this." And so I was like, "Okay, so what do you want?" And he's like, "I just want you to pay it forward to the next person that needs help." And that phrase has stuck with me throughout, my career of, it takes really not that much time to mentor, share, help, a fellow person that has goals and dreams as well. And I think it's really important to instill that kind of attitude, in your kids.
Absolutely. And I love what the other commentators, even menial tasks are important. And it's also sometimes about the fact that whether they're menial tasks or not, it's sometimes about time management, because that's crucial. And I want to say, I think it's especially crucial for women if we have multiple roles, as was pointed out before the panel started, but you need to figure out your time management. When do you pick up your kid? When do you do your work? When do you cook? If you cook, when is your husband cooking? So those seemingly menial tasks, or making sure you get to all of the different educational opportunities, as you said, they're crucial in organizing time and figuring out that we have to fit everything in while still engaging in self-care.
Right.
So absolutely.
It's great for discipline as well. So, it's just another muscle that needs to be developed, for you to just, thrive in life. And so if you're able to create that discipline at an early age, it's going to really serve you well as you get older.
And I want to follow up on something else that you said, because it's like one of my little peeve projects, right? You use the term failure, okay? And I reject that word. and the reason why I reject it is because, to me, nothing is a failure if I learn from it. And, that's what I teach my daughter, right? So I think we all try out things. And, just like the invention of the light bulb, which we all use right now for camera lighting, that didn't go overnight. I mean, there were hundreds of attempts. So failure to me is not something that is devastating if I learn from it. So I see everything as a lesson learned. What are your thoughts?
Agreed. It took me, going through my entrepreneurial career and having the biggest of wins and the biggest of losses at times, to realize that those losses were actually my master teachers. I mean, I wouldn't be where I am today had I not gone through those quote unquote failures, because it really taught me so much. I mean, I learned more from those than I learned in school, or I learned from other people, and so I think once you are able to have, a shift of perspective, and and that's very important for entrepreneurs, is really like, what is your mindset? How do you, I always say, to change your attitude, you need to change your altitude. Like, look from above and see what you're missing 2 steps ahead. And maybe this was actually saving you from something. And so truly looking at those, setbacks as master teachers actually propels you forward faster than anything else.
Yeah, it's like those, those moments of reflection when you're like, whoa, what just happened? And then you need to reflect, and you're like, okay, this went well. Maybe I could have done something different. Now, it's not like, what could I change if I had the chance 10 years ago? It's like you said, is take a moment, reflect, and now move forward from there. And talk about moving forward. I know you have a lot of plans, and you mentioned some of them, but when we're thinking about entrepreneurship and when we're thinking about moving forward, how do you perceive you with your amazing ideas and this new academy and your new forums out into India and globally. What are the next steps that you're taking, and how important is your team and your support team for that?
Yeah, I mean, team is everything, right? And a lot of my teams have been with me for many years. I truly believe in long-term relationships, and I've got a fantastic team that really feels like family. They work hard. They're very knowledgeable in what they're doing. And because of the trust that's been built, you know, it's easy to just, you know, hand things off and know that it's going to be taken care of without any issues. And moving forward, you know, for us, obviously, I think a big left turn came into my life in 2017. I didn't anticipate, you know, spending so much time and focus on India. Although I will take that back, because if I go back 20 years, I did find a business plan I had written in college on taking a brand to India. So the secret, it happened. But, you know, when I received the Mahatma Gandhi Award at the British House of Lords, you know, I happened to go to India a few months later. And that's when, you know, I met with a lot of government officials, and they said, look, we really need you to come help our girls here. And that's really when I decided to take everything I had done in my career, between beauty, but also the women empowerment platform that I had launched at the United Nations in 2016, and put it into one brand where we had the opportunity to scale a brand globally that would help scale the impact. And, you know, again and again and again, it didn't matter who I was speaking to in what part of India, the story was the same, of the lack of, you know, education and opportunity for girls. And so for me, the best way to create that impact, obviously, was to skill them, give them the vocational certification they needed so they could break that cycle of poverty. So we're mixing beauty and education, and, you know, our goal is to impact at least 1 million women.
And I want to point out that, you know, I'm just going to throw that in, and I know Mo is going to support me because he's got my back as well. But I want to let you know that if there's, you know, a story we can write, if there's anything that the Los Angeles Times can do to support you, please know that we are definitely there, because this is important. And even though the Los Angeles Tribune is often just considered as being, you know, local, it's a global news network, and it's much more than that. It's also a media network. So yes,
I appreciate that. And, you know, as a seasoned entrepreneur, I always say yes to exposure. So yes, 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 yes. And one of the things that is really interesting about what happened with this year with the pandemic is, you know, we realized that women everywhere needed help. It wasn't just these girls in India that we had initially thought that we were going to be creating the most impact. I mean, I was getting calls after calls from, you know, women that were like, I lost my job, I worked at Macy's, I don't know what to do. And we realized that there wasn't necessarily this desire to become an entrepreneur, but there was a massive desire here in LA and globally to become self-sufficient as a woman. And that's really when we decided to put the Academy online and create courses and experientials that, you know, it didn't matter where you were going to learn something that was going to empower you to live your best life.
Well,
if you're just tuning in, this is TiEcon 2020, and we have a few minutes left with the Women Entrepreneurship panel with two real incredible human beings, and I mean that in the most sincerest way possible, because the two of them have really revolutionized, no pun intended, Natalie, the way that people approach and think about life and business. And I want to quickly, as we wrap up the next few minutes and slowly get into the next program, I want to bring in Anil Ramaneni, the executive director, and Anil Ramaneni for a couple closing thoughts from the perspective of, as we mentioned earlier, you know, you saw these two lionesses talk about so many powerful, important things. As a father to a teenage daughter in this society, what are the main takeaways that you have experienced listening to these two talk for the last hour? Because I want to bring that perspective in conclusion as we move on to the next segment.
Thank you, Mo, for putting me on the spot, because I was managing some stuff in the background.
It's okay. You're a very talented guy, you know, so we know you can handle it.
I mean, you guys have a great panel you guys put together. I heard Natalie in many panels, you know, and she's done a great stuff. And I met Shalini a couple of weeks ago, and she pitched at our event, and she has a great startup coming up, and, you know, I'm really looking forward to that. And you know, and those are the things. And I saw one question coming from audience that 12-year-old daughter is watching,
Mhm.
and that was like really, I thought, well, that was awesome.
Well, we have people watching from all around the world, Anil Ramaneni. And what's interesting to me, just as we slowly wrap up, is earlier in the day, we had a comment. And if you guys have been with us all day, you remember this. Earlier in the day, when we launched the TiEcon 2020, we had a comment from a 94-year-old woman. And we also have a comment from a 12-year-old girl. So today's program has reached, speaking of women, we know for a fact that at least it's reached women from the age of 12, literally to the age of 94. And so the impact that we're making as thought leaders today, and the impact that SoCal is making, and the impact that Anil Ramaneni and Anshuman Sinha and Anand is making behind the scenes, and all of the fantastic speakers that have graciously shared their wisdom with the world is truly groundbreaking. And as we speak, there are people on a multitude of different platforms watching us all around the world, in India, in the United States, and several countries in between. And so again, I want to thank all of you guys for making it possible. And Anil Ramaneni, I want you to stick around, as a matter of fact, because you're going to be part of the next program as well. So this transition will be smooth. But I want to thank Dr. Natalie Forrest and, of course, Shalini.
Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
I appreciate being on such a beautiful panel. And Natalie, thank you.
I'll be in touch.
You too.
Thank you, Anil. Thank you, Mo.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so, Anil, the next panel is going to be real exciting. Go ahead and let people know the title of the panel so people can start getting their mindset.
We have a cybersecurity and work from home panel coming up. Before that, a couple of messages from the charter members, and also we got a message from Bill Gates.
Yes, we did. Let's go ahead and do a quick. First, let's go to Bill, and we want to thank Bill for making this video for us last week. Let's go watch that, and then we'll play the other video.
It's an honor.
Ooh. I'll click it. Hold on.
Okay.
It's an honor to receive this prestigious award from TiE. I'm sorry I can't be with you and my fellow recipients there to accept it, but I want to share a few thoughts about why your work is so important. I've always believed that innovation is the key to solving the world's toughest challenges, whether it's stopping a pandemic, avoiding a climate disaster, or just raising human productivity. But as Paul Allen and I experienced with Microsoft, innovators can't make it on their own. They need partners, supporters to help them make sure their best ideas make it from the lab to the marketplace. For more than 27 years, TiE has been doing just that. You support great entrepreneurs around the world and in some of the most important fields in technology today. Your work is essential to fostering innovation and creating the better world we all want. Thank you again, and I hope you have a successful summit.
Thank you very much, Bill. And if you guys are wondering why that video was flashing a couple of times, that's what happens when two people click the same link at the same time. So just in case you were wondering. With that being said, I want to go ahead, Anil, and let's first bring in the moderator of the panel.
Before that, Mo, I would like to play our messages from charter
Absolutely.
members.
Now, who's going to play it? Because we don't want to have another flash attack.
Yes, I will play that.
Okay, go ahead.
Welcome to TiEcon 2020. I am Rashi and I am a charter member. Welcome.
This is Vivek Reddy. I'm a charter member and I'd like to welcome you to TiEcon Southwest.
Hello, this is Sean Chaudhary, CEO with Shivnet Inc. and a charter member with TiE. I welcome you to TiEcon 2020. Enjoy the event.
Hello, this is Pankaj Dayal, charter member, welcoming you to TiEcon Southwest 2020.
Hi friends, this is Jay Nitwarkar, charter member of TiE SoCal and founder of My Health ID, welcoming you all for TiEcon Southwest 2020. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Balaji Rao, charter member of TiE SoCal. Thanks for joining us this morning at TiEcon Southwest 2020. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Hi, this is Akhilesh Rathore. I am a charter member and I welcome you all to TiEcon Southwest 2020.
Hi, this is Tony Srivastava. I am a charter member of TI SoCal. Welcome to TiEcon Southwest 2020. Hope you have a wonderful day. Enjoy.
Good day. This is Ashok Desai, founder and chief business officer of Zimmer Inc. I'm a chartered member and I have great pleasure in welcoming you all to this fantastic event today.
Hi, this is Manmohan Chopra. As a charter member of TI SoCal, I welcome you to TiEcon Southwest 2020.
Hello everybody, my name is Manish Bhardia. I'm a charter member and I welcome you to TiEcon Southwest 2020.
Hi, this is Sturdy McKee. I'm a charter member of TI SoCal, and I'd like to welcome you to TiEcon Southwest 2020.
Hello. This is Ravindra Kandagunta, a charter member of the Los Angeles chapter of TI. Today is December 12th. Welcome to TiEcon Southwest. Have a wonderful day.
Amazing. Awesome. Thank you to all the charter members that made those videos. And thank you to Bill Gates who sent us a video. And super excited now to bring in the moderator of the next panel. And let's quickly welcome Bharat. Let's quickly talk about what the intentions are with this next panel and set some expectations for the people watching at home before we bring in all of the panelists.
Sure. We're going to talk about cybersecurity and we're going to talk about working from home. What's the advantage and what people are facing today. So I'm going to talk a few minutes about this cybersecurity, and I'm going to then introduce the panelists and ask some questions to the panelists. So basically what I feel is, and what I read is, cybersecurity threat is real. It's not like some shady character with a gray hooded sweatshirt looking at and scrolling the lines of the green code. From the volume standpoint, it's largely automated and is generally broadcast to the large swaths of internet. As a matter of fact, the Cisco Talos had a hard statistics that around 85% of the emails traversing on the internet is spam. They are either email marketing or malware. The spam filters do a good job, but still there will be some email that goes through the users and it will pass and come through you as a spam or a malware. University of Maryland, they said that averagely every 39 seconds, a system or a service that's exposed to public internet is threatened. And that's pretty severe, actually. So we have to be really careful about cybersecurity. And in this program, we have panelists who are expert in this field, and they will make some parts of knowledge to us. Coming to remote working, actually, it's not a surprise that we have seen a huge shift into the world of remote working. With COVID-19, pretty much it forced us to adapt the remote work model that particularly was popular in certain sectors, but never been required on a global scale like this before. It actually put a pressure on the IT teams, getting the VPNs ready and getting the computers ready for remote work. So we're going to read about this and we're going to learn more about this in today's section. As a matter of fact, Stanford economist Nicholas Bloom, he wrote an article on 29th of June. He said that around 42% of America's workforce is working from home. 33% are not working. That's basically a testament to a savage impact of COVID-19 and the lockdown recession. The remaining 26% are mostly in essential service workers, and they're working on the business premises. So it tells us the gravity of the situation today and working from home. Basically, more than twice the people working on premises are working from home today. So with said that, I would like to introduce my panel today.
Absolutely, Bharat. We're about to roll them in. And before we start officially, we're going to take a quick break and do a quick charter member showcase. And then we'll be right back in a couple of short minutes with the panelists in full. We'll be right back. And as you can see, those are a few of the names of some of the people working behind the scenes, and we'll revisit that showcase and talk a little bit more about it at the end of this panel. But for now, let's go ahead and roll in with everybody. And Bahrat, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mo. So it's my great pleasure to introduce today our first speaker, Dr. Fred Cohn. You might have seen him on TV. He featured on ABC News, 60 Minutes, Night Watch, The Wall Street Journal, Wired, Nature and Discover. He's a thought leader in cybersecurity. He's an investor, serial entrepreneur, advisor, and a member of Angel to Exit, and president of Keiretsu from Pebble Beach. Fred is the head of cybersecurity committee of Pebble Beach chapter. He holds a Ph.D. degree in electronics engineering from USC, a master's degree from University of Pittsburgh, and a bachelor's from Carnegie Mellon University. Our second panelist is Vidya Murthy. She's a thought leader in cybersecurity and a vice president of operations for MedTech. Vidya has a lot of experience in healthcare, and she helps innovate cybersecurity design for healthcare. She holds a master's degree from University of Pennsylvania, the Vadhera School of Business, and a bachelor's degree from USC. And my third panelist is Naveen Kapoor, last but not the least. Naveen is a hands-on, passionate product leader, 20 years of proven track record in building SaaS products and enterprise IT, in fintech, in human resources, and workforce technology. He's a strong advocate of building platforms and has rolled out transformation programs and customer-obsessed agile mindset. And a little fun fact about Naveen, actually he loves running. His hobby became a passion, and now he's chugging almost 150 miles a month. Way to go, Naveen. And there's another fun fact about Fred, actually, that I missed earlier. All of you must have heard the term computer virus. This was coined none other by our Dr. Fred. And he's the one who designed how computer systems should defend itself from the computer virus. So welcome to the panelists today. And let's start asking some questions. So my first question goes to Fred. Fred, we all hear about cybersecurity. What are the biggest threats of cybersecurity today?
What's the biggest problem? The problem has long been and likely always will be that people aren't making good decisions. So, the way you make better decisions is by learning more about the decisions you're making and getting help from people who know what they're doing.
Great. And what do the startups can do to prevent cybersecurity attacks on their public-facing services or systems?
So for the most part, if you're a startup and you're spending a lot of time on cybersecurity, either you're in the cybersecurity business or you're making some big mistakes. So, unless you're, somehow so technically involved in what you're doing, for the most part, you want to use outsourcing for, the obvious, web page presence, right? So you go to GoDaddy or Google or Microsoft, you can put up a web page and they're not getting broken into all the time anymore. And it doesn't cost very much. It's inexpensive and easy to use. And you can move on to the core of your business, right? Because, frankly, the way you succeed in business is by making sure that you sell things and fulfill on your sales and manage it well. Computer security is not one of those core functions of most businesses.
Right. And hold that thought. Let's go to Vidya and ask her how cybersecurity is affecting the healthcare industry, considering that the healthcare has transitioned from outside the hospital, people's homes and other premises. So how is cybersecurity has changed the healthcare industry, Vidya?
Yeah, so healthcare could be accused of a lot of things. On the bleeding edge of technology is not one of them, typically. To Dr. Fred's point, you don't want core competency of a hospital to be cybersecurity. So unfortunately, with this rapid transition to get all these healthcare workers out, they've been forced to really push workers into spaces they've never used before, use technology they aren't comfortable with. And so even Dr. Halamka from the Mayo Clinic said that COVID-19 in particular accelerated their transition with their digital strategy by about 10 years. And that's pretty mind-blowing to think you're dealing with this intersection of a healthcare crisis and this technology kind of overwhelming that's happening. So I think at the end of the day, COVID-19 will force healthcare outside of the four walls of the hospital, which will objectively mean that there is a dependency on connectivity in some way. And wherever you're expanding that threat landscape, you ultimately will have more opportunities for vulnerabilities to occur.
Fantastic. So, Dr. Fred, coming back to our, so does the small startups or the startup companies, do they need to have an outside vendor contracted to manage their cybersecurity, or they can have their inside teams?
So it just depends on what you're doing, right? So across the board, the way you take this approach is you start out by understanding your business and understanding what your business depends on to succeed. And then you start to look at different ways things can fail. And just like anybody running a business, when you're looking at ways things can fail, one of the things that can happen is something related to cybersecurity. So if something breaks or doesn't work anymore, then that's something that you need to address. And the higher the consequence, the more important it is. So start with the highest consequence events and figure out what to do about them. And generally, there are only two classes of approach, right? One class is called fault intolerance. You make everything so hardened that it almost never breaks, but the truth is, everything breaks eventually. And the other one is called fault tolerance. You use redundancy to be able to continue to operate effectively as a business, even as things break, and you go and recover from it. So there aren't that many strategies at the top level. And then, from there, you manage risk. And, you might need some help in managing risk. If you don't understand the risk, you could read books, take courses. They're relatively inexpensive online courses for executives to start the process. You don't need an outsourced consultant. If you're in the shoe business and you have an iPad where you take orders by pushing the button, and, you write down on pieces of paper how many shoes you sell so you can order more, probably getting cybersecurity consulting is not the right approach. Right? So just depends on what you're doing and what the dependencies are and how important the failure modes are.
Great. Anil, based on what you see in your business, you have a successful business in IT services. What kind of traction you are seeing on cybersecurity services?
So, starting from this year, completely shifted. Starting in March, we've been getting requests from many clients and prospects on getting a lot of VPNs, multi-factor VPN setup and everything. And then we started slowly seeing, doing a pen testing, asking us to do pen testing of their application in basically May, June, like that time frame. And more towards July, August, that time, they've been asking us to do a lot of, basically we being the outsourced provider, managing their NOC, managing their SOC. Because now all these people, working from home, their employees, what happened is now the IT departments are stretched thin. So it's like they don't have the, experience. So they're just sending it to our, MSPs and stuff to manage those things. That's what I've been noticing this year.
That's great. So would you suggest that the IT department should get training on the security?
Yes, definitely more than ever before. I remember when I was in executive management in different organizations, I used to get webinar trainings for fire drill, and we would have to take questionnaire. And same thing for sexual harassment, right? And every employee have to go through the webinar and fill in the questions and answers. If we don't fill it, HR will come back to us. Hey, you guys haven't done that. They have to do the same thing for every employee who is using smartphone or a computer, go through the cybersecurity awareness and phishing awareness, just like you said earlier in the topic, Bharat. All that need to be going through. And if they don't go through that webinar, it's like you get a warning from the HR. Right. It's very, very important now.
Can I just add something to that? I think this notion of saying that people are the weakest part of security is rampant in any industry, small business or otherwise. I think we always say that people are the weakest link, and I think that does a disservice to the people. I think that everyone's trying to do something that's right. They're not intentionally trying to be malicious. I think we have to take it on ourselves as information security practitioners to really think about how we architect more secure systems and systemically try to reduce the probability of a person becoming the vulnerability.
Right.
So I want to strongly agree with Vidya. So many security people put it on the users, right? So how am I supposed to know if this is spam?
What my thing is, I understand the user, they put it on the users, but we as a company owners, we have to train and get whatever, teach the regular, even janitor or whoever. Even they're using smartphones and they're using our Wi-Fi, we just need to teach them a little bit. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely. Training in anything you do, right? If you're going to be the person that opens the door in the morning, you need training on what signs to put out, right? So anything that you're going to do every day, you need to learn how you're supposed to do it and do it. But that doesn't mean that just because you've been trained how to use your email, that you're supposed to figure out whether something is a forgery, coming from the CEO or not. I mean, it shouldn't be your job to do that. And furthermore, if you make it their jobs, you're going to make your company much less efficient, right? Because if I have to look at every email and inspect it in detail and do all this other stuff before I respond to an email, it's going to take me 5 minutes instead of 2 minutes to respond to an email. And I'll have, 50% or more of my time spent looking at one after another things to find the one that was the bad one. The technologists, should, get off of putting it all on the users, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be trained.
Yes, Mike. Fred, we also have certain cybersecurity consulting programs where there is a company called as Know Before You, and they give training to our employees, and they train them on what email to click and what email how you can detect a suspicious email and not click any link, because that would be a big problem. And what we do is we send a dummy emails out to our employees just to see if they are clicking on the links and what they're trying to do there. So once in one of the programs that we did, we identified around 10% of the employees clicked on a link which was suspicious, and then we isolated those employees, gave them a training on what mistake happened and how to correct and how to identify that. And that brought down our exposure levels significantly. So doing a periodic training has definitely helped our team a lot, actually.
Yeah, and you need to train, if you're going to do training, you need to train approximately quarterly, because that's the retention problem. You forget what you're trained on, you don't do it every day. But that really doesn't change the fact that the attackers are not stupid. So if you start not clicking on their emails, they'll send different emails. And so they just become more sophisticated. If you think about it, it's like, if you keep giving people antibiotics, then you're just going to develop better diseases, right?
I think interestingly, interestingly, there's one other area where we are looking into experimenting and looking forward is the real estate security, like apart from the software security. And this is where a lot of AI and ML work is emerging. So we are evaluating some of the technologies where today what humans would do, we could do that by looking through the better use of camera technologies, having those AI and ML built in. So where people are going, what actions they are taking, and is there someone as a security threat or someone coming out with some kind of dangerous devices to be used on the workforce. And that area is definitely developing like really, really fast in the industry. And COVID has definitely kind of plugged in because you don't need that physical presence of humans out there to kind of accelerate that.
So I just want to point out that if you tell me what to look for in an email, why can't you write a program to look for it for me? And if you can't write a program to look for it for me, then why do you expect that I'm going to do as well as at a computer at looking at 3 or 4 fields in an email and determining whether this is a legitimate URL or not. For the most users, you should be able to do way better with AI than you can do with them, and probably better than me if you tried. So there are things you can automate, and you should.
Right.
If you can't automate, okay, so then you should train people to do the right thing, right?
Completely. I think this reinforces the notion of layered security, right? I think we're all saying similar things to the same methodology, which is you need to have multiple strategies in place. So yes, we're not diminishing the importance of security awareness training, but I think there are ways to think about it from if I am a resource constrained organization, I need to prioritize where I'm going to spend my money. And accordingly, I want to limit it as much as possible.
Right. And Naveen brought up the point of not only like a computer programs, but camera, the vision, those techniques needs to be used. There's one more area of threat that we are seeing recently is IoT devices. There are a lot of IoT, like every household has at least 8 or 10 IoT devices now. And those there needs to be protection for those IoT devices as well to see how those cannot be, how those are not vulnerable. But also, like Vidya, getting into the IoT devices, what is happening in the medical device industry for IoT devices, and because that is one of the area where we need to be really, really secure, considering somebody's life is at stake for those. So what's your views on that?
Yeah, so the FDA has repeatedly said patient safety is cybersecurity. The average hospital bed has at least 10 connected devices attached to it, which that was pre-COVID. I suspect post-COVID, that number will actually be significantly bigger, especially as we start to transition care outside of the hospital. So I would say in particular with IoT, I think we can see the difference in intentional design. If you have an iPhone, you don't wait for it to authenticate to Verizon before you're able to use your Apple Pay. You have confidence that, in fact, the device has been built securely and you know that it's going to operate as intended and you can do this transaction. I think a similar methodology has to be built into IoT and medical devices. Take the burden onto the device manufacturer to design security into the device itself. And that means clinical things like failure modes. Somebody alluded to it, I'm not quite sure whom, but you need to clinically fail in a way that is safe for a patient. So if I have a pacemaker, God forbid something happens, I don't want the pacemaker to stop, right? You want the pacemaker to keep pacing. But if you have a surgical robot and it gets a command failure, signature failure, maybe that means that it shouldn't move to the left just because they got the command to do so.
Right. So Naveen, as the pandemic is getting extended, we are in March, now we're coming to January and maybe a little bit more. What are you hearing from your employees? Like, I know in the March month, we had a surge of IT related services where we had to get a VPN ready, the computers ready, the desktops, the laptops replacement. We saw a lot of surge there. Then employees went home, they started working. What have you been hearing last 8-9 months about employees and how their productivity is working out to be?
Yes, Bharat. So as you all know that I'm part of Intuit, and I think one of our missions is, the mission is to power prosperity around the world. And we do that using most of our products like TurboTax, QuickBooks. And at the same time, we want to make sure our employees are safe and secure delivering to that product lineup that we have. And from the employee perspective, what we're hearing is nothing different than what we all have been hearing, and we all have that experience in 4 or 5 things that comes out in that area. Specifically is number one around parents with kids. I think that's definitely been a struggle in terms of educating them. And during that COVID, it kind of definitely has increased in terms of do they have the right tools, techniques to train the kids, and specifically for the younger kids. Second, I think what has happened off late, and we all can relate it back in California, is the hybrid schooling system. So at one time, it's become like a traffic light. It's green sometimes, then red, then yellow. So you send your kid, you bring them back. So the schedule is very disruptive. And all parents are kind of struggling with this and how to arrange the pickup of kids and all of that. For our employees, definitely one of the big things that comes out is the setup. You will hear a lot of these cases, as I think Vidya was pointing out, from the medical industry. It's also, if we don't have the right ergo setup, there are people who are kind of getting impacted, back pains, back issues, several issues that we were hearing from our employees. Burnout is another big area that we keep hearing from our employees in the early time, like before all this kind of started coming in, and we started looking into how to address them, because people are always on. They are never shutting down their systems, whether it's like 9 p.m., 10 p.m., you get a Slack message, you get an email, and you are disrupted. You may be watching something on Netflix, and then a message pops in, even though you know you have to reply the next day, but it's still running in the back of your mind.
That's quite a challenge. Yeah,
quite a challenge. And some of
so
the things,
advice for those users. So put your cell phone into the plug, put all your other electronics into the plug about 5 p.m. If you have your personal cell phone, you can take it out then. And put it at about 8 or 9 the next morning, you can bring it back out. Internet addiction is a real thing.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, but Mike, some of us work on essential services where we have, so for the company, so that we have to keep our phone ready because we have 24/7 operations. As we follow the sun, we have work here, and then we have India offshore development where the team comes in, they work on servers and applications. So we have to make sure that we are available for them to address any issues.
Okay, if you're a little startup, that's one thing. But if you're not a little startup, you should have built redundancy into your personnel. So it should not be the case that you have to wake somebody up at 2 o'clock in the morning for some cybersecurity related incident. And if it is, then your strategy isn't very good. So what you need to do is start with governance and strategy and get to a situation where you're anticipating what can go wrong. And you have people that are trained and knowledgeable and expert 24/7 around the clock in different places around the world. And they're dealing with the situation. So in the morning, when you look at your messages, you say, oh, somebody tried to do this, and yes, our people did the right thing, and we need to have a meeting. Okay, great, let's have a meeting. But this thing where you wake people up at 2 o'clock in the morning is usually not helpful. And it usually indicates that you're running in a responsive emergency mode rather than in an anticipatory mode, which is a much better way to run a business.
And the notion of proactive, I think, is especially important in cybersecurity. Because if you are not proactively doing anything about this, it will inundate you inevitably. I mean, the prominence of things like WannaCry, right? We're seeing these pervasive vulnerabilities that are coming out. It's no longer just a one-off hacker that's found one specific vulnerability in something. They're finding things that impact a vast swath of things. So I absolutely 100% agree with what you said.
Right. So Anil, on your side, as you see the surge in this managed services, what about the internal staff within the IT companies? Like, what security practices are they following?
I mean, there's not one security practice, you guys know, all that. There's no silver bullet. It just never, you cannot secure everything. But there's some practices we can put in place is like strong password, monthly. I used to see 90 days password change. No, we got to do more frequent password changes. And
I'm going to strongly disagree with that.
Okay, we'll get to that. There's a few more. There's policy-based access controls, network segmentation, regulatory compliance and IoT security, and, regular fire drills of our security, by the IT department. It cannot be once, we have a bulletproof policy set up for cybersecurity. We cannot. It's like a regular now. Pen testing and, securing applications. Go ahead. That's what I think, There's
you were saying?
Yeah. So changing your password every month has a negative effect on security. And in fact, it took 20 years to convince, the folks in the government to finally change the requirement instead of having to change it. And by the way, the requirement to change your password all the time came from World War II cryptography. And and that's how it translated over. And it really doesn't apply to the way we use most computer systems today. And furthermore, if you have multi-factor authentication, which is pretty darn reasonable, then if they get your password, you've got plenty of notice. And even without the multiple authentication, nowadays plenty of sites send you an email when somebody accesses it from another computer. Well, okay, and if you make a financial transaction on any of my bank accounts, I will know before you're out of the store. Okay.
I agree with you. I'm set on multiple factor authentication, but I'm talking about employees where we have an Active Directory server. It is policy set to by default 90 days, change policy.
The default never.
So those are the things,
Right. What'll happen is people will write passwords down. They'll have easy to guess passwords.
Yeah.
And the most common thing is they'll change the last character in the password from A to B and the next month to C. And and a lot of these systems look for like 2 years back. So fortunately, if you use the alphabet, when you get to Z, you can go back to A because it's 26 months. So no problem.
Right. So Naveen, considering people are working from home and the cybersecurity issues, do you have a policy of bring your own device, or the company supplies device for them to be connected to the internet? I'm specifically talking about mobile devices. The laptops and desktops are understood.
I think we as a company take experience first. So though we did have a policy of bring your own device, we were contemplating in terms of just keeping it more restricted to our own enterprise devices, because they have been set up right and everything is proper. But at the same time, it kind of messes around with the experience, because you may not be in front of your device if you have to answer a particular email or complete a task. So that's how we're kind of thinking about it. We haven't taken a stand at this point in time to not allow any other device. So at this point in time, we allow several devices. Now, there are certain applications for which we may not be allowing access through any device, just the enterprise devices.
Yeah, it's a risk management decision for low consequences. So if I'm going to use my personal cell phone to answer somebody calling me up, what's wrong with that? Well, okay, the answer is if I'm enabling a $400 million transaction by saying sure over the phone, probably I need a better set of controls. But so this one size fits all approach is just, it doesn't really work very well. You need to find the high consequences and address them well. And as the consequences go down, then probably what you just want to do is standard, reasonable, and prudent, right? So if you're running a Windows PC, you probably should have antivirus.
It's a good practice to have that.
Yeah. Well, look, you're gonna get it, right? It's like going out without a mask, into an indoor, shopping mall during a Trump rally. I mean, you're gonna get COVID, right? So it's the same thing. You got to be reasonable and prudent. Reasonable means you do things with rationale. You figure out why and you do things for that reason. And prudent means, for example, you don't go to a big rally without a mask on during a pandemic. It's that simple, Right. And it's not that the solutions are simple. It's not that there's not a lot of complexity in it, but from a standpoint of making corporate decisions and setting policy, if you're going to say workers can't do the work the way they want to do it, you're not going to get work done very well. It's going to be very expensive and time consuming. You're not going to get the best workers. Your employees are going to leave. So that's not going to function. On the other hand, if that's an employee who's going to do a wire transfer of $400 million and they have to do it from the beach on their phone, get another employee.
Good.
Yeah.
I think the point is fair, right? A lot of people, if security hinders their ability to do their job, they'll find a workaround, right? I mean, this is the whole reason hackers exist. There are workarounds that are waiting to be found, and you can't make it so difficult to do your job that you then promote this bad behavior effectively.
Right. So one of the questions getting popped right now is the security inversely proportional to connectivity? If there are more connected devices, do we compromise security? That's a question one of our TiE member is asking.
So more things mean more things can break, right? So as a general rule, sure, more things can happen. The question is, how bad are those things from happening? And do you get a benefit from all those connections, right? So it's always about risk and reward. And people in security always think it's all risk. Oh, I got to get rid of all the risk. Anybody in a business knows that you take risks to get rewards. So the question is, which risks do I take and why? And when you're doing, when you're starting and running a business, you're taking lots of risks and you're doing it for rewards. The issue is knowing that certain risks are there that maybe you were not aware of. So when you look at cybersecurity risks, people are unaware of it, right? People in medical centers, despite having, had all these things happen to them recently, are still unaware that, their heart machine could be broken into remotely. Okay. Until you know that, you can't make a good decision. Once you start to understand it, then you can make better decisions. So knowledge to executives and better decision making at the top is critical.
Right. So go ahead, Anil.
Like I said, I have more than maybe 15 connected devices at home. And, to Vidya, do we update the firmwares on every single thing quite often? How do we do that? I mean, right now we got a question coming up from one of the users. Hey, some vacuum cleaners got hacked. Right? Connected back. Now my iRobot, I have, there's so many stuff,
if the vacuum cleaner's on your corporate network, they can probably get into the rest of your network too.
Exactly.
So the trick is you need to set up a completely separate network for vacuum cleaners that's different from the network for shoelaces, which are now also.
What about at the home? I understand we can do network segmentation for a regular company. Regular household. Vidya, you're from a lot of IoT experience.
I think it's unfair to ask a patient to flash the firmware on their insulin pump. I don't think that is a reasonable thing to ask someone. I don't think you want to introduce the fear of a clinical intervention being compromised by cybersecurity. If you need a pacemaker, you need it for good clinical reason. Get the pacemaker, even if it's connected and there's a known vulnerability in it. I think the reality is, and this is kind of what I've been preaching, right? You have to shift the narrative left. You have to go up your supply chain and design this thing intentionally. I think the lesson to be learned from IoT is there is a lot of bad security out there. Yeah. Things are getting connected willy-nilly, and you really have to consider, do I want to introduce this risk into my home or into my life or whatever capacity it is? I think the point raised about the vacuum cleaner, it sounds ridiculous to think that's connected, and the reference to shoelaces, but the increase of things being connected means we have this responsibility as developers or as small business owners or as people building new and innovative things. That connectivity fundamentally changes how we deliver our value proposition. And it can do amazing things. Like for radiation therapy, there's an incredible startup that's fundamentally changing how they will deal with patients who need chemotherapy. And that is a beautiful thing. You don't want that to go away just because it's connected. But I think it means that we have to be smart as we innovate and really consider, hey, is cybersecurity my core competency? And if it's not, which I would argue for most people it's not, you need to bring in somebody that is when it matters, when there's high risk attached to it.
I just want to answer a little bit the zoning question. So temporal microzones are really good for mitigating a lot of those risks associated with all these devices hanging around. And the other thing is jump hosts, right? So if there's something that's important, you go to a jump host first, and you do it on a temporal microzone. And that dramatically reduces the potential for bad things happening. It's not hard to do. It's not expensive to do. So it's a little bit inconvenient when you're doing high consequence things.
Right.
So in terms of, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just think in terms of pacemakers, right? and look, it's not just pacemakers, right? So the first thing fundamentally to understand is the world is better off for all of this technology. It's
100%.
It's getting better, right? I mean, people are living longer, they're living healthier, they're able to do more things less expensively. Right now, cyberspace is beating COVID. Because I can, sit at home and get almost all the food and other goods that I need to survive, and I don't have to go out into a marketplace and get exposed. And information technology has made dramatically fantastic changes. In fact, cybersecurity, cyber technology, information technology is what got us the current set of potential cures and shots that we can get to keep us from getting sick. The shortest time ever before now is like 15 years, and maybe 5 years for some minor changes on things. This is because IT, information technology, and the advancement of science have been so dramatic in their positive impact on our lives. So you don't want to throw that out, right? What you want to do is find reasonable and prudent ways to deal with it. So yeah, you shouldn't be making a pacemaker so it goes out 24/7 on the internet, okay? Maybe you want the pacemaker designer to have it so it's near field instead of far field. And maybe in the device that's sitting within 3 or 4 inches on the outside of your body, you have some good like VPN software, SSL, something better than nothing, which is usually what they seem to have. And it fixes the problem to the point where you either have to be physically close to me to kill me, which you could do with a gun or a knife, or just strangling me, I guess, or you're going to have to get past some security barriers, and obviously examining those barriers as a function of the aggregated consequence of all the people using the devices is something you have to seriously consider. The other thing is there's very little power in that device that's inside your body. So you're not going to be doing, 1024-bit encryption for, 100 kilobits a minute. It's not going to happen. You'll run out of power and your pacemaker will also stop. And fail-safes is dead right. Vidya is exactly right. You need to think about the failure modes and make sure that things fail in the safer mode, and you need to think through it as part of your process. So it's not something that's impossible. It's something that you just have to think about and act on. And there's plenty of help, and there's plenty of free help, and there's plenty of free information, there's plenty of good information, and there's plenty of people here to help you.
Great. So coming back to what Vidya just mentioned about was we need to, as a developer, we need to have a responsibility to secure coding, so there are minimum security incidences. So I'm going to ask a question to Navin on the topic. Like, he's a product company, pretty huge product used by about 70-80% Americans now. How does your interview and your onboarding of a new employee goes today, considering it's a remote working? And that's usually a challenging, right? Because when you onboard an employee, he's already in the office, the HR, and you all talk and feel with him. Now he's like sitting at his home, interviewing and so onboarded same day. What's that experience looking like nowadays?
Yeah, let me address it in two parts. One is the engineer onboarding, which is the developer, and then the rest of the employee population. So specifically, when it comes to winning the top tech talent or hiring engineers, the world is again changing. Back to that AI ML discussion that I was going through earlier, it's the same kind of innovation that's happening over there, and we are fast tracking some of those decisions and investing in products like that. Example, there is a company out there called Glider, very small company, kind of a new startup. And what it does is that it helps you perform some of those interviews, coding interviews, directly, where it's kind of giving you that proctor you kind of an approach where you're interviewing the candidates, you get a code, you can get the code tested at the same point in time, and in all the kind of languages that you would like to test on. And it has these checks which could, again, going back from that security standpoint, which is like plagiarism checks. Like while you're taking that interview, what's the movement of your eyes? And are you checking another device, or are you opening another browser to kind of copy some code and put it out there? So that's some of the areas in which we are investing. Onboarding, I would definitely say the rest, it's not the best experience when you cannot hug a person that's coming new to your team. And you cannot see and you cannot kind of share some of those early sessions, which are really different. They used to be different, but at the same time, we are becoming like more creative in terms of how do we bring people on. And again, there are these different companies that are specializing in onboarding that connects to different enterprise systems like Workdays and other systems. So they can bring in more of an invitational approach to the new candidates that are coming in.
If you don't mind, I'd love to ask you, is it a good thing or a bad thing that they go and look up some other code and use it instead of spending excessive time writing code on their own when it already exists?
I think it's a great question, Fred. It depends on, we don't reject straight away saying that this happened, because some of the times it's like a common code and you have to see, but depending on each case, it can be a different thing out there. Like something simple, if you don't know how to write and you're kind of copying that, there's definitely a red flag.
That's great. Fred, a question about it now. With this cybersecurity and the work from home concerns that we have and we've been discussing about, as a startup or as, let's say, small enterprise, what kind of compliance obligations should we have? What are the government rules and where we should be saying, what are the pitfalls and what we should be looking at? Because what I've read on the internet is if somebody gets compromised and their data gets compromised, the State Department, the HHS department has huge fines on them. So how do we make sure that our small business and startups are complying with what the regulations are?
Well, there are companies that can go and help you with compliance if that's what you're doing. So you have to start by looking what industry you're in, right? So there are laws and regulations affect everybody. But if you're in the financial industries, you have a different requirement than if you're in the medical industry and so forth. So following laws and regulations is a fundamental decision that you make as part of governance. And then when you do that, you get a list of all the relevant laws and regulations that you're going to follow, and you make sure that everybody knows about them, which is something we mostly don't do within companies because we're not all lawyers and there are a lot of them, right? So then you get your legal and your HR folks and you build a training program that says here are the rules that are relevant to your job, so that every person that has a job is aware of what the requirements are in them, and then they're supposed to do that. In terms of the regulatory environment for the technology, if you're in a particular field and you're using outsourced technology, you should be using technology from companies that have already, met the regulations. Otherwise, you're screwed. So I don't know how else to say it. So, reasonable and prudent, right? You can't spend all your time on regulations. And if you're a startup, you're going to take risks for rewards. The question is, what are those risks?
Hey, Bharat, I also want to add one more point back to the prior discussion. So though there are all these checks, but at the same time, some of these newer technologies that are emerging, definitely we look for like a D&I, diversity and inclusion aspect as well. Because as they always say, like diversity is someone you invite to a party and inclusion is where you ask them to dance. In the same context here, we want to make sure that while we are using all the software, we are going and looking at the diverse population. Awesome. And also ensuring that there is no bias in selection, because that's a huge thing in terms of controlling, which if you don't have a technology, it becomes difficult to control. You naturally tend to get more into that bias mode.
That is correct.
So I love this notion of diversity because I think that's one of the failures of cybersecurity.
seconds, Naveen. Closing statement, go.
Yeah, first of all, thanks to this great panel. Made some new friends today. The closing comment is this. So specifically what we are doing, I'm sure this whole, the folks who are listening to this would also be into that mix. The work which we would have done in 3 to 5 years, we are doing it such a fast track manner. Two things I would like everyone to take with them is, one is as we are looking into the future, the return to work may not be the same. We are looking into more like a hybrid kind of a workforce. A lot of times we have a lot of university candidate that comes in from SoCal, but they all go up north to work in the Bay Area, right? So some of that may change. We may open up some kind of tech hubs to kind of look into more diverse population of hiring. And the second one is that in any company, I think the need for collaborative tools will increase. I think we have definitely shown you can be more productive, but the investment, innovation, collaborative tools will be of paramount importance. So,
excellent. Thank you for that. 60 seconds, Vidya, go.
Great. So I think everyone listening is either an aspirational entrepreneur or one that already has a business. You understand what your bottom line is, and you understand that the impact of a poor decision can make on that bottom line. And I think thinking about cybersecurity as a proactive investment versus a reactive cost is critical to how you then choose to run your business. I completely agree with what folks have said otherwise. It's a risk management thing, and I think you really need to understand what you're trading off by being insecure.
Thank you so much for that. We have reached the end of this particular program. I want to thank the panelists. I want to thank the moderator for doing such a stellar job in conducting this. And thank you all for graciously sharing your wisdom, sharing your time, and doing a community service to help this community. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mo.
And we'll be hearing a little bit from you shortly, Anil. So don't turn off your computer just yet, Anil, okay?
Yes.
And, you know, guys, here at TiEcon 2020 and in the work that we do at TI in general is always and has always been about innovation. Innovation and leveraging strategic partnerships to innovate and inspire and change the world. And earlier today, you may have heard me speak to the VP of Microsoft, Jeff Ma, who graciously shared his wisdom with this community. And we actually got a video from somebody who recently sent this in to us, a personal message talking about what we're doing, talking about the innovation, and talking about the work that we're doing at TI. So let's quickly watch that and come right back.
It's an honor to receive this prestigious award from TI. I'm sorry I can't be with you and my fellow recipients there to accept it, but I want to share a few thoughts about why your work is so important. I've always believed that innovation is the key to solving the world's toughest challenges, whether it's stopping a pandemic, avoiding a climate disaster, or just raising human productivity. But as Paul Allen and I experienced with Microsoft, innovators can't make it on their own. They need partners, supporters to help them make sure their best ideas make it from the lab to the marketplace. For more than 27 years, TI has been doing just that. You support great entrepreneurs around the world and in some of the most important fields in technology today. Your work is essential to fostering innovation and creating the better world we all want. Thank you again, and I hope you have a successful summit.
Thank you, Bill, and we appreciate all of the people at Microsoft for supporting this community, supporting this movement, and being an active part in the difference that we as thought leaders need to make around the world. We're going to watch one more video before we get into the next segment, and we'll be right back in about 2 minutes. Okay, and welcome back. And I'm about to bring in Navneet, who, of course, is going to spearhead the next segment here. And Navneet, of course, is the founder and CEO of Chug Law, the primary sponsor of this event, and really the primary sponsor of many things involving TiE. But, you know, Navneet, I feel like you and I, we do this every few months now, right? Whenever we talk, it's usually in front of the camera. I'm starting to get used to it.
Yes, new world.
Absolutely, it really is. And, you know, I know we have an exciting program up next, and we got some real inspirational people that are about to join, and I'll step back and let you guys rock with it. But just to put things in context for a little bit and set some expectations for the people watching, what can people expect to really gain and to walk away with the next program that we're about to spearhead and head into?
Yeah, thank you, Mo. You've been doing a great job. It's been a great conference all day long. So we thought we'd end it with some optimism. We'll end it with some recap of what happened in 2020 and what we can look forward to in 2021. There have been many disasters in this country and all the other countries in the planet and throughout the world in our 300,000-year journey on this planet. And this will go down as one of top 10. In 1918, the same thing happened, and we lost 50 million people. Hopefully, it'll be far less than that. But it's disrupted the whole world. Some good has come out of it. Traffic is down, crime is down in a lot of places. Environment is better. People are working from home. Productivity is up. People are working 2-3 hours per day more. And so I think the air travel is down, car travel is down, the two things that consume the most amount of petroleum. So maybe this is what the world needed, a little slap and a little wake up. And I think when we recover, the world will be a better place.
I believe that too, Navneet, and I think, you know, challenging times either can make a person or break a person. And I think it's up to us and doing things like what you're about to do to give people the message to help make them, as opposed to allowing the circumstances to break them. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and bring in this exciting group of folks. And, you know, there's no pressure, guys. We only want to change the world. Just letting you know, that's all we're trying to do today. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead.
I'm so excited. We have an incredible panel. Ilongo is president of Emphasis, a $1.5 billion company, 6th largest IT services firm in India. Nisam runs a very boutique, very specialized IT firm in India, in Pakistan, in Chile, in California, both southern as well as northern. And so he brings a great perspective. Most of his clients are retail clients, so we can ask him what happened in the retail industry, which was quite hurt this year, and what will happen next year. Raj Shah runs MS International. They're the largest stone supplier. Every home, people don't realize it, but in every home is Raj's products in the kitchen, the marble, in the floors, in the backyard, everywhere. And they're the largest supplier of stone in the country. And Salim Iqbal was one of the first charter members of Los Angeles. Then he got mad at us and moved to New York. But he runs a $2 billion bank, which is part of the Habib Bank empire worldwide, hundreds of branches throughout the world. And he heads the US unit, which is $2 billion worth. So he has a great pulse on what's happening in the economy throughout the world and in the US. And we'll ask all 5 of them, how did they adjust? What did they do in 2020? How did they manage the crisis? And what is their outlook of the economy next year? And how can we prepare for that?
Very exciting. And of course, the format is very much a fireside chat. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and step back and let Navneet take it from here. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mo. How are you guys doing?
Excellent. How are you, Navneet?
Very wonderful.
Very good.
Good. Salim, you're in New York, so we'll mindful of your dinner. So, but one day you can go a little hungry for us.
So you can see my view is a bit dark. It's very dark outside right now. So it's pitch dark at 4:30 p.m. and now it's 7.
Wow. Okay. So thank you for giving us a part of your Saturday evening at short notice. I think all of you know me, and you know that when I invite you to speak anywhere, the notice is usually a few hours or a day or two, because then you can't say no to me, because then you can't say I'm busy, because hey, if you don't respond to my email, then okay, fine, I'm busy. I try to do this evening in alphabetical order. All of you are highly intelligent and very successful business people. I don't want to take any favors. So I'll start with you, Ilongo. You run Emphasis in United States. You're the president. You have psyche into the IT world as well as your clients, which are banking and financial clients. How was 2020 for you, and how did you manage the pandemic?
That's a question that I'm actually tired of answering, because everybody asks you, how was 2020? I think 2020, at least to say, has been a shocker. I can never forget, I think 11th of March, I got on a plane in DC, little realizing that's going to be my last plane ride for the next 9 months. At Emphasis, I think initially, personally, I thought, what is this all this fuss about? We really didn't think that it would last beyond 60 days, maybe 90 days. So when things really came crashing down, it was a big surprise. And the way we managed this is initially we said we're going to just focus on the following, right? Which is conserve your cash, make sure you collect all your outstandings, you're protected enough to be able to take care of your business. And we were very clear that there are only 3 things that mattered for us. Make sure that we're able to restore our operations. And this is really crazy. We've got 28,000 people working globally. They all come into offices. Very few people work from home. They support large banks, insurance companies, and they all work in actually dedicated development centers. So they don't work from home. How do you migrate 28,000 of them to work from home? And we had some real comical stories, right? We ran out of laptops. There were not enough laptops. So people were lugging desktops back home. We haven't seen stuff like that. We had people lugging expensive equipment because that's what we test them on. So that was the first thing, restore operations. The second that we said is we made a clear decision that we will go short, which is do the things that you have to do to keep your operations. And only 2 things that mattered. Do the things that kept your customers' business going, and do the things that will keep your employees safe and sound. And we said we cut everything medium term. There's no medium term, and we'll continue to invest in the long term, because we believed even then, once the shock wore over, it's a matter of time, it will come back. So that's been our approach. And 2020 so far, and the first quarter was bad. And for technology companies, this has been probably one of the best years, because companies are adopting transformations. Things that they thought will come 3 years from now has accelerated. We're seeing customers moving to the cloud faster than we expected, customers willing to forsake tech debt and move on to digital transformations. So it's been a challenging year, but an interesting year. And I think it's revealed true character of what we could do when we're faced against emergency.
So Ilongo, haven't we set ourselves up for a little bit of trouble next year when the pandemic is over? Your 28,000 employees are going to say, I want to work from home. So then what are you going to say?
Those who want, as of now, at least where we are, I want to go back to office. I want to get back on a plane. I suspect, like I heard one of the panelists say earlier, we would get into a hybrid model We're already thinking that. It is giving us some very interesting options. We're able to tap talent in places that we didn't think we could tap in, because there's no more work from home, right? We're saying work from anywhere. So you could be from home, you could be sitting at the beach. We don't care as long as you're safe and secure and our customers are okay. So I think it's throwing up a lot of very interesting models. But I suspect still 40-50% of our workforce will come back to work, because in technology, in the kind of high innovation, high collaborative work, too much of remote doesn't get the quality that we want.
Wonderful. Thank you. Imtiaz, you run a company in Chile and India and Pakistan and all over the US. How did you manage 2020?
So I will echo most of the same thing which Elango said. For me also, the last plane ride was on the exact same date when you were on the plane coming back down from San Francisco. Never realized that I was not able to go back up again when I was traveling on weekly basis. So we did the similar type of precaution for us, being a people company, people come first. So what we did first is to ensure that our people are protected financially and health-wise. So we started everybody working from home. We ensured that we have cash reserves to sustain them for a while. So there are different measures which we took to ensure that we take care of our people for this period of time and for a longer period of time. And now we are seeing a lot of traction back in the market as we being in the digital area. More and more investment is in digital now. So we are seeing very healthy comeback in the digital side of the world.
Thank you, Imtiaz. So Raj, you can't move data, you move very, very heavy stone throughout the United States in every zip code of the country. How did you manage 2020?
Yeah, it's been an interesting year. I look back about a year ago, December, our senior management team and us had put together our whole strategic planning session, projections, revenue forecasts, and all that. And not one person had brought up, that there could be a pandemic. Not one person brought up that we would be going into ongoing trade wars. Not one person brought up that we would have an election with a lot of uncertainty around it. And so as you were talking about productivity gains of not driving to the office and driving back, we got rid of our strategic planning session because we're just not smart enough to figure out how to deal with things, and we gain back a couple of weeks every year. But more importantly, as we went into 2020, Navneet, we were set up when it first hit the North America that we thought it was going to be fairly draconian, that this was going to be a tough go, and we didn't know what would happen. And so as some of the other panelists did, we cut investment, we cut purchasing, all extra costs were cut, and we were just preparing for the worst. But the one thing we kept in mind the whole time, and we've kept repeating it, was our core values of MSI, and that was, lives and livelihoods. So those were the two things that always kept us focused through it. The good news that occurred was probably mid to late April, because of all this work from home and study from home, home improvement just went crazy. And we had no idea that would happen. Everyone would just start investing in their home for the long haul. And I mean, the number one question you can ask people is a granite countertop an investment or is it an expense? And you can kind of get an idea of how our business is doing because depending on how they answer that question. But anyway, as the year went on, home improvement continued to skyrocket, but we've had all kinds of supply issues, whether it's absenteeism, the ports are clogged up, truckers are on strike. It's one problem after the other on the supply side. But what we've just realized is let's just put a team together that's adaptable and flexible, and let's not try to forecast the future, just make sure we're the fastest to change with it.
That's great, Raj. I can't imagine moving those heavy marble pieces throughout the country. So are you saying that our desi men that don't do any handiwork, they've also started going to Home Depot?
Yeah, I don't want to generalize on desi men and what they're capable of, but whatever it is, they seem to have found their way and are more capable than they were last year.
Right. Thank you. Salim, you have run a bank. Bank needs people to come in and deposit checks and get cash and wires and cashier's checks. And you have branches all over the country. You can't do this sitting from home. So what did you do?
So well, first of all, thank you for this opportunity. So you're absolutely right. So banking, first of all, was categorized as one of the 6 essential services. So we were not supposed to go under any lockdown. Now, the challenge, of course, COVID was from the blue for every single human in the world. After every crisis, there are some winners and losers. So I think Elango, Imtiaz, and Raj are the winners, the beneficiaries of all this. In our business, the biggest sell now, banking is a very archaic industry. I don't know if any of you know or not. In terms of technology, banking in the US, especially community banks, they have legacy software, so they're unable to do anything drastic. Now, we had to figure out how to run a bank where only a skeleton staff is in the branches, but majority of the people are in the office. So the first was now how to configure the laptops in such a way that it's a secure environment, yet everyone can operate the bank from home. So our IT team turned out to be the heroes. They were able to do it. And it's not just our bank. All banks in the nation surprised themselves by doing it. So there are more than 5,000 banks, community banks in the US, and most of them were able to achieve this. Branches were, half of the staff. Customers were supposed to come, but on by appointment only because of health reasons, safety of our staff, of customers, and all those things. But it happened in quite an easy manner. It wasn't as scary as we initially thought it's going to be. So banking industry did surprise itself, including our bank, and it worked out quite well.
So Salim, you run your bank on both coasts. Did you see a difference between East Coast and West Coast on response, on suffering, on businesses doing creative things to recover, or was it roughly the same?
It was, the interesting part is it was roughly the same. We are the largest South Asian American bank in the US. So the qualification is bank that is owned and managed by South Asians. Now, we're on the same coast, but our core business is commercial real estate. Now, in commercial real estate, our typical client is the owner of an investment property. So their tenants or their clients may have been affected and were affected due to lockdown, especially in California. They were. So some of them needed some temporary relief. We accommodated them. And they needed PPP loans, they needed all that. But if you want to, if we take a general and aerial view of which area was affected more, it was actually, it was a similar situation on both the coasts.
I feel bad for the 7,600 restaurants in United States, in New York rather. In US, there are 670,000 restaurants. And there is a report that 400,000 will not open up and will close. That industry is going to get hurt bad. So let's go to 2021. Thank you for sharing a very diverse viewpoint of how you handled 2020. So Ilongo, back to you. What is your outlook for the economy in 2021 in US, in South Asia, in the world? Who's going to win? Who's going to lose? What do you see?
See, I'm actually super excited, like you started the session with. I think 21 can only get better, not simply because of what we've seen in 2020, but even if you look at some of the metrics by prepping for this, I was looking at saying, when is the recovery going to happen? My first surprise was looks like already the recovery is happening. Because if you look at some of the statistics, consumer spending has already gone back, according to Morgan Stanley, to the pre-pandemic levels. Even if you take away the base effect of the low-wage employees going away, being unemployed, your household income is gone up a little above where it was pre-COVID. So there is something already happening that's coming in, unless we derailed by the winter rush of COVID, and something happens with the vaccine, which seems highly unlikely. I think end of Q1, maybe optimistically March, pessimistically July. I think we're in for a great run. And in other statistics, right, if you look at apparently, and I was really surprised because everybody talks about savings rates in India. Apparently, there's 2 trillion of savings that Americans have amassed between February and December. Now that's waiting to be spent, and people are going to spend it. That's 10% of the GDP that's waiting to be spent. And I think the best is yet to come in 2021. I'm actually personally very excited.
Great. Yeah, a lot of cash got saved up. Thousands of prisoners in jail in California applied for unemployment and got it. Billions of dollars.
Welcome to California.
So, Imtiaz, you have a beautiful viewpoint from the retail industry, which got hurt quite badly. Most of your clients, I think, are in the real estate space. How was the real estate retail industry this year, and what's the outlook for next year?
Yeah, so you are already seeing the trend, right? Most people will move into digital space. If you're not in digital, then you are obsolete. So a lot of investment that's going on in the retail space right now to digitize, making sure the capabilities and capacities are there for them to handle the volumes and stability. The retail, as we know it today, will disappear in the next 3 to 5 years. It will be more reliance upon virtual reality and augmented reality in the retail area to help you sell stuff instead of going into the store and buying stuff from the store, from the shelf. So that is the trend you're going to start seeing more and more starting from 2021. There are a lot of investment going on in retail industry right now to digitize if you're not already there. There are new ways of doing things. Omni-channel or the unified commerce is going to be a very big thing going forward to ensure that that retailer can sell from any devices, any channel, any place. So that is where the retailer investment is going to go on. If you see this year, a tremendous number of retailers have filed for bankruptcy, but the ones which are coming out of bankruptcy, all their focus is a digital world. They are closing down their stores and focusing on digital. So that would be the trend. I think that going forward, you will see more and more. Even you will start to see a lot of these B2B companies also extending their offering to B2B2C. So a lot of consumer product goods companies will start directly selling to the customers. They definitely have to invest a lot on their logistics to ensure that can happen. So you will see those type of investment happening in 2021. So for 2021, I'm very cautiously optimistic. I think all the trends are good, keeping the interest rates low, all the investment which we're going to see in digitization, all the pent-up demand which we have. So 2021 looks pretty decent year compared to 2020.
So Imtiaz, are you saying that these big retailers will get out of malls and save a lot of money on rent, which is their second largest expense, and instead of rent, they'll spend money with you, digitizing everything, and then all these beautiful malls that we go to and hang out in food courts and all of that, our grandkids will not see?
I think that is the trend. We will probably not have the mall in the shape and form which are there today. There will be some retail existence out there. It will be more of a showroom model, I would suspect. You will still have especially in California, you will have more and more trend of the open space mall, open space showroom. So you can go in, look at the product. Tesla is an amazing model for that, right? You go to the mall right now. If you're shopping for Tesla, you go see the product over there, and then you order online. And that is going to happen more and more. By the time what they start to work on, Amazon is leading away in that is the delivery, right? How you can expedite the delivery, and before you even show up at home, your product shows up at home. That would be amazing. Right now it's next day or day after, but that's where a lot of focus is going to be. So mall will become probably more of an outlet, and the warehousing space. There will be a lot of small warehouses for a lot of these retailers to expedite the logistic and delivery for them. But they will not exist in the manner and shape they are there today.
So I guess the answer to one of the audience members is asking a question: what is the outlook for gig workers? So I guess the answer is great or absolutely wonderful. What is it?
Sorry, what is the outlook for?
Gig workers, technology workers.
For the technology
workers, yeah.
Yeah, for the technology workers, outlook is really awesome. Right now, the demand is so high, and the supply is very low. So they are all naming their prices. So for us, we have over close to 200 positions open right now throughout the world, which we cannot fill. So if you're in the technology space, you are in the right space right now.
Right. Thank you. So, Raj, all this is, if Imtiaz and Ilongo are going to do well next year, then that's bad news for you. That means pandemic is over and home improvement is gone. And what are you going to do?
Yeah, no, it's an interesting thought. I mean, my personal view is I couldn't be more bullish or excited for 2021. When you look at the macroeconomic situation, whether it's interest rates are at historical lows, the savings rate is at a high, the amount of cash sitting on the sidelines is extremely high right now. And then you layer on top of this, political, let's call it more political certainty than we've had as it relates to trade law and immigration law. We couldn't be more excited to invest right now. And, you add what you started the program with, Navneet, this work for the acceleration of trends that are occurring, whether it's digital, work from home, study from home, all these things will only lead to a big group of people moving out of urban areas and moving to larger suburban homes, which is luckily for us more square footage to put on the floor or on the countertop. So we couldn't be more excited about 2021. We think all the demographic trends, macroeconomic trends, and the digitization trends are only going to help.
Are you seeing customers, besides buying pants and tops and shirts and ties on their phones, are you seeing customers buying big marble countertops on internet as well?
Yeah, they may not buy the actual countertop online. That's a little bit more difficult. But what is happening is they're getting their inspiration from online. They don't have to go to a retail store necessarily to get their inspiration, whether it's Pinterest, Houzz, Google Images, any of this. They're getting their inspiration. They're getting their sampling done online. They're doing their price research online. So then it really just comes down to pulling the trigger on the purchase, which is happening online with many of our goods, and in some cases it's still going through the retail store. Either way, it's a good thing.
Wonderful. So Salim, you have a great insight into every kind of business through your customers. What is your outlook for 2021?
So, Navneet, I just received this report, Economic Outlook from NABE, which is the National Association of Business Economics. This is all the major economists in the nation, right from economists of the banks to Ernst & Young of the world to IBM to everyone, and Fed relies on this particular report. So there is more or less a consensus that it is going to be a strong recovery, but it's going to happen in the second half of next year. And it almost is going to be like a slingshot recovery because people have savings, they are holding back, and there's so much of government money into the system. I mean, if you just look at the Fed's balance sheet, Fed was deleveraging before COVID happened. The balance sheet had gone down from 4.4 trillion to 3.8. Now it is at $7 trillion. So they have pumped more than $3 trillion into the system. Government has pumped another $3 to $4 trillion. Another $1 trillion is on the way after the president-elect Biden government takes over and during negotiations are going on. Now with $6 to $7 trillion into the system, obviously this money will have to be something will have to be done with this money. So there is almost a consensus that next year is going to be strong. Now, if we compare it to this year, now GDP shrank by 39% in the second quarter, and it grew by 33% in the third quarter. By 4%, the projection is it will grow by 4%. So for the entire year, the average is going to be a decline of 3.5%. Next year, the projection is a growth of 4%. US did not do a good job as far as COVID was concerned, handling of COVID. It did much worse than many countries. But in terms of holding on to the economy and controlling it and keeping it afloat, US has done one of the best jobs in the world. Much better than Europe. I think a few countries that will be better than US will be, I guess, China and some of the other Asian countries. So these were all very quick actions taken by the government, and due to which, and consumers are holding back. So there's a lot of COVID fatigue. They're just sitting home. They're frustrated. So they just want to get out and they want to start traveling. They want to start having vacations. Right now, only entertainment seems to be ordering food in, and that's kind of it. So I agree with the other three panelists that now urban versus suburban, that's a bit soon. Time will tell. Consumer thinking continues to change. I mean, people had a preference for living in city centers. In New York, if you see New York, everyone wanted to live in New York City. But that trend wasn't there before 2008. That suddenly the pendulum swung the other way. Now the preference is for suburbs. A lot of people from New York City are trying to move to the suburbs, but it's too soon to say if the pendulum has swung back. So we have to look at everything with a bit of a caution. When COVID is over, will people continue? Because this is an overreaction right now. People think that we will be living like this forever, and then, I mean, in the second or third quarter of the year, people were saying that, thinking they will live like this for a long time. This is how they were planning things. Now people are talking about hybrid. The pendulum is kind of slowly swinging the other way, but time will tell. It's a bit too soon to say how the world will look like in future.
Okay, great. Thank you, Salim. So before I go on to my next question, let me take some questions from the audience. I have one each for each one of you. Starting with you, Ilongo. Rajiv wants to know, he runs a small business and he doesn't have money for digital transformation. What should he do?
This is it's a little like saying I don't have time to sharpen my saw. If Rajiv wants to survive, he's got to find money, and money has to come from somewhere in his current budgets. That's the only way he'd be able to survive. So I don't think it's an option anymore that I don't have the money to do digital transformation. Rajiv's got to find a way to bring cash out of somewhere else and invest. Or also there are a lot of companies like Emphasis that are working with large companies to help them invest now with allowing them to help us manage the operations going forward. So there must be some creative structuring models that are available for small, medium enterprises to look at.
Okay, wonderful. Imtiaz, so, there is a saying that there is delay in God's court, but not injustice. It just takes time. So do you think COVID is one of those things that God is doing to flatten the universe? And now, because of COVID, you can hire workers in other countries and not necessarily US and pay them uh, lesser money than you would pay in the US, which would mean that employees and workers of those countries would their lives would get better. So you think there's going to be a shift where companies will start hiring employees from anywhere around the world? This is a question by Hamish.
So that is already happening, right? So now people are realizing that people can work from anywhere. So if you are in the technology areas or customer service areas, you will see more and more that shift going to happen. But there still you will need people to do physical activity, and that cannot be remote. So those are the activities will still stay here. I think quite a bit manufacturing will also move back to US because of the realization of the supply chain impact which we happened during the COVID time. I think going forward, manufacturing will also be moving back here. But if you are in the technology area, you're in the customer service area, even the support area, those kind of activities can happen from anywhere from the world. And technology is available now in the remote part of the world also to make that happen. So yes, for a lot of jobs which roles of technology, you will see more and more shift outside US. But I would say manufacturing and distribution and all that probably be coming back to US. So it would be the hybrid model.
That's encouraging. Raj, it's a humanistic question. One audience member feels that in order to save his business, he has to let go of a few people, a few employees, but he's feeling very guilty about doing that and spoiling somebody's life, but he can't decide between saving his business versus saving employees' livelihood. What would you do?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that's always a really tough question, and the goal is always to keep as many employed as possible. For us, and the best way I can explain it is, can you expand the business first and foremost to keep as many people as possible? And is there a way to find a way to put those people's talents to work within your current operation or expand the operation? And so that's the first place we've always looked before ever making any type of cuts. Now, at the end of the day, all said and done, if the personality doesn't necessarily match the job and there's just no way to develop around it, the business has to come first. I mean, you have a responsibility to the business and all the other employees in that business. So you have to look at it. And when you do make that decision, to me, the best thing is to be as fair as possible and make it as much a soft landing as possible for that person.
And how about getting into some ancillary businesses to keep the employees?
Yeah, again, I think you have to make sure the business has the wherewithal to get into the ancillary business. So it depends what that is. And if it makes sense, absolutely. But you have to be careful and you're not getting outside of what your true talents as a company are. And you're just ruining it for everybody else then.
Good. So Salim, you're in demand. Lots of questions for you. First question is, Sanjay Dalal is very concerned about the US debt. I believe before Trump became president, debt was 14 trillion. Now it's 21 trillion and will go up. And all of the politicians that used to make noise about, oh, debt is too much, now for the last few years, they've been quiet. And you're a good student of US debt. What's your take on it, Salim?
So I can give you my personal take, which may be different from, the feds or the politicians and everyone else. Now, if you look at the history of U.S. national debt, and I have this discussion often. I was on the advisory council of Federal Reserve Bank of New York, so I had this discussion with the president of Fed New York and others also. So the question was that, it's not a Republican or Democratic issue because in both cases the debt has just gone up. But when President Clinton left the office, U.S. national debt was $4 trillion. When President Bush left the office, after that, it had gone to $8 trillion. Now, the economy had been fine, there were no problems and all of that, but the debt went up, doubled. So the debt that US had collected over 200-year history doubled in just 8 years. Now, when President Obama left, the debt had gone to $17 trillion. Now, during that period, it went up, but there is reason or excuse for it that there was a complete crisis in the world. There was a great recession. The world was coming to an end, and it was happening throughout the world. So you can see that stimulus money and printing of money and all of that was required. Now, I think it's going to cost 27, 28 trillion. So everyone has gone numb to it. Now, if we take a real aerial view or view from, not aerial really, we have to take this view from Mars or Moon and look at the entire world. Now, if you look at debt to GDP of rest of the world, especially the developed world, things are much worse. If US debt to GDP is roughly 110, it had come down to 100. Now it's going up to, again, 110 or so. But rest of the Europe, things are much worse. Even Japan, it is much worse. So now it brings us to the question, and what do we do? I mean, now we're comparing to, the cleanest dirty shirt, as some call it. So that's the situation. Now, personally, I feel a debt should be taken to a level where it can be repaid. Eventually, you may have to repay every debt. As companies and nations and even individuals, as they grow more in net worth or more in GDP in case of countries, then it's all right to take on more debt. But then there should be some relationship with something, with GDP, with whatever. So that connection is now gone. I don't think it's healthy to have a lot of debt, but right now the situation is that there's nothing else you can do. If you look at the history of Great Depression, whoever has read that history of 1929 and 1913 and whatever happened, then raising debt in these calamities and crises is actually justified, because otherwise there's more trauma and things can get worse. But now it should be done in a responsible manner, so I'm not sure if that is something that's been going on. So it's a long answer. If short will be, I don't think it's good to have this much debt, but then the Great Recession happened, and when COVID happened, there was no other choice but to raise more debt.
Right, especially when US can borrow $21 trillion at 1%, but South Asian countries have to pay anywhere from 5 to 10% to borrow the same amount of money. So Salim, I have two questions for you, two short questions. Let's say a client comes to you and says, I want to build an office building. And are you going to say to that person that, hey, now thanks to COVID, people are working from home, we're not funding an office building. And later on, that person says, okay, I want to buy an industrial warehouse so I can lease it to Amazon for the world because so many boxes are floating around. And are you going to prefer that person? Do you see that trend happening?
So we don't lend money for development. We lend for complete property with seasoned cash flows and all. But we'll say if somebody comes to me, I mean, it'll depend on the location of the property, and there'll be a lot of factors. So office building, we'll have to see the location of the property. how big is the property, what's the vacancy rate for offices in that particular neighborhood, who are the tenants. In the since COVID happened, many banks went in that bunker mentality. They stopped lending. We did not stop. We changed our underwriting criteria, but we stopped. We slowed down. We didn't stop. We have lent money for strip centers, for office buildings, and for multifamily, all the three, despite COVID. Preference will, however, be for industrial and for warehouses.
Okay, great. So I have one last question for all of you. Imagine our audience, professionals, business people, small business, medium-sized business, executives at companies, managers at companies. What is your advice on how do we prepare for 2021? Ilongo?
Yep. So I'll make this, if you're owning part of a business that's impacted, like travel, restaurants, anything that today you're not able to operate, my advice would be is conserve as much cash as you can, reduce the burn, and use this time to experiment, extinguish, and expand your horizons. Experiment because the right time for you to see if there's a new menu that works, there's a new offering that you want to get out. Extinguish the things that you wanted to, but you just didn't have the courage to do it. And expand your horizons. I just came across an example. Weddings don't happen during COVID. Or if they happen, you have 15 people in a room, and even then you're careful. I heard of a very interesting innovation in what we call the WhatsApp University. Apparently, there was a wedding in Chennai where they shipped out 2,000 lunch boxes, the traditional South Indian wedding meal. They had a virtual wedding happen with the purohit there, and they orchestrated the whole piece. And it was a high class, very well done, with including the rice that you throw on the blessed couple with came in, and that was organized by a wedding planner. So they took a traditional concept, broke some of the issues that they have of physical congregation, fix their supply chain, because they had to supply to some 25 different cities. And it was just a phenomenal experience. So I think for the ones that have the courage and the innovation and the muscle to do it, actually, this doesn't require too much money. It's just the innovation, the courage, and the muscle to be of having done it in the past. I think it would be the advice that I'd give to them. If you're in the technology business, like you said, I think you've got to watch out for next year, because you've had a good run this year. How do you build on what you've done this year? How do you grab? And I think actually when I speak to startups and companies in my advisory capacity, I tell them, grab every revenue that you can, every dollar that you can, every customer, because you can figure out margins later, because this is the time for you to acquire and protect them, because this is the time, if they're coming to you, have something special, grab them and protect them. I think that's what I'd give as advice. Personally, and all of us here, not all of us are just thinking about companies, I think this is a good time for us to reflect and reprioritize. I've been surprised. I've attended more webinars than I have done. I've gone into the practice of meditation, and I never thought I would spend $300 to get a vision board done for myself, but I did. And these are great things for us as individuals to do, because it's a great time to step back and say, hey, am I in the right place? Am I doing the right things? When things bounce back, am I going to be the hamster on the wheel, or am I going to take it a little different?
Great advice. Maybe one of these days you can do a vision board for our Thai Southern California members. By the way, my nephew got married on Zoom, did a great whole production. But then later on, he complained that the cash collection of gifts, he was expecting 50,000, he only got 25,000. So,
he had to fix his payment gateway.
I said, well, you didn't spend as much money on the wedding also, right? So move on.
Yeah.
Imtiaz, what does 2021 look like?
I think, as I mentioned before, too, it's very positive. I think going into 2021, all the parameters you're looking at, everything showing that it is going to be really positive. I know there are industries and there are businesses who are hurting right now, and going into 2021, being innovative will be the name of the game. How you innovate yourself, how you reinvent yourself. There are different type of opportunities which been created by this whole COVID. Like Alan will talk about the whole new type of wedding planning, right? So in every industry, including the restaurant industry, there are new type of opportunities being created by COVID, and how you materialize those opportunities, how much appetite you have to take those risks and take it to the next level. I think that's where, if you can continue to focus. And one thing which I will add, which is very important for me, is take care of your people. I know somebody asked about question, how do you juggle between laying off people and balance your business? What we did is we just put the question out to our people, right? And instead of laying off people, our people chose to take a salary cut for 3 months. So we gave them salary cut and ensure that their colleagues all survived. And then later on, as the things turned around, we have paid everybody off whatever the cut they have taken. So at the end, and it worked out for everyone. So look at the innovative way to also take care of your people, and innovative way to take care of your business. I think the opportunities will be there going into 2021. How you materialize those opportunities will make or break you.
Raj, how do we prepare? Any advice for our audience, our Thai Southern California members? How can they prepare for next year?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing we have to do is break that down further. And I personally wouldn't just look at 2021, but let's look much further out into the future. And where do you want yourself personally to be? Where do you want your company to be? And there is no better time than now, whether it's innovation, productivity, efficiency gains, digitization, all the macroeconomic stuff we talked about, to invest in that vision. So I think right now, the best way to prepare is to build that vision and your core values. As one of the panelists said, I also think part of the core of those values have to be lives and livelihoods. So building on those pillars, I don't think you should try, to me, at least I have found that it's become a waste of time to try to predict what's going to happen next, but rather let's just build a business plan and build the DNA in our people that we're adaptable and flexible for whatever comes our way, that we'll be able to work our way through it and then stick with the long-term business plan.
So Raja, I know you're a fan of business plans and strategy, but a lot of business people, they've lost 2020, and this year they want to wake up on January 1 and think that they slept on December 31st, 2019, and they're waking up on January 1, 2021 and forget about 2020. So what about the year that people have lost on their strategy documents? What are we supposed to do now?
Yeah, I mean, to me, any true entrepreneur doesn't think of anything as a lost year. It's rather, how did their opportunities change and their priorities change in the past year? And as an entrepreneur, to have that DNA in your blood, make the best of it and be adaptable, change the blueprint and come out of this in 2021 and let's go.
So Raj, I also want to congratulate you and salute you because 10 years ago, I think you knew there was a pandemic coming. You're a big donor to Pratham and have been a big donor, but you told us at Pratham that we wanted you to spend our donations on technology and stop use other people's money for whatever you want, but our money buy students in India that we support thousands of them, buy them laptops or buy them iPads rather. And we said, well, it costs a lot of money. And you said, fine, we'll pay. And we paid for endless thousands of iPads. And we've been doing this shift to technology for many years at Pratham in India. So how did you know this was going to happen?
We didn't know a pandemic was going to happen, but we definitely knew that the education, there's only one way to equalize education, and that is technology and digitization. Unfortunately or fortunately, the pandemic came up through this whole thing and really accelerated that particular view. And it's really not congratulations to us as much as to Pratham for figuring out how to get rural kids and even some urban kids the devices they needed and the content they need, so we can start making start doing some damage on this equalization of education. It's truly a problem, and if we want to pay back the debt that we've talked about in the world, and we want to solve all these world problems, there really is only one solution, and that's education.
Thank you. And I think 20,000 iPads or whatever you gave.
It's about 50,000, and the only thing I would highly recommend is, as you know, Navneet, the Pratham Gala is right after this. So if all the viewers can get onto the Pratham Gala and make some donations, it would be great.
Okay. But those thousands of iPads you and your family gave saved us in India this year. Thank you. Salim, how do we prepare for 2021?
So, Navneet, first of all, COVID or no COVID, COVID put a reset button on all companies and all businesses in all countries. Yes, it did that. But even without that, I think all companies need to be agile. They have to keep an eye on the external environment. What other successful companies in that same business are doing? Otherwise, if you become complacent, then, your company is an example. You have diversified revenue streams. You're in legal, you are in accounting, you are in one country, you are in another country, you keep an eye on the bridges. And so most companies have to do that. So restaurants, there's a lot of talk about restaurants and hotels these days. We know a lot of restaurants that are thriving. So I know at least 2-3 restaurants just in my small town where the line and the order, because they reinvented themselves. So there's a restaurant which is barely 1,200 square feet. It's a kitchen, not even a proper restaurant. You cannot sit or anything. But by adoption of technology, and this technology cannot be expensive if a small little restaurant is doing it. So you can only order online. It gives you the exact time when you come and pick it up, and you don't need to call, so they don't need any employees. So I've seen brand new, very young restaurants doing it, and I've seen very established 100-year-old, very old-fashioned restaurants doing it. So, but they're doing well and they're thriving because they kept an eye. Otherwise, you could just sit and complain, and they would have, there are other creative people who are doing other things. Zoom and wedding planners on Zoom is another example. There are party planners, birthday planners. There are people, companies who are saying you want to celebrate your son or whoever. So for birthday boy or birthday girl, one night before the birthday, they set up the whole front yard, outside the front yard, and you wake up in the morning and you come in front of your house and you get a surprise with balloons and banners and everything. So many people, they are personal trainers, they are dance instructors who are doing classes on Zoom, and they're thriving. They're using Windows, and so it all depends. If you're agile, if you keep in mind what others are doing, successful ones, you will do well. So that is my message to everyone, because COVID is not going to be there forever. World is not going to change permanently. We don't know how much will it change. We'll have a better idea in 2022 because the pendulum will swing from one way to the other, and then we'll figure out. But definitely there'll be more use of technology. Those things will be there. So just remain agile. Keep an eye on the external environment, especially in your own line of business, and everybody will be fine.
Great. I should have warned all of you that at next year TiEcon, we're gonna play snippets of everything you guys said about 2021 and see how that turned out. Salim, I have a request of you. When Thai Southern California members apply for a loan, don't say no. Whatever it is, always a yes.
Noted, Navneet.
All right. Thank you so much, Ilongo. Thank you, Imtiaz. Thank you, Raj. Thank you, Salim. I could have talked to you for hours, but I'm getting texts to end at 5. And Mo showed up, which I guess is a sign for me to set up. Thank you so much, guys. All over to you, Mo.
Thank you so much, Navneet, and thank you to all of the wonderful panelists for generously and graciously sharing their time to make sure that this community gets the proper insights heading into 2021. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you, Mo.
Thank you, Navneet. Alrighty, and now, folks, we are going to go ahead and bring in the people that made this incredible, powerful, and diverse event happen. Now, I do want to point out before we bring them in that this is by no means the all-inclusive team. There are a lot more people that made today possible, but we're going to just hear from a handful of them. You may recognize this gentleman. Of course, he's the CEO of Going. Good friend of mine. He's put on lots of events in Orange County for a long time. If you live in the OC area and you're in business, you've probably been to one of his events in the Orange County area. This gentleman right here is the president of Thai SoCal, and this is his inaugural year taking the helm. And, he didn't know when he became president this year that he was going to be faced with the pandemic, but he pivoted. He made the necessary changes. He took things digital. And, of course, what we know, if you look historically, every president that has been successful has always had a good vice president. And, in the beginning of the year when Anshuman was the president, this gentleman right here, Mr. Anil Ramanetti, became the vice president. And the two of them are such a magnificent and glorious team. They balance each other well. They work well together. The two of them, I really think that they were a match made in heaven. I think that the man upstairs, he said, you know what, I'm going to pair the two perfect people together. And that's Anil and Anshuman. And we want to talk about the gentleman who last year made the TiEcon such a big hit, and this year repeated the success. And that's, of course, Ashish Sabu, the TiEcon chair. So, folks, we're just going to spend the next 10 minutes. Yes, so please give each other a round of applause. Thank you, Sanjay. And let's just spend a few minutes in conclusion. What are your takeaways of the day? What are your final thoughts and feelings of today? Now that we're wrapping it up, let's start with you, Mr. Sanjay Della.
Well, I would say one thing for sure, that the future is absolutely bright for entrepreneurs and innovators in this country. I have to say that, because even though we have been in the midst of this pandemic for the last almost a year, we have seen some amazing new companies come up. As a matter of fact, this year 1.2 million new businesses got started just through September of this year. So actually the final number is going to be much higher. So that just tells me I'm just optimistic. 21 would be an amazing year. I think it's a bounce back year, as Navneet's panel just showed us. There are so many points that I put in the chat area here for everybody to see. I'm not going to repeat them here, but I think we're going to be positive. I think if we have survived this year, as you said, there is a calling from up above. God is saying, then hopefully can build on that and do a lot of that. Of course, let's give back to the community. I think this is what Thai SoCal is all about. This is what TiEcon is all about, and I think I'm just incredibly blessed that we have this amazing team here, that managed this conference today, and I'm sure they're going to do a lot of great things in 21. So thank you, Mo, Anshuman, Anil, everybody here.
Thank you, Sanjay. And for those that don't know, Sanjay has worked all day behind the scenes, and you guys are just getting him for a few minutes at the end, but he has been working nonstop, quietly, helping out with the logistics, helping out, doing the busy work that no one else wants to do. So, Sanjay, on behalf of the entire team and myself, thank you.
Thank you, guys. It's awesome here.
And next up, we're gonna go to, because I know there's a audio issue with Anshuman. Before we go there, we're gonna go to really the vice president, the executive director, whatever you want to call him. You know, if you think historically, doesn't matter what your political affiliation is. Bill Clinton, Al Gore, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, Mike Pence, Ronald Reagan, George Bush, Anshuman Sinha, Anil Ramaneni. Anil Ramaneni, what is, and I think I put those two at the top of the list personally. What is it that you have to say about TiEcon 2020, Anil? The floor is yours.
Hey, it was a great show. I mean, thank you, Ashish. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Sanjay, for great messaging and all that. And thanks, Anshuman, for this opportunity for me. And it was great. I mean, I'm looking forward to 2021. In 2008, when there was a crash, there's so many big companies lined up. Like Sanjay said, 1.2 million startups this year alone. So it's looking forward to 2021. Great year. Thank you, Ashish. It's you've done an awesome work and putting all the motivation for all the team members. Great work, great effort.
Thank you, Anil. And the virtual auditorium is getting flooded with congratulations, with thank yous, with great events, with positive feedback. I want to quickly remind everyone that this program, not only was it streamed live, but it's also going to be available on the Roku television network next week. So if you are watching us on Roku TV after the fact, we welcome you to the Thai community. I want to take it now to really the man that had the vision for this entire year. That's Anshuman Sinha. So Anshuman, what are your thoughts in conclusion? What are your takeaways of TiEcon 2020? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mo, for conducting this event today. Great event, great speakers, a lot of hard work that went behind the scenes. But I'm so glad that everything worked out so well. During this pandemic, we were able to even do online live event with Deol, and everything went perfect. It has been streamed live. We had viewers from all over the world. From India, Mahavir Sharma was there. Great event, great teamwork. Can't be happier today. Nice.
Absolutely. Evening. And I remember, Anshuman, in December when it was clear you were going to be the president of Thai SoCal, you and I, we sat down, and when you gave me the position of community outreach chair, you said, Mo, my vision is I want to reach out to communities that have never heard of us before. I want us to grow. I want us to have new thought leaders. I want us to change the way historically Thai has been seen and make it from great to even greater. And I have to say, as we look back on the year with all the initiatives that you launched, with all the new platforms you created, with events like the one you did today, you succeeded in your vision to take Thai into a different level as far as historically the communities that it's impacted. So congratulations, Anshuman. You told me last year you had a vision, and 1 year later, I'm here to say your vision has come to pass. And of course, I saved the best for last because Ashish Sabu has always done such a great job. He's a gentleman. He's a professional. He's a friend of mine. Thank you, Ashish, for having the confidence in all of us to do this the right way, and for delegating things, and for not micromanaging, and for letting people do what they got to do. I appreciate that. And, what are your takeaways, Ashish?
So, Mo, thank you very much, first of all, for hosting this event. Throughout the day, the energy was great, and you just are awesome. So thank you again for, agreeing to be here throughout the day and keeping things together and flowing. When we started talking about TiEcon, I was a little bit skeptical, to be truthful, especially because we had already done about 70, 80 online events, and I wasn't sure what kind of audience will we be able to attract. But once we decided, then there was no turning back, right? We said, okay, if we have decided, let's put the best show forward. And I am just fortunate to have such a great team of people who we are all working together, and it doesn't feel like work. So we were just having so much fun throughout the day in the back room on our WhatsApp, chatting, talking about various things. It never even felt like a conference, really. It just felt like we were just having, a day-long party. So that was the best. And our awesome lineup of speakers, I mean, they were just incredible. My phone is full of messages, and even my email box from various people from across Southern California, even from India, leaving me messages about how they saw some insights from people like, say, Abhay Deol, or how they got inspired from Jeff Ma. There was a lady who was talking about how her little daughter got inspired from our women panel. So I think it was a job well done. If we are able to, get some people thinking and get that thinking cap on, then that's the purpose we are trying to serve, really. And one of the things, Mo, you mentioned about TiE and about Anshuman's effort to bring the communities. So we have said last few years that TiE is not the Indus entrepreneurs anymore. It's the inclusive entrepreneurs, which is like from every community. And that has been happening more and more, and hopefully we can see a lot more in next years to come. So again, thank you so much. I just want to mention a few people who are not on this screen. Anand Mahale, who is a tireless worker, and his work ethics are beyond the charts. So if he takes up something, then he does a job very well, and he's not even here to take the kudos, but thank you, Anand. Hats off to you. And we have a great worker back office in our India office, Shankar, who has been tirelessly working for us for last many, many years, putting a lot of stuff together for us. So I just wanted to specially mention those two. And thank you all. You all rock, and more rock, of course.
Thank
you rock.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And
thank you. And just in conclusion, folks, we do want to announce that we have 2 people that we've selected from the comments that we're going to give 2 Amazon gift cards to. As a matter of fact, the first person is right here, Miss Michelle Wilson. Great event for the startup entrepreneur, valuable information and incredible takeaways. Thank you. Miss Michelle Wilson, you have an Amazon gift card coming your way. And the second person is a 94-year-old woman, God love her, who had so much energy and was participating and was leaving comments at the age of 94. So, sometimes I hear people tell me, I'm too old, Mo, to start a new business. I'm too old to do this. I'm too old to do that. How old are you? I'm 60. I'm 55. I'm 70. Today, we had a 94-year-old woman who was an active participant, who was learning, who was engaging. Her name is Irene Agnew. Irene, if you're still with us, you have a gift card coming your way. We will be reaching out to both Michelle Wilson and Irene. Congratulations on winning the raffle. I won't tell you how much is in it, other than I'll say it's anywhere between 50 to 50,000, between that price range. So we'll have it sent to you guys very soon. And with that, if there are no closing thoughts from
I have a quick closing thought, Mo.
Yeah.
I think next year we're going to do a panel for everybody to learn how to be like Mo.
And just one more thing, I just see a comment from Navneet here, and I want to thank Navneet and Chug organization once again for continuing to be our patron, and without Navneet and his support, TiE or TiEcon wouldn't be where we are today. So thank you, Navneet, once again, and we hope to see continued leadership and support from you in coming years.
Thank you all very much. This has been a presentation of TiE SoCal, TiEcon 2020. We'll see you next year, hopefully much more intimate and in person. Thank you.
Thank you all. Signing off now. Bye-bye.